In this full Next.js course, you're going to learn everything you need to know to go from absolute beginner to proficient in Next.js. And also, you're going to be able to see my dog Ragnar there in the background of most of my videos as well. In this course, we're going to just give you the fundamentals of working with the Next.js so you can go build your own applications. Now, this course in particular, it's not going to include projects that you can use for your portfolio and different things like that. However, those are coming. This specific course is focused on the fundamentals of Next.js and allowing you to learn it. And in future videos, I'm going to make projects and we're going to do some other really cool things that you can use in your portfolio and stuff like that. But this course is focused on the fundamentals of Next.js, and all these videos stand alone by themselves. So you can go watch them on my channel individual if you like, but I also have this longer course timestamp so you can jump around if you'd like as well. Now, we absolutely include our own kind of little examples and personal projects in this course, but not like large full stack applications that we are going to build here in the future. So if you make it through this entire course, I have no doubt in my mind that you are going to learn everything you need to know in Next.js to go build your own application. So thank you so much for tuning into this. Be aware that between some of the videos, I'm probably going to be changing shirts and stuff like that because I'm not recording all this at once. They are separate standalone videos just compiled into this one single longer course here. So without further ado, let's get to our first video about what is Next.js. If you're involved in the web development ecosystem, you've probably heard of this framework called Next.js. And in today's video, we're going to cover what exactly Next.js is, what features it offers, who is using Next.js, and why are they using it? Why are so many people gravitating towards Next.js and basically just forgetting about create React app and just building only client-side applications? So as per the Next.js docs, they say Next.js is the React framework for the web, and it enables you to create full-stack web applications by extending the latest React features and then also using the different kind of tooling here to allow for faster builds. So effectively, Next.js, it uses the React library, and React, a lot of people would consider it as just a library in which it has a lot of cool different features and kind of a way to kind of think about structuring your applications. But React itself doesn't enforce a structure of your applications, nor does it give you a lot of things out of the box. Whereas Next.js, it's going to be much more of a framework in which there's different structures that you need to abide by when creating a Next.js app. But while this can be restrictive to some extent, these kind of restrictions also allow you to enable and allow Next.js to kind of do some really cool things and to give you more kind of out of the box features and different benefits of using it. So what are some of those features? Well, Next.js docs here, they go over several different features here. So we're going to dive into a few of these and kind of explain them a little bit more. So first off, they have built-in optimizations here. They have automatic image, font, and script optimization. So if we go look at this page, you can see that for their image optimizations, they have this image component here that you can import from Next Image, and it does a lot of cool different things in which it automatically has size optimization, in which you automatically serve the correct size, which if you've been doing web development for any time now, you know that one of the biggest things that can slow down your apps is if you're serving up these huge assets and these huge images. So this is a very nice out of the box feature. It can also help you prevent layout shift. So I call this a janky page, in which you click on a page and stuff starts shifting all over the place. This will help prevent that. Also, faster page loads. So images are only loaded when they enter the viewport using native browser lazy loading with optional blur up placeholders. Not entirely sure what that means, but have a browser lazy loading, so only loading the image when it's in the viewport. I can definitely see that being of benefit. And then asset flexibility. So on-demand image resizing, even for images stored on remote servers. So pretty cool optimizations there with images. Similar stuff with fonts, in which they allow you to kind of use Next font and kind of do some different optimizations for your font sizes. As you probably know, it's easy to kind of mess up fonts and slow down your app because of it. And they definitely help prevent that here. And then also they can improve your scripts and provide some different optimizations for different scripts. Like you can see here, when you need to kind of embed a script into your HTML and stuff, they can kind of help you optimize that as well. So they have these various optimizations, which that alone is pretty cool, but that's just their first feature here. So they also have dynamic HTML streaming. So this allows you to deliver content faster than ever before. But this sounds cool and all, but what actually does it mean? Well, dynamic HTML streaming, if we go further into their docs here, I think a good place to kind of start here actually is skipping all this up top and just going to first, like what is streaming? Well, to understand how that works, it kind of goes into server-side rendering and its limitations. So for server-side rendering, there's kind of this 5-step process. First, all data for a given page is fetched on the server. So you first need to make that request to the server to get all the data that you need to render out that page. And then the server will actually render the HTML for that page and then send it in step 3 back to the browser, in which the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for the page are sent to the client. And then a non-interactive user interface is shown using the generated HTML and CSS. So your content shows, but it's not actually interactive content at this point. That is step number 4. And then number 5, React finally hydrates the user interface, and this makes it interactive. So here in this little diagram here, you can see that the first step is fetching data on the server, rendering the data on the server, and then loading content on the client, and then hydrating it to make it interactive. And you can see this takes time to do all of these steps. And they are sequential and they are blocking. So as it says here. So all this is going to take time, and you can't like do these in parallel and do them kind of all at once. So streaming, it allows you to break down the page's HTML into smaller chunks and progressively send those chunks from the server to the client. So with server-side rendering, it might look like this, in which you have no content on the browser, and then once the server renders that content and sends it to the browser, then you have your entire page right here. But with streaming, what you can do is you could break your content down into these chunks, which in React, this is actually really helpful because in React, we already think in components. We already chunk our page into these reusable kind of functions or components. So what if there's a way to just stream your components to the page rather than rendering your entire page altogether? You could like send a component, the user could start interacting with that component and send the next component, so on and so forth. So with streaming, you can do just that, in which in this diagram, you can see instead of sending everything like here to the page, you can have maybe 3 different components here. Send the first one, send the second one, send the third one. And then you can show like partial loading state here. And this also leverages React Suspense to do this. So it enables parts of the page to be displayed sooner without waiting for all the data to load before any UI can be rendered. So, and this kind of goes into, this works with React's component model really well. And you can see now in this diagram here, instead of kind of what we had before, in which we just had like this long, we render it on the server, we make the request, render it on the server, send to the client, then hydrate it so it's interactive. You can see for these 3 different components, we can first kind of fetch the data and kind of do these things in parallel for our different components here. And we're going to reach a much faster kind of time to interactive here because we're just streaming each component rather than rendering the entire page and then sending that forward. So you can use HTML streaming to, like what it says, deliver content faster to the user to improve your performance and especially your user perceived performance, which if they get content that they can interact with sooner, they're going to perceive that much faster, even if like you're still kind of loading components there. They're like, hey, I don't care. I can start doing my thing, And then they also have React server components. So I have an entire video on these, so I'm not going to go into depth on these. And you can check that video out for a more in-depth explanation there. But yeah, you can render components on the server and then send them. This allows awesome things when it comes to kind of data fetching and different things like that when using server components. And that leads me right into data fetching, in which you have different methods that can run on the server to allow you to render content in a bit different ways. So if we go to this page here, there's a couple of things that I want to kind of highlight here, in which here it says you can fetch data on the server. So you have direct access to the backend data sources, example, databases. You can keep your application more secure with having API keys and stuff like that on your server there and right where you're fetching data, which is helpful. And this plays right well with server components. You can reduce waterfalls. So this is like you make one request, and then once you get the data from that request, you make another request, get the data, make another request. And it's just like this waterfall of requests. So you're not doing anything in parallel there. You can kind of prevent that a little bit here. On that note, that's what I kind of want to jump to here, is where you can kind of do more paralleled data fetching here, in which you have your different route system here. So you can, instead of having this waterfall here in which it's like, okay, we first get the root layout. And then once we get the root layout, then we get the dashboard layout, and then we can render the settings page. You can do all those requests in parallel and then hydrate those like so. And that's going to just, like it kind of says here, with parallel data fetching, requests in a route are eagerly initiated and will load data at the same time, reducing waterfalls and total time to load data. So much quicker applications here. And then also automatically dedupes your fetch requests, which is really cool. So say you make like several of the same fetch requests. So you have request A, request B, 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 C, C, C. Next.js will automatically dedupe this, which is automatically deduplicate them. So it won't send duplicate requests. It will just it will take all these requests here and it will end up just returning request A, B, and C. So just making 3 requests rather than hammering your server or API with several different of the same requests, it automatically deduplicates those requests. And then it also provides some cool out-of-the-box features when it comes to caching data and stuff like that as well. So data fetching in Next.js is really cool. You also has various CSS support. So CSS modules, Sass, post-CSS, CS and JS, all this can be supported in Next.js. I'm not going to get into that too much, but just know that there is a lot of support there, as well as for TypeScript and different things like that. And then you also have client and server rendering, which we've kind of touched on a little bit here already, but just to kind of dive in a touch deeper here, Next.js allows you to kind of decide where you want content to be rendered. So do you want it to be like dynamically rendered on the client? Do you want it to be rendered on the server at request time? Or do you want it to be rendered at build time? So when you first build your app, you can render all that content and then you can just serve it from a cache instead of needing to render on every single request. So you have these various different ways to kind of render content, and it kind of gets into it a little bit here. So with static rendering, both server and client components can be pre-rendered on the server at build time. The result of this work is cached and reused on subsequent requests, and it can also be revalidated. So that is pretty cool to know. And then it kind of gets into the difference of server and client components, which I cover in my server components video. And then dynamic rendering, both server and client components are rendered on the server at request time. So instead of build time, it is at request time. When you make that request to your server, then it renders it and then fires it back to you. And then of course you can also have client-side rendering in Next.js as well. And then also you can have different Node.js and Edge runtimes. So if you're able to run code at the edge and use these serverless functions, which are, I believe, pretty new to Next.js, then you can run code on the edge. And if you have that code closer to your user, then that's going to allow it to send it to the user quicker. And if we go to this page here, you can actually see that when you run something on the edge, you can have very low latency and you can have high security, very high scalability, and there are different benefits of doing so. So you can use these kind of different run times as well in Next.js, which is very cool. And then you have different route handlers. So
Next.js, you actually have a way to do a built-in API to handle different API endpoints and make requests to these endpoints. And then you can have this API built into your Next app and then communicate with a database and something like that as well. So in this example here, you can see you can have an API folder, and then you can make requests to this API and to different routes that you create within your API here. And as an example of this, you can see within your API here, you can have your API connected to like a Mongo database here, and then you can post data to it and use that just like you would within any other API that you would use. But you can have this built in to your Next app. So you can have everything in one place. You can still write JavaScript for this, which is great. So I think this is another really cool feature of Next.js with that built-in API support. And then you also have powerful routing and layout. So if we go a little bit deeper into this feature here, Next.js has a cool kind of app router, and they built this app router using server components, which now it supports shared layouts, nested routing, loading states, error handling, and a lot of other cool features. And just to kind of show you an example of how this looks. So within your kind of overall app right here, if you see the folder structure here with this app folder, this is just going to be your root directory. So out of the box, you don't need to like npm install React router and then create your different router and kind of go through all that boilerplate. Within your app folder, that's automatically going to be your just kind of root URL here. And then if you create a folder within your app folder called dashboard, then you automatically have a path /dashboard that is going to create a different route. And then within the dashboard folder, if you have a settings folder, well, that just created a nested route, which gives you your root dashboard /settings. So you can have this built-in router here within Next.js as well, which is very cool. And it has different kind of file convention stuff for that as well. And then also has middleware support. So it allows you to run code before a request is completed. And this can be used for authentication, A/B testing, and different localization things. So very, very cool stuff within Next.js. Now, who is actually using this? Does anybody use it? Or is it just this guy on the internet that thinks this is pretty cool? Well, it's not just me. I do think it's pretty cool, but it definitely isn't just me. So if we go and scroll down here a little bit more, we can see different applications that use Next.js. So we can meet thousands of beautiful websites built with Next.js by Vercel. And yes, you can deploy these on Vercel. I actually like deploying almost all my apps on Vercel. It's just super easy. So that's also a nice benefit here. I think it's created by the team at Vercel as well. But you can see Netflix Jobs, TikTok, Twitch, Hulu, Notion, Target, HBO Max, Nike, AT&T, like a lot of different websites built here, at least part of their websites using Next.js. So you can see Audible here. So it's definitely a framework that is, tested by these large applications and large companies and trusted by them. So I think that it's definitely a good framework to understand, and as well as kind of job opportunities. If you know React, there's a lot of jobs out there. And then with all these companies using Next.js, I think it's also a great framework to invest time in learning. So future videos are going to cover more of this stuff in depth. I'm definitely going to have more different projects that I create with it and stuff like that. So make sure you subscribe for that. Thanks for tuning into this. I hope it gives you a good overview of Next.js, and I will see you in that next one. Today's video is going to be all about the Next.js router. This video is going to cover the fundamentals of the router, and then future videos are going to cover kind of more advanced things when it comes to the router, when getting into dynamic routes, generating those at build time, and different things like that. So in this video, we're going to talk about creating routes and just the fundamentals of how their router works. So here at the Next.js docs, and we're going to show you an example of doing this. We're going to actually start up VS Code and create just like a demo app showing you how this router works. But here at their docs here, you can see that Next.js uses a file system-based router where folders are used to define routes. And we'll cover what exactly that means here in just a sec. But each folder represents a new route segment that maps to a URL segment. To create a nested route, you just have to nest folders within each other. So here in this diagram, you can see that in a Next.js application, you're automatically going to have this app folder when you create a Next.js app. But this is going to be your root segment here. So that's when you have your domain name. And if you're just at your home kind of domain, your root of your domain here, you're just going to show your kind of app segment. And then following that, if we have /dashboard, well, that is going to map to your folder within your overall app called dashboard. And then if you have /dashboard/settings, that's going to map to a folder called dashboard. And then within that folder called dashboard, you're going to have a folder called settings. So you have your root segment or folder, and then you're going to have your dashboard segment or folder. And then within that dashboard, you're going to have your nested segment of settings. And in this example, they call this the leaf segment because it is the childmost segment here. But that's not all you need to do to define public routes. So if you want to actually make a URL route public, in which if you go like to /dashboard, you can actually access that within your app, you actually need to add a special page within that folder. And that special page is called page.js, or this could also be JSX or TSX. And for this page.js file, Next.js will automatically make this a public route. So here in this example here, for our root segment here, just in our app folder, we have a page.js file. So when someone visits this kind of the root segment, just, there's no like /dashboard/settings. It's just the root of your application. They're going to see whatever UI that you decide to show within your root page.js file here, within your overall app segment. And then further on, if you have your kind of dashboard folder within your app, when you go to /dashboard, the user is going to see whatever you decide to show within your page.js file within your dashboard folder. And then within that nested settings folder that's within your dashboard, the page.js file within your settings folder is what is going to show to the user when you access /dashboard/settings. And then if you have another folder that doesn't have a page.js file, well, that's not going to be an accessible route or a public route within your application. So here they have a folder called analytics, but they don't have a page.js file within it. So if you tried to go to /dashboard/analytics, you would get a not found because you don't have a page.js file. You're not making that public yet. And they go on to explain this right here. So the dashboard/analytics URL path is not publicly accessible because it doesn't have a corresponding page.js file. And they go on to say that this could be useful because you could create folders called like components or style sheets or images, and you could keep those right in those kind of route segments that you use them. So you could have your dashboard components, your settings components, so on and so forth. But as long as those folders don't have a page.js, they're not publicly accessible, and you're not going to actually create a bunch of different routes with those different pages there. Okay. So to create a new route segment, you create a new folder within your application. And to create nested routes, you create nested folders. But to make those folders publicly accessible URLs that you can visit, you need to have a page.js file within those folders. So you might have a bunch of different page.js files within your kind of application, but the key is what folder they're in is going to be the accessible routes that they are. So now let's head on over to VS Code and actually spin up a Next.js app, just like a demo app, and show you kind of how this works in practice. So I'm here within my terminal, and I'm just going to use this command here to create a new Next app. I'm going to do npx create next app at latest. And when I run this, it's going to give me a few different prompts. So need to install the following packages. Yes, I am okay with that. Project named, I'm just going to name it routing. Would you like to use TypeScript? We're just going to go with no for now. Would you like to use ESLint? Sure, we'll go ahead. I don't want to use Tailwind. I don't need an SRC directory. That's fine. And I am going to use the app router. And app router is a kind of new thing in Next.js and the latest version. So we're covering the latest version here in this video. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No, that is fine. And now it's going to create my next app here. So I'll give this a second to create here, and then we will spin up this application and show you how the routes work. So now that I've created this app here, I'm going to head on over to VS Code. I'm going to open my folder here within my documents page, and I'm going to just open my routing folder. So now I have a new project with what has just been created here. So you can see here in my project, I have this app folder. So this is going to be my root directory right here. And then my page.js within my app folder, this is effectively right now anyways, going to be my home page. So if I start my app here and I go to my home page, I should start seeing this UI here. So get started by editing app/page.js. And then I should also see some text that says explore the next 13 playground, so on and so forth. So let's actually, now that I'm in my routing folder here, let's do npm run dev. And this is going to start my server on port 3000. And it looks like it has done so here. So if I go back to my browser and go to localhost 3000, I should see this. And you can see here at localhost 3000, I see the get started by editing app/page.js. I see this Next.js logo, docs, learn, templates, deploy, so on and so forth. And just generally speaking, I like Next.js's kind of UI that they have. I think this looks pretty good and it's kind of fits within my style as well. So with that, we have this root layout showing within our app folder here. So app and page.js is what is showing. So how can we create some more routes here? So say I want to go to /dashboard. How can we create that? Well, this might be a good time for you to kind of try this on your own if you're following this along on YouTube. But the way that we can do that is within my app directory here, I can create a new folder and I can call that dashboard. And then within my dashboard folder, I just need to create a new file called page. And I'm going to use JSX just because I like the little icon here better. You could use just JS and that's just fine, but I've used a JSX. And then I'm going to do export default function dashboard. And I'm just going to return an H1 and it's just going to say dashboard. So now if I go back to my application here and I go to /dashboard, what you're going to see is my H1 with dashboard here. So this is one thing I really love about Next.js. I didn't need to npm install React Router DOM, do all the boilerplate, setting up my router, wrapping into my application. You just have this out of the box in Next.js to where I created my dashboard folder, created my page.js within that folder, and I go to dashboard and I can see that there. So let's create a couple more routes here. So let's also create a about folder, and then I'll create an about.jsx here. And I'm going to do export default function about, and I'm just going to return an H1 with about. And then let's also create a nested folder. So within my dashboard folder, let's create a new route segment here called settings. And then within my settings, I'm going to create a new file called settings.jsx. And I'm going to export default function settings. And I'm going to return an H1 that just says settings. So now if I go to /about, I should see my 404 page. So I did something wrong here. So let's go back to about. And yes, what I did is I named it about.jsx and I did not name it page.jsx. So that's actually a good kind of thing to actually show you here. And I did the same thing right here. So that's a good thing to show you right here is when doing this, it really does need to be called page.jsx, JS, or TSX. Because if you don't do that here, you're just going to get a 404. You're not making that a public route. So let's rename those to pages here. And now if I go to the about, I see about. And if I go to dashboard, I see my dashboard. And then if I go to dashboard / settings, you see that I get my settings page. And then let's also create another folder here. So I have about, dashboard. I'm running out of names here. Let's just name it blog, but let's not add a page.js to this. And then if we go try to visit blog, we should see a 404 page because we did not make this a public route. And I'm not sure why I went to blog 1 there, but just going to blog, we go to a 404 page here. So within Next.js, the way routing works, it is a file-based routing system in which creating a new folder within your kind of overall app folder is going to make a new route segment. But to actually make a route publicly accessible to where you can go up to your URL and go like /dashboard /settings, you need to create a page.js or JSX or TSX file within your route segment, and that will actually create a public page that user can actually see here. And to create nested routes, you would just create a folder within a route segment and create your nested route that way and add a page dot whatever file into that folder or route segment as well to make that publicly accessible. So hopefully this gives you a good idea on how the kind of app routing works within Next.js, but we have a lot more to cover here. Next up, we're going to cover pages and layouts here, and then we'll kind of continue through other things that you should know about the router within Next.js. Today, we're going to cover pages and layouts in Next.js. So first, we're going to go over kind of a conceptual overview of what pages are, what layouts are, and following that, we're going to actually create just like a little demo app in Next.js to kind of show you how these kind of templates and layouts work here. So if you haven't seen my video on routes, that might be helpful for you before getting to this, but we will briefly cover kind of creating routes and pages here in just a second. So first off here, coming to the Next.js docs first here, you can see that a page is unique to a route. So in my last video, I talked about how in Next.js to create a new route or to create a publicly accessible URL. So like if you want to create a route called /dashboard, then what you do in Next.js is you would create a folder titled dashboard, but then to make it publicly accessible, so you could go to /dashboard and actually see a dashboard page, within your dashboard folder, you would create a page.js file within your dashboard folder. And that would allow you to access /dashboard. So a page is unique to that route. And you can use nested folders to define kind of nested routes. So if you wanted to do a settings route within your dashboard folder, well, you would create a folder within your dashboard folder that was called settings. And then you would create a page.js within your settings folder. And that will make a publicly accessible /dashboard /settings route there. Okay, so that is just kind of review from our previous video on routes. But now to get to kind of a layout and templates here within Next.js, a layout is a shared piece of UI that you can share between multiple pages. So pages are unique to each route, but layouts can be shared across several different routes. So on navigation, layouts preserve state, remain interactive, and do not re-render. Layouts can also be nested. You can define a layout by default exporting a React component from a layout.js file. The component should accept a children prop that will be populated with a child layout if it exists, or a child page during rendering. Okay, so similar to how you can create a page.js file and that creates a publicly accessible route, if you create a layout.js file, that can be used for creating like a layout within your page, whether that is like a header or a sidebar or something like that. And you can create layouts that are specific to certain routes. but also shared across multiple routes, which I'll show you what I'm talking about here in just a second. So a few things that are kind of good to know regarding layout. So you have a root layout called root layout, and this is going to be within your app folder. So if we go back here to the structure, the app folder, that is the root of your application. So just within this app folder, if you add layout.js, that is going to be the layout that is applied to all of your routes. Now you can opt in and out of layouts for certain routes, and we'll get to that here later on in this Next.js course. But your root layout is going to just go in your app.js folder, and that can be shared across all of your different routes. But then any route segment can optionally define its own layout. And these layouts will be shared across all pages in that segment. So in my example earlier, if we have a folder of dashboard and then a folder of settings within our dashboard folder, well, if you create a layout.js folder in your dashboard folder, that layout is going to be also shared in your settings route. So it's going to be shared across that kind of the rest of that branch of your kind of Next.js tree. And back to this first point, root layouts must contain your HTML and body tags, but none of your children layouts should contain that. And then layouts in a route are nested by default, and each parent layout wraps its child layout using the React Children prop. We will cover this in future videos, but you can use route groups, like I mentioned earlier, to opt specific route segments in and out of shared layouts. Layouts are server components by default, but can be set to client components. Check out my video on server versus client components if you're uncertain on that. Layouts can fetch data, and we'll cover data fetching here in Next.js in future videos as well. And then passing data between a parent layout and its child layout is not possible. However, you can fetch data in the same route more than once, and Next.js will automatically dedupe those requests. So if you have the same request in two different layouts, it's only going to make that request once. So it automatically deduplicates those requests. And we'll cover data fetching, like I said, here in the future a bit more. And then layouts do not have access to current route segments. To access those segments, you can use selected layout segment and use selected layout segments in a client component. You can use the .js, JSX, or TSX file extensions with a layout, and a layout and page file can be defined in the same folder. The layout will wrap the page. And then, like I mentioned earlier, the root layout is defined at the top level of the app directory. So within your kind of overall app folder, you're going to have your root layout that is going to be applied, like it says here, to all routes. And it also enables you to modify the initial HTML return from the server. Okay, so if you want to set like a language or something like that on that HTML. Now the app directory, it must include the layout because it must define your HTML and body tags, since Next.js doesn't automatically create those. So make sure you don't just remove your root layout, or you will get some errors there. You can use built-in SEO support to manage the head HTML elements. For example, the title element, which I'll show you an example of how to do this in just a second. And yeah, you can use route groups to create multiple route layouts. And as we mentioned earlier, it's going to be a server component, not a client component, but you can alter that behavior. And then we already talked about nesting layouts. So within folders, you can create a layout that is specific to that route segment, but I'll show you how this exactly works here in a second. Just remember that when you define your layouts, to accept your children prop and to render your children out within your layout, or else you're not going to render out any pages because your layout wraps your pages. And then we also have this thing called templates. So templates are similar to layouts in which they can wrap each child layout or page, but unlike layouts, templates will create a new instance for each of their children on navigation. So when a user navigates between routes that share a template, a new instance of the component is mounted. DOM elements are recreated, state is not preserved, and the effects are resynchronized. So templates can be used almost synonymously with layouts, like you can use them for the same use cases. However, for a template, you might use these when you need to use things like enter and exit animations for like CSS, because you need that like re-rendering to occur. And then you also can use them for features that rely on use effect. So like logging different page views or a per page feedback form or something like that. Like if you need to have your effects resynchronized, then you would use that. And then to change some default framework behavior. So if you wanted to use like suspense boundaries and show a loading indicator between each page, you'd actually need to use a template for that, because suspense boundaries inside layouts only show the fallback the first time the layout was loaded, not when switching pages. But if you always wanted to show like a loading indicator between your pages, then you would use templates. Okay. And Next.js recommends using layouts unless you have a specific reason to use a template, like one of these reasons mentioned here. Okay. So layouts and templates, very similar. You would create a template by creating a template.js file and then exporting a default function that is a template from that template.js file. And you can use it very similar to how you would use a layout file, but just that you would get the benefit potentially of a template of kind of resynchronizing your effects, not preserving state, recreating DOM elements, and different things like that for your use case there. And then finally, the way that you can modify your kind of head element is that you can export a metadata object in a layout or page.js file. So here, if you export const metadata and you set your title property to Next.js, that's how you can modify your head title property of your HTML. And I'll show you how this works here in just a second here. Okay. So with that, I think that gives a good kind of conceptual overview of how templates and layouts work, but let's actually spin up a Next.js app here and head to VS Code, and we will kind of get into how to actually create this and show you some examples of how these templates actually kind of work. So here within VS Code, I'm just going to use the command npx create next app at latest, and then we're going to run this, and then we're going to run through some prompts here. So what is my project name? I'm just going to name this layouts. I would not like to use TypeScript. I will use ESLint. I don't need to use Tailwind. This is just going to be a little demo project here. I don't need an SRC directory, and I will use the app router. I will not customize the default imports. So we will create this here. And then once this gets all created, I'm going to run npm run dev in my terminal here. So let me clear that out. But before I run npm run dev, what I actually need to do is I need to go to my files and I need to open this new project here. So I'm going to open layouts. And now I have this open within VS Code. I'm going to close all of this, and it's just giving me a template Next.js project where I have my app folder, node modules, public, all that stuff. And within my app folder, you can see I have my root layout and my root page right here. So now I'm going to run npm run dev and open this up in my browser here. So when I go to localhost 3000, you can see I just have this blank Next.js project here that they create automatically with that command that I wrote just a little bit earlier, that npx create next app command. So if I go back to my code editor here, let's add a few different routes here and add some templates to those routes so you can kind of get an idea of how they work. So within my app directory here, I'm going to add a new folder, and let's just call this, let's do the same thing that they kind of show in their example. We'll do dashboard, and then I'll do a new page.js file, and I'm going to do JSX because I like the icons better. And I'm going to export default function dashboard, and I'm just going to return an H1 that says dashboard here. And then within my app directory, let's create another folder, and let's just call this blog. And I'm going to create another page.jsx file, and I'm going to export default function blog, and I'm going to return an H1. Whoops. I'm not going to return handle script load. I'm going to return add H1 here that just says blog, and I'm going to get rid of this accidental import that I just did. And then within my dashboard folder, let's create a nested route segment that is called settings. And then let's create a page.jsx file within this. And then export default function settings and return an H1 that just says settings. Okay. So this will effectively create new routes. So I should have a route now that is /blog, and that will show my blog page.jsx. And then I should also have /dashboard that shows this dashboard JSX here. And then I should also be able to go to /dashboard /settings and see my settings.jsx page there. So within my app here, if I go to blog, we should see blog. And then when I go to dashboard here, we should see dashboard. And then when I go to dashboard /settings, we should see settings. So I do see all of those. Okay. So now let's add our layouts to these different pages. So I'm going to come back to the homepage here and let's add a root kind of a layout here. So coming back, if we go to my root layout here, so within my app folder, I'm going to my top level folder and I'm just going to my layout.js file. So what I want to do here is let's create a header, and we'll just show like a list of a few different items in this header. And this is going to be across, we want this layout to apply to all of our pages. So we're adding this to our root layout. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a nav element here. And then within my nav element, I'm going to render out a few different list items. So I'm going to do an li and let's just say blog. So this is like a header navigation that this is going to be. And I'm going to copy this 3 times. And then I'm going to go to dashboard. And then my settings is within my dashboard. So it wouldn't really make sense to have settings here. I'm just going to put the name of my YouTube channel, Code Ride. So let's do that there. And we're going to inline some styles here just so this doesn't look super gross. So let's go ahead here and do const nav styles. And let's go ahead and do display flex. And let's justify them. So justify content space evenly. And then let's apply these nav styles to this nav. So I'm going to do style is equal to nav styles. And let's see how this looks. This might look a little gross. I don't see anything. And that is because I did not add this to within my body of my page. So I need to go ahead and do that. So above rendering out my children, this is where I'm going to render this nav. So I'm going to actually do that instead of what I had earlier. And, you can create your own component for this. That would be your like root nav or something like that. And just render that component right here. That would probably be a little bit cleaner, but we're just going to inline this here just so you can see how layouts work, because that's the focus here. So here you can see we do have like a little bit of a nav up here, but we are going to just add a few more styles here. So let's go ahead and give this plenty of padding just so we can see it a little bit better. So 30 pixels. And then let's also do list style type is going to be none here. And then, yeah. Okay. So we can see our little, we're going to pretend that this is like a little navigation header here to where we have our 3 different list items. So what you're going to see here is I'm going to at the root of my application here. But if I go to dashboard, you're going to see I still have my header here. And then if I go to dashboard /settings, I still have my header here. And then if we just go to blog, you're going to see I still have my header here. So this root layout here applies to all of my different pages. And you can imagine that this is quite helpful when creating your application, because often between pages, you do want to have like some sort of navigation across all of your pages and stuff like that. So this layout can be used to apply a different layout of your page across all of your different pages. Now, what if we wanted to add a layout that only applies to my dashboard root segment? So if we go into VS Code here, what if I just want like, okay, when I go to my dashboard page, that's when I want, say, a sidebar. And I'm going to want that sidebar to show for my dashboard and my settings, but not for my blog and just my root layout. So what we can do here is within my dashboard root segment here, my dashboard folder, I can add a new file, and that can be layout.jsx. And within this file, and I accidentally put a little apostrophe there, so let me get rid of that, but layout.jsx, and then we can do export default function layout, and this might be better to call dashboard layout. And I'm missing something right now. Let me know in the comments below, what am I missing right now of my dashboard layout here? And make sure to timestamp it so I know you're not cheating here. And I want to do another kind of sidebar here. And all we're going to do for this is I'm going to go back to layout.js, and I'm just going to copy this nav here. And we're going to just use that nav within this layout here. So I'm going to just render a React fragment, and I'm going to render out this nav, and I'm going to space this just a little bit better here. And I'm also going to grab the same styles, except what we're going to do instead this time is let's go ahead and let's do flex direction as column. And then let's also do a background color is going to be white. And then the color of my elements, I want to be black. Let's just set a fixed width of like 450 pixels. And we'll call that good. But I'm actually going to wrap this in a div here, give this some container style. So I'm going to copy this object here. And this is not the best way to go about styling, but we're not focused on styles right here. And all I'm going to do here is display flex, and we are going to just leave it as display flex to make sure that our sidebar is horizontally right next to all of our other content. But that's what we're missing here, all of our other content. So let me go back and show you how this layout looks, and let's see if you can figure out what I'm missing here. So if I go back here, so I'm on my blog page here, so I don't see my sidebar, which is what we would expect. I did not add it to my blog route segment. But if I go to my dashboard here, you see, I now see this sidebar, and hold on, let's do height as 100 VH here. And let's make sure that I use height. So, okay, this is our very well-styled sidebar here. But as you can see right now, I have my sidebar here, but I don't have my dashboard text anymore. I'm missing that. And the reason for this is because I'm not rendering out my children here. Because remember, your layouts are going to wrap around your pages. So when you wrap around that component, so I'm passing my page as a child into my dashboard layout here. So I need to make sure to render out my children within my dashboard layout. So I'm going to do that right next to my nav here. And I'm going to render out my children. And I also just realized that I need to actually add my div styles there. You guys were probably thinking, is he just going to leave that unused up there? And now that I'm rendering my children, I should be able to go back to my dashboard here. And I now see my dashboard text here. Okay, so make sure to render out those children. And if I go to my settings page, you're also going to see, and not dot settings, I need to go to / settings. I also see my sidebar. So within my dashboard page, I see my sidebar, and within my settings page, I see my sidebar. But if I just go to blog here, I don't see my sidebar. And if I just go to the root of my app, I also don't see my sidebar, but I see my header across all pages. And that is because my header is defined in my root layout here, which is going to be shared across all of my different route segments here. But my dashboard layout, it's only going to apply to everything that's within this dashboard route segment. So dashboard, as well as all of the nested segments within dashboard. So settings as well. But one last thing that I want to show you is how you can manipulate the kind of head element here. So if I go back to my root layout here, what we're going to see is they're already exporting this constant called metadata, and they're giving a title of create next app. And they're also giving the metadata a description of generated by create next app. So if I wanted to change this, and if I pull this down here, you're going to see that my title is create next app. All we need to do is export this constant of metadata, and I can change this to code Ryan. And if we go back, you see that this is now changed to code Ryan here. So if you export your metadata object from your root layout, or I think you can do it from your root page.js as well, then you can change your title, your description, and manipulate your kind of head element that way. So hopefully this video gives you a good idea on how to use layouts, templates, same as layouts. They just have a little bit different rendering behavior for those different use cases we mentioned earlier. And you can also manipulate metadata just by exporting an object from your root layout or page called metadata. So thanks for tuning into this. Stay tuned for our next Next.js tutorial, in which we're then going to cover linking and navigation and how to actually use that header to link between different pages and stuff like that. So I will see you in that next one. Today, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding linking and navigation within Next.js. We're going to cover how the link component works, how the use router hook works, and then overall how navigation works in Next.js just generally when it comes to prefetching, soft navigation, hard navigation, so on and so forth. So we're first going to do a conceptual overview of these different concepts that I think you should know using the Next.js docs here. And then we're going to go into an example of where I get a demo application going and show you how the link component works, the use router hook works. Maybe we'll use like the use params hook to show the active path and different things like that as well. So first up here, Next.js has both server-centric and client-side navigation or routing. It supports instant loading states, concurrent rendering, meaning that navigation maintains client-side state, avoids expensive re-renders, is interruptible, and doesn't cause race conditions. And it says the two ways to navigate, as I mentioned, is with the link component and the use router hook here. So first up here, we have the link component, and the link component is a React component that extends the HTML element. And it provides prefetching, which we'll cover what exactly that means and the default behavior here in a sec, and client-side navigation between routes. To use the link component, you import it from next/link here, and then you can use it within your application like you would use any other React component. But you do need to provide it a mandatory prop here called href, and that is going to be the path that you want this link to link to. And there are also optional props you can pass to the link component. So let's check those out here. So if we go deeper into this link component and the other props that it offers, you see that you have the href prop, which it is required and it is the path that you want to link to here. And then you can also pass a prop called replace, and it's just a Boolean. So you either add this prop or you don't add it, and adding it sets it to true. Not adding it sets it to false. Then you also have the prefetch prop. And one thing that's good to know is the A tag attributes such as class name or target underscore blank can be added to the link props as well. Now for the href, it's the path or URL to navigate to, and you can see them using that here. But one thing that you can also do with it is pass an object to the href attribute, and you can provide a path name property, which is the same thing as providing this path name right up here, just where you want to navigate to. But you can also pass query parameters using the query property, and then that can be an object of query parameters that you want to have here. So here, if you pass query, and then an object with a name property and a test value, you get the query parameter of name is your property, and that is set to a value of test. Okay, so this is how you would add query parameters to your next link here. And then you can also pass the replace Boolean, and this defaults to false, and this would just replace the current history state instead of adding a new URL into the browser's history stack. So instead of adding a new URL on the stack, it just replaces the current history there. And you would add this by just adding the replace prop, and that is all you need to do. Adding it just sets this to true. Now you also have the prefetch prop here, and this will default to true. So when this is true, Next.js will prefetch this page when the link component is in the viewport, initially or through a scroll. And it will preload whatever your href is pointing to. So it will preload that path first. So here in this example, if we don't set prefetch to false here, as soon as this link with this dashboard href is in view, it is going to fetch the dashboard page in the background so that when the user clicks on this link, it is almost instant. So this is a really cool feature. But if for whatever reason you don't want this to occur, you can set prefetch to false. And also be aware that this is only enabled in production. When you're kind of in development, you're not going to see this prefetching behavior. And we're going to skip over a couple of these examples because I'm going to show some examples here once we get the demo app going. But there's also this scroll to an ID behavior. So similar to when you use an A tag, you can do hashtag and then some ID, and it automatically scrolls to that ID of the element when this link is clicked. You can do the same thing with this link component. If you use hashtag and then some ID within your path, it is going to scroll to the element that contains that ID. So it's going to scroll to that element. And the default behavior of the link component is to scroll to the top of the route segment that has changed. And Next.js does this scrolling to an ID in their own docs here. So if I hover over this, you can see it has this little link icon here. If I click on this, it scrolls use router hook to the top of the page. And then if I come here, it's going to scroll this to the top of the page. So what it's doing here is likely using this link component in which it's putting hashtag and using an ID here. And the ID is probably the title of this element because it's scrolling to the top of the page here with the title of this element. And then moving down here to the use router hook, the use router hook allows you to programmatically change routes. So this would be similar to if you've used React Router DOM, you can use the use history hook and they do history.push to a certain path programmatically. You can do a very similar thing with this use router hook here. So you can see that for the use router hook, you can import it from Next navigation. Now, you do need to use this within a client component instead of a server component. So at the top of your file, you need to put the string use client. So you can use this use router hook. And then once you have the use router hook imported, you can call the use router hook, and that's going to return a router. And this router is going to be an object with certain properties and methods on it. So the probably primary one that you're going to use is the push method. So if you call router.push and then you pass in a certain path name to the push function, then that is going to navigate you to whatever route you put within the push function here. So here they are placing /dashboard inside router.push, and that is going to navigate them on click when someone clicks on this dashboard button to the dashboard page. Now the router also has a couple other properties here that are helpful to know. So you have router.push, and it will just be a client-side navigation to the provided route. But you also have router.replace, and this is going to be a client-side navigation to the provided route, but it's not going to add a new entry into the browser stack. So this would be similar to using a link component and setting that replace Boolean prop on that link component. It's not going to add anything to the browser stack. It's just going to replace it. You can also do router.refresh, which will effectively refresh your current route. You could do router.prefetch, which will allow you to prefetch the provided route that you pass into this prefetch. And then you can also do router.back and router.forward. So forward is going to go forward in the browser stack. Back is going to go back in the browser stack. It'd be similar to clicking on the back button and the forward button in your kind of everyday navigation of your browser. So that kind of covers some of the other props for the use router here, but the main one that you're going to be using is going to be that push function. Now, let's also kind of cover here a little bit more on how navigation works in Next.js. So a route transition is initiated using either a link or the use router hook, the router.push. The router updates the URL in the browser's address bar, and the router avoids unnecessary work by reusing segments that haven't changed. For example, shared layouts that we covered in previous videos. And it uses these from the client-side cache. This is also called partial rendering. If the conditions of soft navigation are met, the router fetches the new segment from a cache rather than the server. If not, the router performs a hard navigation and fetches the server component payloads from the server. So that right there is an important concept to understand. Soft navigation versus hard navigation. Soft navigation is basically where you're going to navigate, but once you navigate, you are going to serve the kind of UI from your cache. But in hard navigation, you're going to serve your UI by making a request to the server and going to get that data. So soft navigation, serving it from the cache, hard navigation, going to the server and getting that data via a request. And then if created, loading UI is shown from the server while the payload is being fetched. The router uses the cached or fresh payload to render the new segments on the client. Now, a couple of things to know here regarding caching is that the new router has an in-memory cache, client-side cache, that stores the rendered result of server components. The cache is split by route segments, which allows invalidation at any level and ensures consistency across renders. As users navigate around the app, the router will store the payload of previously fetched segments and prefetched segments in the cache. This means for certain cases, the router can reuse the cache instead of making a new request to the server. This improves performance by avoiding refetching data and re-rendering components unnecessary. So Next.js does do these kind of caching optimizations kind of automatically to help improve your performance here. Now, sometimes you do need to invalidate the cache, and you might do this using server actions. We may cover this in future videos. Let me know in the comments below if you would like me to. It is in alpha, so it's like not even in beta yet. So it's a very early feature, but we'll probably definitely cover it once it's more stable. But yeah, let me know if you would like me to cover that. And then touching on prefetching here as well, it's a way to preload a route in the background before it's visited. So that is all prefetching is preloading a certain route or some certain UI before it's visited and just doing this in the background. The rendered result of the prefetched route is added to the client-side cache, and this makes navigation to prefetched routes nearly instant. By default, routes are prefetched as they become visible in the viewport when using the link component. This can happen when the page first loads or through scrolling. Routers can also be prefetched using the prefetch method of the use router hook, and we kind of covered both of those earlier on. Now, one thing that's important to know here regarding static and dynamic routes is that if a route is static, all the server component payloads for the routes will be prefetched. Okay, so if the data is non-changing, then you can prefetch all that data beforehand because it's just static. But if the route is dynamic, the payload from the first shared layout down until the first loading JS file is prefetched. This reduces the cost of prefetching the whole route dynamically and allows instant loading states. So if you do have a dynamic route, Next.js is still going to prefetch as much as it can up until it gets to kind of the loading JS file of kind of the dynamic portion of that route there. And then here it covers soft navigation and hard navigation. We already covered this a bit on the differences between the two, but what are the conditions for soft navigation? Well, this is going to occur if the route you are navigating to has been prefetched and either doesn't include dynamic segments or has the same dynamic parameters as the current route. For example, the following route includes a dynamic team segment, so /dashboard / team. The cached segments below /dashboard / team will only be invalidated when the team parameter changes. So it will do a soft navigation. If this team parameter stays the same, if this dynamic parameter here stays the same, it does a soft navigation. But if this changes, it'll do a hard navigation. So if you navigate from dashboard/team red to dashboard/team red, that's just going to be a soft navigation because this is the same parameter here. It can just use the cached response. It doesn't need to make another server request. But navigating from /dashboard/team red to /team blue, well, that's going to be hard navigation because your dynamic parameter here, it has changed. And it also mentions back and forward navigation. So using like the back and forward button of your browser, that is going to have a soft navigation behavior. And by default, Next.js will focus and scroll to the segment that's changed on navigation. So if you have a dynamic segment and part of that kind of segment has changed, it's going to automatically scroll to what has changed there. Okay. So now that we've kind of covered this conceptually, let's spin up a Next.js app quick here and show you how this works actually in practice. So I'm here in Next.js and I'm just going to create a demo app here. And I'm going to do this using npx create next app at latest. So now it's going to take me through a few different prompts here to get this set up. I'm going to just call this linking. And I don't want to use TypeScript for now. I will use ESLint, no tailwind, no SRC directory, and I am going to use the router, and I don't want to customize the default import. So we're going to import all this here and then kind of get into a demo of how these different kind of navigation works. So first I'm going to open my project here. And now that this is opened up, we're going to close out of all these kind of initial little warnings and stuff here. So what I want to do first is let's just create a few different pages here and then create like a navbar header and then navigate between those different pages to show you how the link component works. And then we'll add a few buttons to programmatically navigate using the use router hook. And then we can also use the use path name to show some different styles based on what path we're at. Okay, so let's kind of cover that here. So within my app, I'm going to add a new folder. Let's just do dashboard. And then I'm going to add a page.jsx file. So this is going to add a new route in our Next.js app called dashboard. And I'm going to export a default function called dashboard. And I'm just going to return an H1 here that is dashboard page. And one thing I forgot is I need to export default function dashboard, not just export default dashboard. So now I'm going to copy this folder here and I'm going to paste another folder within my app directory, but we're going to rename this and call this about. And then for the page.jsx, we're going to call this about and call this about page. So now we've created an about route path here. And then if I paste another folder here and I rename this, let's just do settings. And if I go to the page.jsx, we're going to rename this to a settings function and it's going to be a settings page. So yeah, we don't have much content here, but we're going to just focus on navigation here. So we have our three different routes, /about, /dashboard, /settings. Now I want to add a navigation header to this route. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to also add a new folder here and I'm going to call this components. Now, this is not going to be a publicly accessible folder unless I add a page.jsx file to this components folder, which I'm not going to do. I'm just going to keep my components in here. So I'm going to add a navigation.jsx component. And in here, we're going to export a default function called navigation. And what we're going to do is we're going to return a nav element. And this is going to return an unordered list. And here are going to be our nav links. But to do this, let's create an array of objects here where each object is going to contain a label and a path. And this is going to be used to map over and create our navigation links. So I'm going to say label is going to equal about, and then the path is going to be /about. And we're going to copy this object and do this a few more times here so we can create routes for our dashboard. And it's going to be /dashboard. And then we're also going to do settings, and it's going to be /settings. And then all we're going to need to do here is we're going to take our nav, and I name this navliv. Nav links is what I wanted to call it. We're going to take our nav links, and then we're going to call the .map method on this. We're going to automatically destructure the label and the path of those nav links. And then we are going to, I need to make sure to wrap this all in curly braces, so we are in JavaScript land here as well. And then what we're going to return here, well, we're going to return an li. And within this li, we're going to return a link component here from next link. So I've imported this, import link from next/link. And we're going to set the label as our content within this link. And then we're going to set the href that is going to equal our path. So when mapping over these nav links, the first one, the label is going to be set to about, and the path is going to be /about, and then dashboard /dashboard. So this should create different links for our kind of navigation component here. Now, let's go ahead and add some styles here, and we're just going to inline these here. And I'm going to do display, flex, justify, content, and we'll do space evenly. We'll add quite a bit of padding to this just so it's easier to see, of 50 pixels. And then we're also going to do the width is going to be 100 VW. And I think that's all I'll do for now, but I might want to do some more stuff here. And we're going to put this onto our unordered list here. So it does these styles to our list items. Now we're going to go to our layout.js here because we want to apply this navigation to all of our pages. And we're going to render out this navigation components here within layout.js. And then if I do npm run dev, I'm probably going to get errors because I wrote a lot of code there, and rarely does it have that I don't write some bugs. So it looks like it has compiled here. So if I go to localhost 3000 and I refresh this page here, I do indeed see my kind of default Next.js app here, and I see my different links up top here. Now, I personally am not a fan of list style or the little bullet points. So we're going to do list style type is just going to be none here. And then we go back and it looks like this. So if we hover over these, we see it gives us cursor pointer because they are links. And then if we click on it, you see I get about page, I get dashboard page, and I get settings page. So that is literally how easy it is to set up navigation in your Next.js apps. You don't have to install React Router DOM and create the browser router and create your different paths and use your little switch with exact path equals this. No, none of that stuff. You can just add the next link and have navigation kind of out of the box here, which is super, super nice. So let's go back here and add a way to tell what page that we're on. So how about like when we're on the about page, we set this text of this about link to like blue. I don't know, but let's go ahead and do that. So in order to do that, we need to use the use path name hook from Next.js. And to use that hook, we need to make this a client component. So at the top of this file, I'm going to set this to use client. And then I'm going to do const path name is equal to use path name. And I need to import use path name, import use path name. And I believe it's from next/navigation. So I'm importing use path name from next navigation. And then when I call use path name, it should give me the current path. But let's go ahead and console.log the path name. And pro tip here, use an object to console log things out so you get a nice label for what you console log. So if I go back here and I inspect my console, I did not want to open my recorder, my console. We're going to ignore all this. Let's go to the dashboard. And you see my path name here is dashboard. And here my path name is settings, path name about. So it does look like everything is working well here. So it's giving me my path name. So all I need to do here is for my list item here, let's do style and let's set the color. And if my path is equal to my path name, then I'm going to do a color of blue. Else we'll just not set a color. So my path name is going to give me my current path, and let's remove this console log. And then if that path name is equal to the path of one of my link components here, it's going to set the text to blue. So if everything is correct here and I go back and I close my console, you'll see settings is blue here. If I go to about, that is blue. And you can see it's telling me the active page based on the path name returned from use path name here. And that is working as expected here. So one last thing I'll show you here is now let's use the use router hook to programmatically navigate when we click on a button here. So let me go back here and let's go to my about page. And within this page, let's go ahead. Well, actually, I don't necessarily want to make this entire page a client component. So let's go ahead and add a component here to our components folder. And let's just do nav button.jsx. And this is going to be a client component because I'm going to use the use router hook within it. So I'm going to do export default function nav button. And we're going to take a label as well as a path as props here for this button. And what we're going to do is we're going to return just a button, and the button is going to have the label of label. And on click here, we're going to pass a function, and we're going to use the use router hook by calling. We're going to import that from next router here. So I'm importing use router from next router. That's returning my router. So all I need to do on click here is I need to call router.push, and then we're going to push to whatever path is passed into this nav button. So now if I go to my about page and I just return my nav button, I need to pass it a label of, let's link to my settings page. And then let's do a path is equal to /settings. Okay. So when I'm on my about page, I've now added a button that should link to my settings page. Let's go ahead and add this button to my dashboard as well. But here we will link to our about page, and we'll go to /about. And I need to import my nav button. So let's see if I can get my auto import there, which I do. And then we'll go to our settings page, and then we'll link to our dashboard from here. So here, switch this to dashboard, switch this to our dashboard path, and make sure to import our nav button here. So if I go back to my app here, you're going to see I do have an error. I actually think I know what I did here. This is a little bit of a gotcha, which is probably good that I ran into. So let's go back to our next button. And instead of importing this from Next Router, you need to import it from Next Navigation. Okay. So this is actually pretty good that I messed that up. That's a pretty common thing to do. So now let's go back. Okay. And I do see my buttons now. So my settings page, let's see if I navigate to dashboard. And I do navigate to dashboard by clicking on this button. Dashboard page, I navigate to about page, I navigate to settings, so on and so forth. So that is how you can programmatically navigate using the use router hook. So this video covers everything you need to know regarding linking and navigation within Next.js, but stay tuned because future videos are going to cover route groups, dynamic routes, so on and so forth. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one.
Route groups in Next.js. This video is going to cover what exactly those are, why they're useful, and then I'm also going to get into building just like a demo application of showing you an example of how these actually work and how these are kind of useful. So first off, route groups, they're basically ways to just organize your different route segments in Next.js. And if you haven't seen my other videos on routing in Next.js as well as layouts, those would be helpful prior to watching this one. But usually when you create a folder in Next.js, and as you can see in their docs here, folders are normally mapped to URL paths. So within your app folder, if you create a folder called dashboard, that is going to create a route for your application in which if you navigate to /dashboard, then that is going to show the page within your dashboard folder that you've created within your overall app. However, what if you want to kind of organize your project into different folders and put these route segments into different folders, but you don't want to influence your kind of route path? Well, that's where you can use route groups. So route groups allow you to kind of organize your project, but you don't affect the URL path structure. So as their docs say, route groups are useful for organizing routes into different groups by section, intent, or team, enabling nested layouts in the same route segment level, and creating multiple nested layouts in the same segment, adding layout to a subset of routes in a common segment here. So the way that these work are, you can define a route group by wrapping a folder's name in parentheses. So left parenthesis, folder name, right parenthesis. And then some examples of kind of how this looks here is, say we have our project here, and in our overall app directory, we have our layout.js to create a root layout here. But then here they have a few different routes. So they have an about page, they have a blog page, so about folder, blog folder with page.js within here to create the /about route and the /blog route. And then they also have an account page or an account folder with the page.js creating the /account route. Now, what if you wanted to put the about and blog directories into their own folder to kind of organize them, maybe into a marketing folder, but you didn't want the route to then change to /marketing /about and /marketing /blog. You wanted to just organize them into this folder, but you didn't want to actually affect the kind of route URL. Well, here you can just add a folder with parentheses. So left parenthesis, marketing, right parenthesis, and place your about and blog directories within that marketing folder. And since you use the convention of wrapping it in parentheses, it's not going to affect your route segments. So you can see even when these about and blog directories are within your marketing folder, their route here stays the same. It's still /about /blog. And the same thing when you put the account directory into a shop folder here. Since you use the parentheses here, it's still staying at just /account. So you can use these to organize your project without affecting your route segment. Now, this can also be helpful for layouts. So it mentions even though routes inside marketing and shop share the same URL hierarchy, so you can see about, blog, and account, they're still at like your root level of your app. It's just / about, blog, and account. They're not at different kind of layers of your app hierarchy there. And it would be kind of hard for you to apply a layout to just about and blog without applying that layout to account. However, with using these route groups, it now gives you the ability to kind of do what you want there. So here we still have our root layout, which our root layout would still apply to our about, blog, and account pages here. But now within the marketing folder, you can add a layout.js file, and that will just apply your layout to your about and blog routes, your routes within your marketing folder here. And you could do a similar thing in the shop folder, adding a layout within that and having it only apply to the routes within your shop folder and not in the marketing folder. And then if you wanted to add more segments into or opt them into that layout, well, you can just add them into that route group and have that layout applied to those different route segments. And this would also allow you to create multiple root layouts. The root layout is the top level layout in your app directory. So usually right within your app folder, you have a layout.js, and that gets applied to all of your route segments. But what if you have a situation in which you want to have a completely different layout for like two separate parts of your app? So maybe on your shop page, you want that to look kind of completely different than other areas of your app. Maybe your shop page, you don't need your header and your side navigation. You just want it to be your kind of e-commerce shop. But everywhere else in your app, you want your kind of header and side navigation. Well, to do that, you can just create two different top level route segments, and it doesn't have to be two. You could have a whole bunch if you want, but you could create two top level route segments. And as long as you have a layout.js file in each route segment there, and you make sure that one of those route segments still defines your HTML and body tags, then you can remove your root layout. So here in this example, they remove their root layout or layout.js that would just be in their app folder, and they have a layout.js in their marketing and their shop route groups. Still define the HTML and body tags needed for each of those kind of route layouts, because you no longer have that within your root layout.js file. And then just a few things that are good to know here that they mention in their docs. The naming of route groups has no special significance other than organization. They do not affect the URL path. Routes that include a route group should not resolve to the same URL path as other routes. So this is a good kind of like got you to remember. So in the kind of examples above, in our kind of marketing route group, if we have an about directory and a page.js, well, that's just going to be /about. But then in our shop page, if we have an about directory with a page.js, that is still going to be the route /about. So this will cause an error because in your marketing route group, you have an about route, and you have the same exact thing in your shop route group. And since both of these resolve to /about, that would cause an error. So just be careful of that. And then if you use multiple root layouts without a top level layout.js file, your home page.js file should be defined in one of the route groups. For example, app / your marketing route group and then page.js. And then navigating across multiple route layouts will cause a full page load. For example, navigating from /cart that uses the shop route group to the /blog that uses the marketing route group will cause a full page load. This only applies to multiple root layouts. So only when you're using multiple root layouts there. Okay, so that is an overview of route groups, but now let's kind of start up just a demo project here and kind of show you how these work in our actual kind of code base here. So here within VS Code now, I'm just going to run npx create next app latest, and we're going to spin up a new project here, and I'm going to go through these different prompts here. So I'm going to just name this route groups. Not going to do TypeScript, not going to worry about ESLint, not going to worry about Tailwind, not going to do an SRC directory. We are going to use the app router, and we do not want to customize the default import alias. So we'll get this spun up here, and we do have this. And now I'm just going to go to my file and open. I'm going to open up route groups here. So I now have this open within VS Code here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to create a few different directories here and then start adding them to different route groups. So here, let's go ahead and add a new folder, and we'll just call this, maybe we'll do a similar thing that they did. So we'll do dashboard, and then within dashboard, let's add a new folder. We'll just do page.jsx. And as you know, and I'm going to move this down so you can see where I'm at a little bit easier. But as you know, I like using JSX just for the icons alone. So we're going to do that, but I'm going to call this export default function. If I could type today, dashboard, and then we're just going to return an H1 that says dashboard page. Okay. And we're going to copy this. So copy, and then we're going to paste this in our app directory here to create another folder. And we're going to rename this and call this shop. And then within page.jsx here, I'm going to just call this shop page. And then I kind of forget what their other page was, but let's just do blog. So I'm going to paste again. And instead of dashboard copy, we're going to call this blog. And then within the page.jsx, within my blog, we're just going to return blog page, and export default function, we'll call it blog. And then going back to my shop, export default function shop. All right, so we should have our different routes here. So if I go to npm run dev here, and then this looks like it is successfully running here. So if I go to my browser, localhost 3000, you can see that I have just my blank Next app. And if I go to my different routes here, like dashboard, you see I go to the dashboard page. About, I don't have an about page, so I get an error, which is correct. I was just testing Next.js, making sure that it works correctly. Blog and shop. So, okay, we have everything good to go here. Now, let's go ahead and add some different route groups here for organization purposes. And let's first add something to our route layout here. So let's just add something like super dumb, just so we could see it as an example. So in my layout.js, let's just render out like a fake nav bar here, or a fake header, or maybe just like a button to go back to the homepage. Yeah, let's just do that. That's the easiest thing. And I think that we're going to focus on route groups here. We don't need to focus on like CSS and stuff like that. So let's just render out a button here. And I'm going to just say, this is a button. So we've rendered this out within our route layout here. So we should see this is a button on the shop page, and we should see it on the dashboard page, and we should see it at our home route. We do see this is a button. So very fancy, good looking button there. But what if I have a situation in which, let's say for one, let's just handle the first case in which I want to organize my blog and my dashboard into a marketing folder. And I want to place my shop, I want to place that in a sales folder. I don't know. We're going to do things a little bit differently and just kind of see how that goes. So let's add a new folder here, and let's add parenthesis marketing parenthesis. And then I'm going to move my blog up into my marketing folder here. I'm going to move my dashboard within my marketing folder as well. So now you can see within this marketing folder, I have blog and dashboard. And then I'm going to create another new folder, and I'm going to name this parenthesis shop, parenthesis shop parenthesis. And we're going to move this shop folder into my shop directory. And I just remembered I was going to actually name this sales. So I'm going to name this, instead of parenthesis shop, parenthesis sales. So we have our sales and marketing folders, and within marketing, we have dashboard and blog, and within sales, we just have our shop folder. So if I go back to my app here, I should still be able to just go to blog and see my blog page and see this is a button. And as you can see, I don't need to go to marketing, I spelled that wrong, marketing/blog. That's actually going to be an error. This doesn't exist because this is just a route group. It's not affecting my URL path here. And I should also be able to go to shop, which I can just fine. And I forget the name of the other one. I think it was dashboard. And I can do that just fine as well. So you can see adding these route groups allow me to organize my project here without actually affecting my URL path. Now, let's go ahead and add a little bit different layouts to each one of these. So instead of having my root layout here, let's go ahead and I only want my button within my blog and dashboard routes here. I don't want my button within my shop route. So the way that I can do this here is I can just take this layout.js file and let's just move it up into my marketing folder here. So now it's in my marketing route to group, and let's kind of just rename this a little bit. So instead of root layout, let's say marketing root layout. And this isn't going to actually make a difference here, but it will just be a bit better naming convention. So this works well for this, but then let's say I also want to add another layout to my shop page, and we'll add something stupid to this. I don't know. So let's go into my sales folder, and I'm going to add a layout.js file here. And then to do this, I'm going to export default function. We're going to go sales root layout. And then for your layouts, I have a full video on layouts, but you're going to be passed a children prop, which you need to make sure to return, because this is going to be all of your pages and all of that within this layout here. So you need to make sure to return that. And then we're just going to return, well, let's return a React fragment, and I don't know, let's just do a big H1 saying this is my sales root layout. And then we're also going to make sure to render out the children within it. And this is editor Ryan here. So I should have included in this layout, I should have kept my HTML and body tags in this. So I should have returned an HTML and body tag as well. Since I'm using two separate root layouts, that's what Next.js recommends. And they also recommend that if you don't have a root layout and you're just defining layouts like I am here, multiple ones inside my different route groups, they also recommend that you have a page.js file immediately within that route group. It didn't seem to matter here, but if you're kind of implementing this, that is something to consider in which they recommend. So I'll just kind of consult the docs for your use case, but just wanted to make those couple of notes here. If I didn't mess anything up here, what we should now see is that this marketing root layout is only applied to my blog and dashboard folder. And then this layout right here is only applied to my sales root layout or my shop page right here. And I think there's maybe one thing I have to clean up here. So I'm trying to import /global CSS here. I don't think this is the correct path anymore, and just add /globals.css for that. So now if I go to my application here, so I'm here on my dashboard page, I still see this is a button here. So I still see this layout. And if I go to my blog, I should still see this is a button. So I'm sharing that layout across both of those. And then if I go to my shop page here, I should see this is my sales root layout. And I actually don't see that kind of black background anymore because I didn't import my global CSS into this file either. So that is a way you can add route groups to your application, and how you can add two different route layouts, and how you can just use these route groups to apply different layouts to route segments without affecting the other ones as well. So route groups, super useful for kind of like organization and your layouts and different things like that. So coming up next year, we're going to continue on with our Next.js tutorials here and get into dynamic routes, loading UI, error handling, and much more. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one. Dynamic routes in Next.js. This video is going to cover exactly what they are, how they work, and then we're going to cover some different things regarding them with generate static paths, catch-all segments, optional catch-all segments, and different things like that. And not only are we going to do a conceptual review kind of using the actual Next.js documentation, but we are also going to build a demo application in which we make a request to an actual API to show you how this would work in more of a real-world situation. So first off, dynamic routes. When you don't know what you want your route to be ahead of time, so / whatever, you don't know that / whatever ahead of time, this is where you can use dynamic routes. And you can use dynamic segments that are filled in at request time or pre-rendered at build time. And you can pre-render these routes or segments at build time using generate static paths, which we'll show you an example of and cover here in just a second. So the convention for making these dynamic routes in your application. So in a typical Next.js app, you create a route by creating a folder. And then to make that route public, you create a page.js or tsx or JSX file within that folder to make that route publicly accessible. So if you create a folder called dashboard and put a page.js file within that dashboard folder, that automatically creates a route within your application / dashboard that someone can access. And you'll show the UI for what you return in your page.js file. But if you need to do these routes dynamically, so maybe you want to show a product. So maybe you have a products page, and then when they click on a product, you want to show / products / whatever that product ID is and show that product. Well, you need to generate that dynamically. So to do this, a dynamic segment can be created by wrapping a folder's name in square brackets. So you would do left bracket, folder name, right bracket. For example, ID or slug. Dynamic segments are passed as the params prop to layout, page, route, and generate metadata functions. So, for example, a blog could include the following URL: app /blog /slug. So the specific blog post that you kind of want to see, where slug is the dynamic segment for blog posts. And when you go to this slug route right here, then you'll be able to access that slug within your params passed in as a prop to this page function here. And then you could generate your blog post by using that param. And in these examples right here, I'll zoom on this a little bit more. You can see app /blog /slug. If you go to a URL that is blog /a, then the param that is going to be passed right here is going to be slug :a. Because you named this slug right here, so your param that's passed is going to be translated to a property that contains the name slug. And then since you went to the URL path of /a, it's going to pass a as your param. So then you could go get your slug that has the kind of ID of a. And then if you went to the URL of b, then your slug is going to be b. And if you went to the URL of blog /c, your slug is going to be c. And if this was titled ID right here, then in your params, in this params object, the property wouldn't be called slug. It would be called ID. So whatever you name this folder is what is going to be passed as your params. And the value of that param property there is going to be whatever you go to as a URL there. All right. And then you also have this generate static params function. So this can be used to generate these dynamic routes at build time instead of request time. So when you build your application, if you use this function, you can build out all of your potential dynamic routes ahead of time so that in your application, when you go to that route, well, you've already kind of pre-rendered that page. You just need to fill in some of that dynamic data of the particular post or the ID. So this can help speed up your application by generating these dynamic routes here. It also automatically dedupes these fetch requests. And as it mentions, if you use a fetch request within generate static params like it does here, it is automatically deduped. And it means a fetch request with the same arguments across multiple generate static params layouts, pages will be only made once to decrease your build times. And I'll show you an example of this here in just a sec, because this is maybe a little bit trickier here. And then you can use catch-all segments. So instead of just doing square bracket, folder name square bracket, if you use the like 3-dot operator, the spread operator, this will be a catch-all segment. So for example, instead of just going to this / and then an ID and seeing the blog post for that ID, you could do / square bracket ... slug or ... ID, and that will match multiple dynamic parameters there. In which, in this example, if you see app / shop / square bracket ... slug, that will match shop / close, but it also matches / close / tops / close tops t-shirts and so on. So maybe you give the option for your user experience to where they could generate potentially a dynamic path of just to see the tops, but on that page, maybe they also select to see the t-shirts as well. So then maybe they filter in the t-shirts and you do / t-shirts, and you use this kind of catch-all to show the tops and t-shirts in the same page. If this is a little confusing right now, I totally get it. I'll show you an example of this, and I think it'll make much more sense. And then moving downward here more, you have optional catch-all segments. So we had catch-all segments here, and then you can make these optional. You do this by adding, instead of just left square bracket, right square bracket, use 2 left square brackets, 2 right square brackets. So you use double square brackets. And the difference between catch-all and optional catch-all segments is that with optional, the route without the parameter is also matched. So right here in this example for app / shop, and then if you use the optional catch-all, so the double square bracket slug, it means that when you go to this URL path here, this is also going to match / shop, in addition to shop / close / tops, so on and so forth. But if you just use the single catch-all with the single square brackets, not the optional catch-all, then shop is not going to be matched here. So maybe in your shop page, you want to allow them to be able to like filter in your tops and t-shirts and stuff like that, but you still want them to see the shop. Well, if you still wanted them to see the entire shop plus what they filter for maybe below, then you might use an optional catch-all segment to where if you didn't want that, you want them to filter things in and you don't want to see the shop anymore, you just see what they selected, then you would use just the catch-all segments. Okay, so different kind of use cases there for these 2 different ways, but that is basically dynamic routes in a nutshell there. But let's go ahead and now build an actual demo application where we make requests to an API, and you can actually see how these work in practice here. So let's go over to VS Code. So here within VS Code, I'm going to do npx create next app latest, and we're going to just create a template next app. We're going to call this one dynamic routes. No, I do not want to do TypeScript or ESLint or Tailwind or use an SRC directory, but I will use the app router, and I do not want them to mess with my import aliases here. So I've created this, and now I'm just going to do file, open, and open this project here. So now I just opened this project up here within VS Code, and I'm going to exit out of all this stuff here. So let's go ahead, and the API that we're going to use is going to be a products API. We're going to get a list of products. So all we're going to do here to show you how this works is we're going to create a products page to list out the products returned from that API. And then we're going to create a product page. And when we click on a product, we're going to want to generate a dynamic URL that goes and visits that single product page. Okay, so let's get started here. So within my app folder, I'm going to do a new folder. We're going to call this products. And within my products folder, we're going to add a new page called page.jsx. I'm going to export a default function. If I could spell function, and I'm going to go with products. And then what are we going to do here? Well, we are going to need to make our request to get our products, but let's first here just return maybe a fragment, and we're just going to do an H1 and do products, just so we make sure that we have this page set up. And I'm going to make sure to run my server here. So I'm going to do npm run dev. So I'm running my products page here. And if I go back to not the Next.js docs, but localhost 3000 here, you see I have a just blanket Next.js application. And then if I go to / products here, you see I do indeed get my products. So we have this, but now we need to get some demo data from an API. So we're going to use this API here. It's called dummyjson.com, and we're going to use their products here. So to get all the products, all we're going to do is hit this, but we don't want all of their products. We only want like maybe the first 10 or so. So the way that we can do this is we can set a limit of 10, and to specify the fields that we want, I think we just want title, description, and price. So we're going to add that as well. So I'm going to copy this here, head back to VS Code, close my terminal, and we're going to create a function here. And this is going to be an async function called get products. And I'm going to paste this, but we're going to do this a little bit differently. So we're going to say const res is equal to await, and then we're going to fetch all this data, but we're not going to use a skip here. So we're going to remove that query parameter, and we're going to do title. Actually, I think title and price is fine. We're not really worried too much about like how the UI looks here. We're more so worried about how dynamic routes work. So title and price, we'll just get those from this API. If you yourself, you want to play around with getting the image and description and other stuff, you can do that as well. But title and price, I think that will be just fine for our use case. And then I'm going to remove those .thens here. So after I get my result here, then I need to get my data, which is going to be awaiting res.json. And then I believe this API is going to return an object that has a products property that is going to be an array of products. So I'm going to actually return data.products here. And I think that should be correct. And then all I need to do here is make this products component an async function. And I'm going to say const products is equal to await calling my get products function. And then let's just console log my products here. And then since this isn't a client component, this is actually going to run in Node.js, which is going to show up in my terminal down here instead of in my console. So if I go back here and I go to my products page, if I refresh, it refreshed. So I didn't throw an error. So that is good. And speaking to errors, I'm not handling errors here. We'll handle that once we get to the data portion of, or the data fetching portion of Next.js. But right now, I'm not really going to worry about it. So it looks like I do indeed get my products here. And you can see it is a list of products returned from this API with an ID, title, and price. So now we need to render these out. And to do this, I think it makes sense here to create a products component to render out, or a product component to render all these out. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to just do components. And since I'm not adding a page.js file within this components folder, it's not going to create a publicly accessible route here. So I'm just going to do product.jsx, and I'm going to do export default function product. It's going to take an ID, a title. Actually, I don't think I need to use the ID. So I'm not going to. I'm just going to do title and price. And this is going to be super simple here. All we're going to do is return a div that has a h4 of title and then an h6 of price. And it might be better to actually just use a p tag here because it's not really a header. So we're going to do that instead. If I can remove that emoji pop up. So we're just going to render out the title and the price. And we're going to add just a couple of styles to this just to make them stand out from each other a little bit more. Let's just add a border, an ugly little border, 1 pixel, solid white. And then let's also just give them some margin of 20 pixels. And to stand out from the border a little bit more, let's also do a padding of 20 pixels. I don't necessarily recommend inline styles, but for the sake of making this tutorial mainly focused on dynamic routes, let's go ahead and just do that there. So I have my product function, and then all I need to do here is I'm going to say if my products.length is greater than 0, then I'm going to render out my products. So I'm going to say products.length is greater than 0. And then I'm going to render out my products.map. And I'm going to get the ID, title, and price from every product. And what am I going to return? I'm going to return a product component here. And I'm going to set the key to this component since I'm mapping over these products here. And then I'm going to set price is equal to price. So we are getting our products from this API here. We are returning them here. We're getting them here. And also, since this is a server component, I don't need to use a use effect call or anything like that. I just can use this right within a server component here. I can fetch it all here. I can just await it right here. And that is going to work just fine. Hopefully, unless I mess it up, we'll find out in a second. But I don't need to like manage any state or anything like that, which is super nice, let me tell you. So let's go back here. And hey, I have all of my products here rendered out on my products page. And yeah, you could see them all here. We probably didn't need to do so many products. Let's actually change this and let's just do 5 products so it looks a little bit better. So yeah, back down to 5 products. So I think this looks good. This is a great, good looking products page here. So with that, what I want to do is every time we click on a product, we then are navigated to products / and then the ID of that product. And then we show just a product page. So how can we do this? Well, what we need to do this is I need to add some way to navigate to a product here, but I don't necessarily want to add just like, so to add this client side navigation, I'm going to have to make this, or I'm going to have to use some sort of client component, but I don't want to just make this entire products page here a client component. So I think it's going to be better if I make like a product nav button. You could think about a better name, but in my components folder, make that a client component to handle my navigation here. And then just render that out. Like maybe I could render it probably within my product here. So I'll render that out like right here. And then that means I will actually use the ID here and I will pass that alongside here as well. So let's go ahead and we're about to write a lot of code here and hopefully I don't mess anything up. So within my components, I'm going to add a new component and I'm going to just say product button.jsx. And this is going to be a client component because we're going to perform client side navigation within this component. So I need to make this a client component using use client. So what I also need to do is I need to import use router from next router here. And then I need to export default function product button. And then my product button, it's going to get an ID. It's going to get the product ID. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return a regular old button saying go to product, but on click, I'm going to say handle click. I'm going to call my handle click function, which I'm going to create up here. Function handle click. And what we're going to do here is we're going to now use our router. So we need to use our use router hook. So I'm going to say const router is equal to use router, and we're going to call that. And then on this click here, we're going to say router dot push, and I'm going to use a template string here, and we're going to go to products slash, and then whatever the ID of my product is. So ID. Okay, so we created a product button that it's just going to be a button that when clicked, it's going to push to the route /products/ID. And as you can see, this is a dynamic route here because the ID is going to be dynamic. It's going to be changing for every product that we use here. Okay, and I decided to just make this a client component because I didn't want to make my entire products page a client component, nor do I want to make my entire product a client component here. So to use this, I should be able to just do product button, render that out here, and set my ID is equal to my product ID right here. So if I go back here, do you see that I get an error, and I know exactly what this error is because I've made it several times before. So let's go back. Instead of importing use router from next router, it actually needs to be next navigation. I think I made this in my last tutorial that I made as well. One of these days I'll learn. So if I do next navigation, I should see now that everything works as expected. So I have this go to product button, and we need to have cursor pointer on this button. How is this a button if we don't do that? So I'm going to just do cursor pointer there just to adjust that a little bit. Great. So theoretically, when I click on this, it will navigate to this route, but it should break because I don't have that route yet. So now we need to go create this dynamic route. So let's head back to my products page here. Okay. And now we need to make it so when I click on that, we don't get an error. So the way that we can do this is within my products folder here, because I want it to be products / whatever my dynamic route is. We need to add a folder, and to make this a dynamic route, we need to use square brackets here. So I'm going to just do square bracket ID. Okay. And then I'm going to add a page.jsx file here. And this is going to be our single product. So I'm going to export a default function called product, and it's going to be passed a params object. And then we're going to return a single product here. But before we do this, let's just do an H1 and call this product. And then let's also just console log our params here. Okay. So now when I navigate to a certain ID, I should be able to see my params console logged, and I should just see an H1 with product. Nothing is dynamic here at this point. So if I come to here, I'm going to see that I don't have anything right now except for my product, which am I still console logging my products? Yeah, I am. I don't need to do that anymore. I'm pretty confident that that is working correctly. So let's go back to my page, and then back here. And then if I go /1, I should see product, and I do see that. And if I come back, you see my params is ID of 1. Okay, so when I navigate to this dynamic route segment here, using the square brackets, I get my params, which is the end of my URL here. /1 is going to pass a param of 1. /2, if I go back here, it's going to pass a params of 2. So now I can use this param to make a request to that API again to get the specific product for this parameter. Okay. And we also need to talk about generating static paths. And we could do that now. So let's go ahead and just do that now. So let's go back, and I need to do something to the effect of this. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to keep this right in this product folder. I tend to like to co-locate everything as much as possible here. So we're going to export an async function, generate static params. And this is where we're going to generate all of our potential dynamic routes at build time. So then we just need to fill in these routes with the data dynamically once the user requests for them. So it will already be pre-rendered, and this also helps with deduping and stuff like this. So with this, we want to call this an ID, and this isn't going to be a post here, and this is going to be the incorrect API request as well. So what we're going to do here instead is we're going to go back to our API. We're going to look, how do we get just a single, and as you can see, I'm into watches. So it's showing me a bunch of watches here. Man, did those look good. But here, this is how we get a single product. We go to /products/ and then whatever the product is, and we'll return just a single product for that. So I'm going to actually just copy this URL here, head back, and instead of fetching to this posts, we're going to fetch to this URL. Actually, that's not what I want to do. I want to actually do my same fetch request that we did earlier. So we want to do this request right here. And since it's automatically deduped, we're fine to just do this request over again right here. Because the same request, Next.js is automatically going to deduplicate it and not make it multiple times. So we can just make that same request right here. And then we are going to, instead of using .then here, we're going to just say const res is equal awaiting this, and const data is going to equal await res dot JSON, and that's going to give us all of our products. So we're going to do data, and then remember it returns an object with a products property that is an array. So we're going to do data.products.map, and this is going to be product. And we should set the ID as product.id. Now, there's going to be an interesting error here, which I'll show you in just a sec. If I go back to my localhost, what you're going to see is an error of a required parameter ID was not provided as a string. It was a number. And the reason for this is because this API here, it returns the ID as a number. And right here, it expects the ID to be a string. So all I need to do to change this is coerce this number to a string. So if you run it, and I wanted to keep this in because this is something easy to run into, and it can be a little bit tricky. So here we can see we're all good now. So all this is really done here for us is it will generate these routes at build time ahead of time and speed up our application and optimize things a little bit. You technically wouldn't even need to do this, and honestly, you'd probably be just fine. But just wanted to show you how that works. So with this, we're still going to get our same kind of params here, and now what we need to do is use that API to get a single product. So we're going to just use function get product, and we're going to pass an ID to it. And we're then going to say const res is going to equal await. And we're going to make another request to our API here. So let's go back. And to get a single product, we need to do this here. And I'm going to paste that in there. But instead of just hard coding /1, we need to do $ID. And I also need to make this backticks here. And I also need to make this an async function. So I'm going to do async function get product. We're going to get that. Then we need to convert it. Data is equal to res dot res.json, and I need to make sure to await my res.json. And then I'm going to return my data here. And then I have my params ID here. So all I need to do is say const product is equal to await. And I need to make this an async function. All I need to do is await my get product function, and I need to pass in my params.id. And then I'm going to console log my product. And we're going to see if all that code I wrote there caused an error or not. So I refresh this page. I should technically, since I'm on /2, I should get product, the second product from this API. So if we go back, if we look at this, you see my product has an ID of 2, and it returns the title, the description, and the price. So now, instead of just returning in each one with product, I can just return my product component here. I'm just realizing that I have called this product and this is product. Let's actually call this product page is what I'm going to call this. And then I'm going to do my product here. And I'm going to pass in my title is going to equal my product.title. And then I'm going to say my price is equal to product.price. And it's still going to have the button here, which isn't going to make sense in this context, but we can just pass a param to remove that. So I'm going to say no button as a param. And I'm going to say no button is equal to false. But here I'm going to say not no button. So if this parameter is not set to true, I'm going to show my product button. It's a little confusing how I did that, but this should be just fine. And now we see when I go to /2 here, I'm rendering out iPhone X, $899. I'm rendering out my product here without the button. And if I go to 3, I go to Samsung Universe 9. And if I go back to my products here and I go to iPhone 9, I should see iPhone 9. If I go back to my products here, and if I go to Hawaii, I don't know how that's pronounced. I see whatever that name is right here as well. So that is how the basics of dynamic routes work. But let's do catch-all routes here, and then we'll kind of call it good for this video. So what you're going to see is, so I'm at /5 here, but what if I also want to show product number 1? Shoot, that does not work. But what if I wanted to have a page in which they could see product 1 and product 5, just both of these products? Maybe these are products that they selected. Well, to do this, we can use a catch-all route. So back to VS Code we go. And for my catch-all route here, instead of just doing square brackets, we need to use the 3 dots here. And within my page, instead of ID is just equal to this single ID here, I now need to pass an array here since it's a catch-all route. And I also need to do, so my params.id is now going to be an array of IDs. So I need to say, we should probably use promise.all here. This is going to now be IDs, and this is going to be get products, and this is going to be get products, and this is going to be products. And I'm going to say return. We're also going to do products.length is greater than 0, ampersand. Then we're going to do products.map title, description, and ID from my products. And then we're going to return a product for all these products, in which they're going to be no button. Title is equal to title, not description. We're doing price here. price is equal to price, and I need to add a key because it is the top level product here, and that's going to be this ID. And I actually don't need to do what I did here. I can just get rid of this and move this all the way up here. And I think that that should be just fine. So where if I have my products, I'm going to return them, map over them, and return a product for every product because I'm making this a catch-all route here. And then instead of just getting my single product here, what I need to do is I need to say const promises is going to equal an empty array. I'm going to say for const ID of IDs. I'm going to loop over these. And then for everyone, I'm going to say const res is equal to, we are going to fetch the ID right here. We're going to push that to our promises array because we don't want to await right here and create like a waterfall effect to where we make one request, then the next one, then the next one. We want to use promise.all here. So then I'm going to say const data. Yeah, maybe data is equal to promise.all. I'm going to pass in my promises. I want to do promise.all again. And I want to await this. I want to return await promise.all. And I'm going to do my data.map, D for one data point, and then call .json on that. I think this works. I'm not 100% sure. So let's go back, and promises is not a function. You're right. It is not a function. Let's actually push our res to promises here. And we go back and see what we have here. I didn't mess it up. So now, since we have our catch-all route here, let's go back here. So products, I can still go to a single product here. But now that this is a catch-all route, if I want to see multiple products, I can do /3. And you see I generate that here because in my code, now I'm going to get all of my IDs passed as params here. Then I'm going to get my products. I'm going to loop over all of my IDs, make those requests, do my promise.all magic, and work some magic there. So that looks all good. And then I should be able to add like 5 in here as well. And that adds it as well. So that is dynamic routes in Next.js. I know it's quite a bit, but that should show you how everything works there. Next up, we're going to get into loading UI and streaming, error handling, which I mentioned I would get to, so I'm going to keep my promise, and much more Next.js stuff. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one. Today, you're going to learn how loading and streaming works within Next.js. We are first going to go over a conceptual overview within the docs on how instant loading states work, how streaming with suspense works, what is streaming, an example of it, how it impacts SEO. And then once we go over that conceptual overview, we will then get into an actual demo Next.js app kind of showing you how this works by mocking some slow requests and showing you how that kind of loading state would actually look and how to kind of implement this streaming for when you have pages or components that take a long time to load and you want to show some interactivity before that, so on and so forth. So great video here today, so let's get to it. So first off, the special loading.js file helps you create meaningful loading UI with React Suspense. With this convention, you can show an instant loading state from the server while the content of a route segment loads. The new content is automatically swapped in once rendering is complete. So in Next.js, similar to how when you create a folder and you create a page.js file within that folder, that is how you create a publicly accessible route and actually show your UI for that route. So if I create a folder called dashboard and a page.js within that dashboard folder, and I render out some JSX within that, that's what's going to show when I access the route /dashboard for my app. Next.js automatically renders that page.js file as my page for that route. And similar to how if you just use that page convention, it automatically does that for you. Well, within your folders, if you have a loading JS file, that's going to be used as your loader, or what is shown for your UI as your loader, while a certain page or component is in its kind of a rendering state, while it's kind of loading up. So you can add these individual loading.js files within your different route segments, within your folders, or you can do them individually wrapping around components and implement streaming like we'll do here in a second. And then you can also have a kind of default loader that you use for your application within kind of your root app, which I'll also show you here later on, okay? But Next.js, to implement loading, you basically just need to use their convention of loading.js and adding that to different route segments and things like that. So with this, an instant loading state is fallback UI that is shown immediately upon navigation. You can pre-render loading indicators such as skeletons and spinners, or a small but meaningful part of future screens such as a cover photo, title, etc. This helps users understand the app is responding and provides a better user experience. So it shows right here what I just talked about. So here within their dashboard folder, all you need to do is add a loading.js file, and that is going to be what is shown to the user when your dashboard page is loading. So here they render out a loading skeleton within their loading.tsx file within their dashboard folder, and that's what's going to show as their loader when their page is actually getting rendered or their user interface there. In the same folder, loading.js will be nested inside the layout.js, which is automatically going to wrap your page.js file and any children below in a suspense boundary. So when you add your loading.js page, you are effectively wrapping your page with a suspense component and making the fallback be whatever you return from your loading page. That's effectively what's going on kind of under the hood here. And then a couple things that are good to know. Navigation is immediate, even with server-centric routing. Navigation is interruptible, meaning that if you change routes while you're still loading your page, that's absolutely okay to do. And you don't need to wait for the content to fully load before you kind of change routes. And then shared layouts remain interactive while new route segments load. And they recommend using this layout.js file convention rather than just adding like your own suspense components and stuff like that. Now, on top of loading, we also have streaming with suspense. So in addition to using the loading.js file, you can also manually create suspense boundaries for your own UI components. The app router supports streaming with suspense for both Node and Edge runtimes. So you can actually wrap suspense around individual components within your overall pages, and this can allow you to incrementally render different components throughout your page or stream your components to your page and load these different chunks to your page so the user can still see like most of your page, but you just kind of take a little bit longer for those things that might take a little longer to load, or they have API requests or different things like that. Okay. So as when they explain streaming here, they first discuss kind of what server-side rendering is first. So there are kind of 5 different steps to server-side rendering. First, all data for a given page is fetched on the server. Then the server renders the HTML for the page. Next, the HTML, CSS, JavaScript for the page are sent to the client. A non-interactive user interface is shown using the generated HTML and CSS, which is the 4th step. And then finally, React hydrates the user interface to make it interactive. So they show this little chart here, which is also really nice. So the first step of this process is fetching data on the server. And then you need to render the HTML on the server. Then you need to load all of your code up on the client. And then React needs to hydrate that. But all this is going to take time. Okay. But to jump over to the React docs, hydration here is basically where React will attach your components logic to the initial generated HTML from the server. And this hydration process turns the initial HTML snapshot from the server into a fully interactive app. So this hydration process is basically React taking your HTML, but adding all of the kind of like JavaScript and everything needed to add your logic to make this a fully interactive app. That is like the hydration portion and the last portion of rendering your user interface to your document. And then as it says here, these steps are sequential unblocking, meaning the server can only render the HTML for a page once all the data has been fetched, and on the client, React can only hydrate the UI for all components in the page once it has been downloaded. Server-side rendering with React and Next.js helps improve the perceived loading performance by showing a non-interactive page to the user as soon as possible. However, it can still be slow, as all data fetching on the server needs to be completed before the page can be shown to the user. However, this is where streaming comes in. So streaming allows you to break down the page's HTML into smaller chunks and progressively send those chunks from the server to the client. And as you can see in this diagram here, instead of just rendering out this entire page right here, this like dashboard page, it's just sending one component at a time and progressively rendering those components on your user interface. So you don't just need to show the loading indicator the entire time. You can show the first component while the second and third components are showing a loading indicator. Then you can show the second component while the third is still loading, and then the third will come in. So as it says here, this enables parts of the page to be displayed sooner without waiting for all the data to load before any UI can be rendered. Streaming works well with React's component model because in React, you kind of think in different components of your page. And with streaming, you're just kind of sending chunks of data to your browser. And each chunk could be a specific component in React. So instead of waiting for all of your components to load and then show your page, you can just show your components one at a time as they get loaded with streaming here. And this mentions streaming is particularly beneficial when you want to prevent long data requests from blocking the page from rendering, as it can reduce the time to first byte and some other like key performance metrics of your website. And then here it shows an example. So basically, if say your weather component, it has a lot of logic and has a lot of API requests and it takes a long time to render all of that weather data, then you can wrap it in a suspense. And you can also wrap your post feed in a suspense as well, or another component in a suspense. So within my page.js file or TSX file, you can wrap certain components with a suspense boundary here and show specific loading for those by adding a fallback. So setting this fallback prop to a certain loading component or whatever UI you want to show while your component's loading, then you can do that using this fallback. So just to be clear, wrapping this suspense component from React around a component means that you want to render whatever you pass in as your fallback component here while the component that's being wrapped is loading. Okay, so while this weather component is being loading, you want to show the fallback here, which I will show you how this works in just a second. And it says by using suspense, you get the benefits of streaming server rendering, so progressively rendering HTML from the server to the client, selective hydration, so React will prioritize what components to make interactive first based on user interaction. So it has these cool optimizations here as well. And then also for SEO, Next.js will wait for data fetching inside generate metadata to complete before streaming UI to the client. This guarantees the first part of the streamed response includes head tags. So since streaming is server rendered, it does not impact SEO. So that is a rough overview of how loading and streaming works within React. But now let's head over to VS Code here and let's create a new Next app here. And I'm just going to call this, and I'm going to install, and I'm going to call this loading. And I'm not going to use TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, SRC directory. I am going to use the app router, and I do not want to customize my default imports here. And then now that this project is created, I'm just going to go to File, Open, and find the folder and open that within VS Code here. So I've now opened my project here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a couple different route segments or a couple different routes and pages and show a loading indicator for each of those pages, as well as for my home page, my default app page. So I'm going to show you how to create specific loaders for those different pages. So here within my app folder, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm just going to call this dashboard. And within my dashboard folder, I'm going to create a page.jsx file, and I'm going to export a default function called dashboard page. And all I'm going to do here is I'm going to return an H1 that says dashboard page. Okay. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to add another new file, and I'm going to add within my dashboard folder a loading.jsx file. And I'm going to export default function dashboard loader. I'm going to return an H1 that just says loading. I don't know why I keep wanting to say dashboard page, dashboard page, ... So what I've done here is I'm basically telling Next.js when I'm loading this dashboard page here, then I want you to render this dashboard loader. And then within my overall app folder, I don't have a root loading.js file. So let's go ahead and add that. So when my home page is loading, this is what I want to show. So I'm going to do loading.jsx, export default function. I'm going to just say home loader. I'm going to return H1 loading home page. Okay. So I have this here, but now I actually want to simulate slow, like API request to slow down this loading here so I can actually see my loading indicators. So what we can do here is we can use my buddy ChatGPT, and I asked it to create a stimulate slow API request function, and we're just going to use this function right here. So I'm going to actually create within my app folder, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it lib, because this is just going to be like a helper functions folder, although I'm just going to use one helper function, so this doesn't really matter that much. But I'm going to add stimulate slow request.js. I'm going to paste this function in here, and I'm going to just export this function. So all this is doing is it's taking two arguments, data and delay, and it's going to return a new promise in which it sets a timeout and it resolves that promise with whatever data you pass in after the delay that you pass in. So this is going to slow down the resolution of a promise, mimicking like making a request over the network, and that resolves a promise there later on. It's going to be similar to that without actually doing that. And this will give us more control over the duration of the requests to stimulate faster or slower API requests and stuff like that. So now that I have this function and I'm exporting it, I can go to my dashboard, and within my page.jsx, I'm going to just say const data equals, and what was it called? Simulate slow API request. And then I need to pass data. So I'm just going to say, I actually don't really need to pass it any data. I'm just going to do dashboard, and then let's do a delay of 3 seconds here. And I actually don't think I need to render out this data within this page, because I think that since this is still dependent on this call here, or this component is, that this is still going to slow this down. But let me actually run this and double check and make sure. So if I do npm run dev, I've started my app on localhost 3000. So let's go here. Let's reload localhost 3000. And it does indeed load up with my default Next.js page. So if I go to dashboard here, it loads right away. So I do think I need to use that data somewhere in this component here. So I'll just do data and render that out here. So now if I come back and I click refresh, I do see loading dashboard page for 3 seconds. And then I see dashboard page, dashboard, because I rendered my data within my H1 and I passed in dashboard as my data here. So that works. So yeah, you do need to make it dependent on the data. I wasn't sure if I could just make the request and it would be just fine there. But with that, let's also add this function call here to my main page.js. So on my home page, and I need to import this stimulate slow API request. So import from my lib, and I need to actually import that there from so on and so forth. And then let's render out this data. Let's just do it within this page, and I'm going to just do home here. And we're also going to make our home page a little bit slower. And while that's loading, we should see loading homepage. So if I go back and I load my dashboard page, I see loading dashboard page. And if I go to my home route here, and I see that I do get an error here, it's because I did a default import, but I need to actually wrap that in curly braces. So I think this should now work. So yeah, you see loading homepage, and then you see my homepage here, and you see that that loader right here is different than what you see when I go to my dashboard here, loading dashboard page, because within my dashboard folder, I have added a loading.jsx file, and that is going to use that as my dashboard page loader. Within my homepage, it's going to use my kind of root loading homepage loader right here. Okay. And then you could do this for other files as well. So if I just copy this dashboard folder, I paste it in my app directory, and I just rename this and call it blog. And then let's go through and loading blog page. And if I name this blog loader, and then let's call this blog page, and we'll rename this to blog, and we'll name this blog page, we should now be able to go to /blog here and see a custom loader for my blog page. And I see loading blog page because I have a unique loader here within my blog route. So to add a loader, you just need to add a loading.jsx file into that specific route, and it's going to use that by default while your content is loading. But now let me show you streaming. So to do this, let's create a components folder, and I'm just going to call it dashboard component, dashboard component, JSX, export default function, dashboard component. And it's going to take two props. It's going to take a delay as well as a number, because I'm going to just say component 1, component 2, so on and so forth. And then I'm going to say const data is equal to, and I'm going to call my simulate slow API request again, but I'm going to pass in my number as my data, and then my delay, it's going to be my delay prop. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to return a div, and we're just going to return, let's return a paragraph with just some lorem text. So if I use my Emmet abbreviations and I type a lorem, it already populates some lorem ipsum text here. And then I'm going to do an H3, and that's going to contain my data, which should just be the number that I pass here. And then let's add just a little bit of style here to make these stand out a little bit more. So let's do border 1 pixel solid white, margin of 20 pixels, and a padding of 20 pixels as well. Okay, and then I'm going to render out a few dashboard components within my dashboard page here. So instead of just rendering this out, I'm going to actually go ahead and render just a div, and we're going to move dashboard page up here a little bit. And like so. And then I'm going to render out my dashboard components here. So I'm going to dashboard component, and let's give it let's do a delay of 2 seconds. And these are in milliseconds. So 2000 milliseconds is 2 seconds. And then a number is equal to 1. And then let's copy this. Let's just do 3 times here. So I'm going to shift option down arrow to copy that down 3 times. And I'm going to do 4 seconds and 6 seconds and change it to number 3 and number 2 here. And I'm going to remove my initial slow response here in my dashboard page. So the only thing slowing down the rendering here are my dashboard components here. So now if I go back and I'll go back to my dashboard, what you're going to see here is that it's going to take 6 seconds to load this. So I see my loading page there for 6 seconds. And the reason that this is the case is because for me to render all of my UI here, I need to wait for my component 3 to finish loading. So to show any UI here, I need to wait for all of my components to finish rendering. So even though component 3 is significantly more slow than component 1, to even see component 1, I still have to wait for component 3 here to render out. So to fix this, I can wrap this component in a suspense boundary, and this will implement streaming to where I can stream component 1 to my UI, then I can stream component 2, then I can stream component 3. So I don't have to wait for all the components to load. And all you have to do this is wrap this in a suspense, import suspense from React, and then I'm going to add a fallback and set that equal to, all we're going to do is an H2 component here, and I'm going to say loading component 1, and then I need to close my suspense here, and then I need to wrap component 1 in this suspense, like so. And then I'm actually just going to copy this 3 times, and then I'm going to take my component 2 here, I'm going to cut this and paste it right here to be my second component. I'm going to change my fallback to component 2. I'm going to do the same thing with component 3 here, cut, paste right here, and call that component 3. So now what we should see is that even though this final component takes 6 seconds, after 2 seconds, we should see component 1 here, because I now wrapped it in a suspense. So I can stream component 1 after it's done loading after 2 seconds. And then after 4 seconds, I should see component 2. And after 6 seconds, I should see this final component. So if I go back to dashboard and I reload, I see loading component 1, then I see component 1. Loading component 2, then I see component 2. Loading component 3, then I see component 3. So by wrapping these components in my suspense boundaries here, you can see that I improve my UI here because the user is still able to see these components kind of progressively get rendered as they come in and as they get loaded. And I don't need to wait for my entire page to load before I show my UI here. I can show these kind of incrementally, and I can serve these components and stream these components in a way that improves my user experience here. So just to overview here, to render a unique loader for a certain route, you can render a loading.js or JSX or TSX file within your route folder, or you can also do a default loader within your overall app folder. That's going to be your root loader. That's going to be used as a default if you don't specify a unique loading.js file within your specific route folders. And then if you have components that take a long time to load, you can do what we did within this dashboard page here, and you can wrap those within their own individual suspense component. And that is going to effectively allow you to stream certain chunks of your UI to the user when they are loaded, rather than waiting for the entire page to load. So thanks for tuning into this. Up next, we're going to cover error handling, parallel routes, and more stuff regarding this Next.js router. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one. Error handling in Next.js. This video is going to cover how it works, and I'm also going to show you a demonstration in a Next.js app, just a demo app, showing you error handling and why it might be a good idea to have error handling in specific segments and different things like that. So without further ado, error handling in Next.js. So if you've seen some of my other videos regarding creating pages in Next.js, creating different routes, creating different layouts, different things like that, you'll know at this point that Next.js uses typical file conventions to handle certain UX and UI. And they do the same thing here with their error handling. So they use an error.js file, and that is going to effectively be an error boundary for whatever page or whatever route segment that is. So the error.js file convention allows you to gracefully handle runtime errors in nested routes. Automatically wrap a route segment and its nested children in a React error boundary, create error UI tailored to specific segments using the file system hierarchy to adjust granularity, isolate errors to affected segments while keeping the rest of the app functional, and add functionality to attempt to recover from an error
without a full page reload. So this error handling, definitely important, definitely part of a production application. So the way that you can handle your error UI and add error boundaries within your application are by adding error.js files. So here within this kind of demonstration application that Next.js has here, they have an overall app folder, then they have a dashboard route segment, and within this, they have an error.js page. And just by creating this error.js page, Next.js is going to wrap your dashboard page with an error boundary. So if there's an error that occurs in your dashboard page or any nested routes within your dashboard page, so if you had /dashboard/settings and you didn't have an error.js file in your settings route and an error occurred there, that error would bubble up to the next closest error boundary within that kind of branch of your component tree. So it would hit this error boundary within your dashboard route here. And then as an example, what this looks like. So first off, they use the use client statement or string up at the top of their file, as when using error boundaries here and creating your error.js files, these need to be client components. Okay. And then effectively what they do here is automatically with your error component here within error.js, Next.js is going to pass you an object that contains an error property and a reset property. And the reset property, this is going to be a function that is effectively just going to re-render the component without triggering a full page reload, which can sometimes allow you to resolve the error without fully reloading the page. And then also within this, it gives you access to the error itself, the error that kind of propagated to this component, which you can do whatever you want to do at that point with that error. Now to get in a little bit more on how error.js works here. So right here, they show kind of what I mentioned. Your error.js that effectively gets translated to an error boundary that wraps the page within your component hierarchy. Okay, so as they say here, error.js automatically creates an error boundary that wraps a nested child segment or page.js component. The React component exported from error.js file is used as the fallback component. So for this error boundary, you set a fallback. So if there's an error, you show the fallback to the user. And in this instance, they're automatically making the error.js the fallback for this error boundary that it wraps around this page component here. And if an error is thrown within the error boundary, the error is contained and the fallback component is rendered. When the fallback error component is active, layouts above the error boundary maintain their state and remain interactive. And the error component can display functionality to recover from the error. So if the error occurs in just this dashboard page right here, then this is going to be the only non-interactive page. You could still use the sidebar and like this header here. And I'll show you an example of this here in just a second. And then more on recovering from errors. The cause from an error can sometimes be temporary, so they automatically pass you a reset function that will basically allow you to re-render the page. And that's what it's doing here. So instead of doing a full page reload, it passes you a reset function here in which you can basically just re-render the page and see if it fixes your error. And then now on nested routes. So if you have like a root error boundary, so within your overall app component, but then within your dashboard route segment, you also have an error.js file. Well, the kind of simplified layout of this is going to look like this following image here. So you're going to have your root error boundary, and that is within your root layout, which we'll get to the implications of this in just a second. But you have your root error boundary, and then you have your dashboard page right here. You have the dashboard page layout, and then you have the dashboard error boundary, and then you render out your page. So if an error occurs in this dashboard page, your dashboard error boundary is going to show. But if an error occurred in your dashboard layout, then you would actually show the error boundary for your root error.js page. And we'll cover that in just a second here as well. Okay, so that is the overall structure of how Next.js does that. And then as they kind of mention in here, the nested component hierarchy has implications for the behavior of error.js files across the nested route. Errors bubble up to the nearest parent in the error boundary, like what I mentioned earlier. This means an error.js file will handle errors for all its nested child segments. And then you can be more or less granular in your error handling by adding your nested error.js files if needed. So say you have dashboard/settings/account, and you only have an error boundary in your dashboard folder, and error occurs in your account route or your account page, that's going to bubble up all the way to your dashboard. But if you add an error boundary or an error.js file within your account folder, and an error occurs in that account, well, then the error is just going to be handled by that error.js file there, and it's not going to bubble up all the way, which also means your settings and dashboard page will remain interactive, which is probably what you want. And to my point on layouts earlier, an error.js boundary will not handle errors thrown in a layout.js component in the same segment because the error boundary is nested within the layout. So here in this example, for this dashboard error boundary, you see it's nested within the dashboard layout here, which means that if an error occurs in the dashboard layout, then that's going to bubble up to your next highest error boundary, not your dashboard error boundary, which that could potentially be a bit of a gotcha if you don't know it's kind of nested like this. And then talk about handling errors in layout. So it goes over exactly what I just said here, but it adds to handle errors within the root layout or template. So if it's an error in the root layout, then that means your root error.js file is not going to catch that error. However, you can use a variation of error.js called global-error.js, and this would handle errors in your root layout. I think generally, as long as you're not doing like a bunch of API requests and stuff like that within your root layout or your root template, then you probably don't need to worry about this too much. But in case you have that use case, that is how you would handle errors within that root layout. Okay, and that's just the root layout, not the root page, because the root page is nested within your root error boundary. So that would be enough to catch the root page errors. Okay, it can be a little tricky, so I recommend definitely playing around with this, especially once we build this demo app here in a second, and they go over what I just added here. But it's also important to note that the global error.js must define its own HTML and body tags, because the fallback will replace the root layout when the fallback is active. So if you replace your root layout and your root layout no longer renders your HTML and body tags, you need to make sure that you are doing this within your global-error.js file. Okay, so if you do feel like you need to use this and handle errors in your root layout, then make sure your global-error.js has a HTML as well as body tags. And they say it's kind of the least granular way to handle errors because it's at the very base of your application. And it's basically like a catch-all error handling for the whole web application. And they say, even if you do use global error.js, it's still recommended to use the error.js file, which includes globally shared UI and branding. And then finally, for handling server errors, this is effectively saying that if an error occurs in the server component, it's still going to propagate that error up into the nearest error.js file. All right. So let's actually dive into VS Code here and start with an application just to show you kind of how this works. So what we're going to do is run npx create next latest, and I'm going to do error handling is going to be my project name. No TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, SRC. I am going to use the app router and not going to mess with the import aliases. So we're going to go ahead and spin up this app here. And then I'm going to go file and open this app within my kind of directory here. And what we're going to do to start here is we're going to create a couple different pages. So let's go ahead and create a dashboard route segment here. So new folder within my app folder. I'm going to do dashboard. And then we're just going to add a page.jsx file, export default function, dashboard page, and we're just going to return an H1 that says dashboard page. And then within my dashboard, I'm actually going to do a nested route here, in which I'm going to do another route segment within my dashboard, and I'm going to go with settings, and then we're going to add a page.jsx file here. So new file, page.jsx. And then I copied my export default function dashboard page, but I'm just going to redo this to settings page here. And it's going to be my settings page. So we should have our home route and render out this generic page.js that Next.js creates. And then we should have a dashboard page as well as a nested settings page. So dashboard/settings here. So let's go ahead and run npm run dev and get the server running here. And it started on localhost 3000. So let's go to localhost 3000. Let's reload this and get this spinning up here. And I do have my home page here. And I do have my dashboard page. And I do have my settings page here as well. So now what I'm going to do is let's just throw an error. Let's throw an error within the settings page and just see how that looks when we have no error boundaries whatsoever. So I'm going to go ahead and ask ChatGPT, could you write a JavaScript function simulating a network error? And then let's see what it comes up with. So function simulate network error. And then it's basically setting a timeout and then rejecting a promise. So I think that this will work just fine. So let's go back to VS Code. And within my settings page here, I'm going to paste this error. And then I'm within my settings page, I'm going to say const error is equal to simulate network error. So this is basically just going to throw an error within my application and it's going to do it after 2 seconds. I think I'm okay with 2 seconds actually. And then to make sure that this breaks my app, I'm going to render out the error here and do it like that. So let's now go back to my settings page. And as we can see, I get an unhandled runtime error. So when I don't use an error boundary here, this is what occurs. I do not have any error.js file within my application. So I just get this runtime error here because I'm not really handling anything. It's an unhandled error, which generally you don't want to happen. So let's go back and let's go ahead here and let's just add an error.js page within my overall app folder here. So I'm going to add new file, error.js, and then let's go back to the docs here. So I'm going to just copy this here, nice, simple error component, and then we're going to paste it in here. So now I have an error.js within my app directory. So if an error occurs within my settings page here, it should propagate up to my root app here, and I should be handling this error now. So if we come back and we go to localhost 3000, you see that I now get my UI here of something went wrong, try again. And the page is cutting it off a little bit, but also has this little box at the bottom that Next.js gives you of one error. Okay. So now I'm handling this error. This is no longer unhandled because I added this root error.js page and it kind of propagated it up. And you might be thinking, great, this is all you have to do to handle errors and this should be good. Well, let's go ahead and create a navigation bar and I'll show you why we might want to handle errors in nested routes here. So coming back here, let's go ahead and just create a basic like header here. And within my app, I'm going to write a new folder called components and a new file called header.jsx. I'm going to export default function header. And then we're just going to hard code like a header here. So let's go ahead here and just add a nav with a UL. And then we're going to have a couple LIs here. And I'm going to just say home. And then we're going to copy this down. And then this is going to be dashboard. And this is going to be settings. And we want to add some sort of navigation here. So I'm going to import use router. And it's not from Next router. This is a mistake. I've made this mistake at other tutorials. It's from Next navigation. I'm going to say const router is equal to calling use router. And then I'm going to say for all these, I'm going to add an on click. And we're going to use the router to programmatically navigate to those different routes. So I'm going to do router.push and just our home page here. And then this one's going to be for our dashboard page. And then this one here is going to be for our dashboard settings page. And I have something wrong here in which I need to close this curly brace here as well as right here. Now this is going to look ugly. So let's do const nav styles is equal to display flex, and then we'll just space them evenly. So justify content, and I'll do space evenly, and then we'll give it some padding here of 20 pixels, and we'll also make a list. Style type here is none, and I need to add this to this UL here. So style equals my nav styles. And I don't generally recommend hard coding styles like this, but for the sake of this demo, we're going to. So let's go ahead here and render this header out within my root layout here. And actually, I don't want to render it out within my root layout because my root layout wraps this error boundary here. So even if an error occurred in my settings page, my navigation bar would still work because my root layout is higher up in the hierarchy than my error page here. So this would still catch the error and allow me to use this navigation. And I want to show you what it looks like when you don't catch the error high enough and you can't use your navigation. So actually within my dashboard page, I'm going to add a layout.js file. And let's go ahead and do JSX. And what I need to do is export default function dashboard layout, and it's going to be past a children prop here. And I'm just going to return a React fragment in which I return my header. And let's see if I can get some autocomplete up in here. And I do. And I'm going to also render out my children. So I rendered out my header within my dashboard page, and I still have my error going on here in my settings page. Let's actually remove this for now. And did I mess anything else up? I don't think so. So let's go ahead here and refresh. And I also need to remove this real quick. One thing I forgot to do in my header is, since I'm doing client-side navigation here, I need to also make this use client. I forget this all the time. So I think that this should start working now. So, okay, I have my settings page. I can go to my home page. And then since I render my header within my dashboard, I need to go back to my dashboard to see my header here. And I go to my dashboard, go to my settings. So yeah, it's working. So let's go ahead here and let's throw an error within the settings page and see what happens. So let's go back to settings. I have my error back, and then we're going to go error. And here we're going to come back. Let's go to settings. And what you're going to see, if I refresh my page here, is we now get an error. But notice something here. We lose our header. And that is because this error is, we're handling it within my dashboard folder, within my dashboard error.js file. So since that's the case, the error is occurring, and then I'm not able to see my header here. So since I'm handling my error higher up in my component hierarchy, I'm not able to still interact with my header, which is something we probably don't want. And this isn't just for the sake of headers. Like, you're probably going to render your header maybe in your root of your application here, and you wouldn't run into this, but this could also be a dashboard sidebar that you want to use. And when an error occurs in a nested route like this, you probably wouldn't want the sidebar to be completely non-interactive. So the way that we can kind of fix this is, all we need to do is add an error.js file within our settings folder, so we can handle this error a little bit earlier on, so we can still use our dashboard layout and interact with it. So I'm going to go to my error page here. And I misspoke earlier. We're handling the error within our root of our application, not our dashboard page. But now we're going to handle it within our settings page here, our most kind of leafmost component here. So let's go here. Let's just copy this. Let's go to settings, error.js. And I'm going to say something went wrong in the settings page. And if we come back here, what you're going to see is if I refresh this now, I get something went wrong in the settings page, but I can still use my navigation up here because I moved the error handling further down in my component hierarchy. So now when the error occurs in the settings page, I'm not completely losing my like dashboard UI and my dashboard components, and I can still interact with all that stuff. So I can still go here and I'm just fine right now. Okay. So hopefully this example shows you how you can handle errors in your Next applications and the importance of where you're putting that error.js file and how it can affect the interaction of your application when an error occurs. Now, this doesn't mean that you need to handle or have an error.js file in every single root segment, but if you have a more leaf segment that is doing network requests or something like that, then you probably should have an error boundary there so you don't lose the functionality of your application up until like a error boundary way up in your kind of component hierarchy here. Okay. So that is handling errors in Next.js. Next up, we're going to cover parallel routes, intercepting routes, route handling, and much more. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one. Today, you are going to learn about parallel routing in Next.js. I'm going to first give a conceptual overview on what it is, how it works, different conventions you need to know of, and then we're going to show you just a demonstration application of using these parallel routes within VS Code here. So first off, parallel routes, they basically allow you to simultaneously render one or more pages to the same layout. So typically within Next.js, your layout component wraps your pages and you render out your children within your layout. But what if you want to render multiple pages within the same layout? Well, this is where you can use parallel routing. So this is a little bit more of a complex way to do your kind of routing, but here in this example that they show right here in their docs, they show that, okay, within your app folder, you can create a team parallel route as well as an analytics parallel route, and then you can render them within your overall layout. And that will give you this team page as well as this analytics page. And if this doesn't make any sense to you, just give me a second here. So parallel routing allows you to define independent error and loading states for each route as they're being streamed independently. So with parallel routes, you can use these similar to how you use just normal routes within your Next.js applications, to where you can still have loading pages and error pages within these parallel route folders. And these will render independent loading and error states for these parallel routes. And if you hear some background noise of stuff that sounds like thunder and lightning, I guess you don't hear lightning, but stuff that sounds like thunder as well as some hail, it's because apparently here in Colorado, it decided to have a hailstorm. So now that I think about it, hopefully my truck is okay outside, but we're just going to keep chugging along here. You can kind of conditionally render different routes or different parts of your page. So in this example, they basically say, okay, for this layout, they're going to have a dashboard and a login parallel route that they're going to render, but they're going to first check, okay, if the user is logged in, then they're going to render the dashboard page. But if the user's not logged in, then they're going to render the login page. So these parallel routes can allow you to kind of conditionally render these different pages here. Now, for this, you might have seen this weird @ symbol here in this video, and that is because parallel routes are created using named slots. Slots are defined with the @ folder convention and are passed to the same level layout as props. Okay, so with this, within your app folder, you can create a folder called @analytics. And then since that is within the root of your application, it's just right within your app folder. That means that within your root layout page, you're automatically going to be passed within your props object a property called analytics, which will allow you to render out the page that you render within your @analytics folder. A little bit tricky, but hopefully the example here will clear things up. And then the folder structure above means the component in @/layout.js now accepts, like I mentioned, the @analytics prop. And also, since they do @team for one of their folders, it will also accept the @team prop. So within their root layout here, you're now going to get past an analytics and a team prop. And we're going to switch this to JavaScript just to make this more clear. So in your props object, you can do props.children just like you normally would, but now you're going to be past props.team and props.analytics here. Okay. So within your app, if you create an @analytics and an @team folder and you render out pages within those, then within your props that are passed to your layout component for that same route hierarchy. So since these are right within your app folder, then this is going to be passed to your layout right within your app folder. You're going to be able to render out those named slots within your layout. And then here it also talks about unmatched routes. So within your named slots here, you can render out a default.js file. And if your route is not matched, then it's going to default to rendering out your default.js route. And that's because with these parallel routes, there is some kind of different rendering that you need to pay attention to that is going to result in a 404 or not showing a 404 and different things like that. So in this example here, they have an overall @folder and they have two name slots, your @team and @analytics. Within the team page, they have a settings folder, which would create a route path /settings. But within analytics, they don't have /settings. So what this shows here is that if you go from your root layout to your settings layout /settings, then if you don't have a default.js file in your analytics folder on a soft navigation, so you don't do like a hard refresh of that page, then you are still going to render your analytics page.js. But if it's a hard navigation, then you are not going to render that. And you're just going to get a 404 because you didn't render a default.js file. Okay. But if you do have a default.js file, then on a soft navigation, you're still going to render your analytics page.js. And on a hard navigation, you're going to render your analytics default.js. Okay, so I definitely recommend you diving into this a little bit more and learning more about these rendering patterns. And I've covered soft and hard navigations in videos before in this kind of routing sections of this Next.js tutorial, but this can be a little bit of a gotcha when using these parallel routes. The type of navigation you do matters. Okay, so hard navigation, and in this situation to where you didn't have like a route available in this name slot compared to this name slot, you could get a 404 if you don't have that default.js. So just make sure to understand this before getting in too much to these parallel routes here. And this kind of explains what I just explained here. And then you can also use the use selected layout segments hook to tell you which of your named route segments are currently active. So similar to how you'd use a hook to tell what path you are on to know what page is active, you could use this use selected layout segment and pass in the named slot to see what segments are active. So this is definitely a little bit of a kind of trickier part when it comes to routing within Next.js, but hopefully this gives you an idea of how it works. But let's now dive into VS Code here and kind of show you how this works a little bit more. So for this, all I've done here is I have created just a create next app. So if I show you my terminal here, what you're going to see is if I open up another terminal and I go backwards in my history, all I did is npx create next app at latest. And then I ran through their prompts just to create a blanket template. Then I opened that folder and ran npm run dev. So now if I navigate to my localhost here, localhost 3000, I get a blank Next.js page. Okay. So that is all I've done here. So now let's add a couple of route segments And let's just conditionally render those out so you can get an idea for how these parallel routes work. So what I'm going to do here is within my app folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this @admin, because we're going to say if the user has admin permissions, then they get to see this page. But if they don't, then they don't get to see this page. And I am also a little bit worried about my truck. So I kind of misspoke earlier. Earlier I said it's parked outside. It's parked outside in a parking garage, but there's like a gap in the parking garage to where there's like a little space that's open to where hail could like still fly in there. So I'm a little worried about it, but not super worried about it because it's that parking garage. If it was hailing like that and it was just outside of a parking garage, I would definitely be worried about it because, you know, I like my truck. So with that, back to parallel route. So I'm going to create this @admin folder here, and then a new file, just like you would with any folder within Next.js. I'm going to create a page.jsx file, and I'm going to do export default function admin page. And then I'm going to return, well, let's just see. I'm going to just do a div, and then I'm not going to render any content within my div. I'm just going to throw in some janky styles here so we can see it though. I'm going to say border. I'm going to say width is going to be 500 pixels. This is going to look so ugly. Height is going to be 500 pixels. And then let's put a gross little background color here of, how about yellow? That's about the grossest I can think of here. So this is just going to render out, I'm thinking it's just going to render out a square that has a background color so you can see the admin page. And maybe let's do like a H1 admin page. Okay. So this is my admin folder. And then I don't think we really need to render out any more slots to kind of get an idea for this. Actually, let's just do it for fun. So let's do @dashboard, and then let's do a new file. And I'm going to go with page.jsx. And that wasn't like me deciding to, I need to, because that is the convention within Next.js. So export default function dashboard page. And let's do a very similar thing here. So let's open up the admin page here. Let's take this div, go back to the dashboard page. Let's return a div here, but instead of yellow, let's go with blue and change this to dashboard page. So if I go back to my application here, you should see nothing, like nothing has changed. I have not rendered these out. And that is because, as I mentioned earlier, the way that you render these out is going into your layout file. And right now I'm just rendering out my children. So all of my pages within my root application is what I'm rendering out, because your layouts are going to wrap your pages within your app. So if I go back to my page, we do not see them here, but as you can see, I have this vertical scroll bar. So I now see my beautiful admin page as well as my beautiful dashboard page. And these are both rendered out. So you could play with your CSS here to like actually render this admin page like on top of this page, so on and so forth. But I mean, if you're going to do an admin page, you could maybe have it to just be like scroll down and see an admin page if you are admin. So with this, all you would have to do to conditionally render these pages is that then say like, okay, so we're going to say const is admin is equal to is admin. And then let's say that you call this function, and this is just going to be a function is admin, and it's just going to return whether this user is an admin or not. So you might get this user from the database, check their roles and see if they're in the admin. So right now we're just going to say it's false to make them not in admin anymore. And then all I would have to do here is say is admin and render the admin page. So if they're an admin, then return the admin page. And a better name for this would be check if is admin. Maybe that's a worse name. And we'll do that. And if I go back here, we should no longer see my admin page because they're no longer an admin. Okay. So that is how you can use parallel routes within your application to render out multiple routes within the same page. And you might use it if a user has certain permissions or if they're logged in or something along those lines. I think you can also use it for like modals and stuff like that as well. So that is kind of the gist of parallel routes. It's definitely a more advanced feature when it comes to routing within Next.js. But to kind of continue on these advanced features, let's now talk about intercepting routes, and then we'll continue through the rest of this routing. Then we'll get into rendering, data fetching, and then we'll finish this Next.js course with a complete application. So I will see you in that next one. Intercepting routes in Next.js. If you haven't seen my other videos on routing, I would definitely watch those prior to this because this is a more kind of advanced use case, but you can do some cool things with this. So conceptual overview and then an example application once we're done with that. So intercepting routes in Next.js, it allows you to load a route within a certain layout while keeping the context of the current page. And a example of this that they show in their docs, and now I think that since they showed this in their docs, it's the only example that I could kind of think of in my head, is if you have like a feed of images and when you click on that image, you want to see like a pop-up of that image and a more enlarged image. So maybe you have a feed of different posts and then you just see the thumbnail of an image, but you click on the post and then it shows just like a modal pop-up of that image, but you still want to see the background of your current page and still have the context of that current page. This is where you could use route intercepting. And then it will also give you a additional URL to where you could just directly go to that URL of that modal and see that as its own isolated page without the context of the page. If that doesn't make sense, don't worry. It didn't make sense to me the first time I kind of read it either, but it should once we get towards the end of this video here. So this is basically what this kind of diagram shows here. You effectively have a feed here in which you could click on one of the post feeds, and then it will pop up this modal in which you still have the context of your current page. However, as it says below, when navigating to the photo directly by, for example, when clicking a shareable URL or by refreshing the page, the entire photo page should render instead of the modal. So you would just see this page, okay? So this routing intercepting will allow you to implement some functionality like this, as well as at the same time, when you go to this /photo/123, when you do it in the context of your feed page, it will show up as a modal. But when you do it just within the context of your application, not within your feed, it will show up as its own page, which is pretty cool. So the way that this can be done within Next.js is you do this with the parentheses and then like a certain path within the parentheses. So what you can do is parentheses, single dot, parenthesis will match a segment on the same level. 2 dots will match a segment one level above. You could also do parenthesis, 2 dots, parenthesis, parenthesis, 2 dots, parenthesis, and this will match 2 levels above. And then if you want to match the app directory, you can do 3 dots within the parentheses. Okay, there's a 0% chance I'm going to remember this. I'm going to have to consult the docs every single time I do this. So if you have to do that, don't worry, you're not alone there. So I don't think you need to memorize this. Just know this is generally how you can do this convention. And an example of this is you can intercept the photo segment from within the feed segment by creating a parenthesis, dot, dot, parenthesis, photo directory. Okay, so the way that this works is here in this demo application here that they're kind of showing here within this photo, they have a feed segment, and within their feed segment, they want to write a route intercept that will effectively show their photo segment, but as a modal within the feed. So the way that they can kind of intercept this route down here, so you're going to intercept the photo ID dynamic route here within your feed page. And the way that you can do this interception is by adding parenthesis, dot, dot, parenthesis, and then photo matches photo. So this convention here is going to match this photo down here. And then you're going to have your ID just like you have here, and then your page.js. So within your feed page, this is why you would get a modal, because you're using this intercept convention here. But then you could still access photo and then whatever dynamic ID, and then this intercept isn't going to occur. You're not going to see this modal because you're not within the feed page anymore. You're not in this route segment. So hopefully that's clear. This is really all there is to route intercepts here. So now let's go to the Next.js GitHub and kind of spin up a demo application here. So here over on github.com/Vercel-labs, and I'll show you the URL right here, Vercel-labs/next-gram. You can see this kind of demo application. And the reason I'm using this is because I think that for just like this example demonstration, it's easier to just use this one that's already in place. But when we create our full application later on, there's a chance that we'll do something with route intercepts here as well. But I think this shows a really good use case. So within VS Code, what I'm going to do is follow these steps here to run this project locally. So I'm going to do git clone and then this URL. I'm going to cd into this project, Next.gram. I'm going to run just yarn and then enter. That's going to install some packages. And then I'm going to run yarn dev. So if I go into VS Code here, I have already done those steps. So if we look at my history here, I did git clone, that URL. Then I did cd into Next.gram and I opened my project. And then I just ran yarn. And then I ran yarn dev. And running yarn dev made this run locally at localhost 3000. And when you do that, you should be able to go to localhost 3000 and you should see this project right here. Okay. Now, before we look at kind of the behavior of this project, let's look at how it's kind of set up here. So similar to what I showed you in the docs just a second ago, we have our app directory here, and we're using this at modal parallel route here. So this is going to allow us to do a intercept here for photos. And if you haven't seen my video on parallel routes, I would definitely watch that to make this make more sense. But effectively what this is going to do is to allow you to kind of do this same modal behavior using these intercepts as well. So they have this at modal convention, and then they have the parenthesis photos. So that means that they are using this folder here to intercept photos right here. Because since this is at modal, this is a parallel route. It means that this is still within your app directory. So since this is still within your app directory, parenthesis photos, then you're just going to use a single dot here. If this was another route segment here, so if this didn't have the at sign in front of it, it was just modal, then you would have to go back an additional path. So you'd have to go parenthesis ... to match this photos directory. So you use this intercept to match the path of whatever directory you kind of want to intercept, or what route you want to intercept. So I want to intercept this photos dynamic route here. So it's photos / some dynamic ID, since I want to intercept that. And it's in the same route level as this folder. Then for my intercept, I'm just using parenthesis ... photos, matching the name there. And then within my photos intercept folder, I'm then going to add a square bracket ID square bracket folder to match the dynamic route. So I'm intercepting this dynamic route using this parallel route segment. And with your parallel routes here, you do need to make sure to render them out within your layout. So here, this is why you see props.modal within their default layout. So they render out this modal parallel route. And parallel routes just allow you to render multiple pages within the same route. Okay. So with that, all they're basically doing here is when you land on this, or when you intercept the photos route, it's going to show a modal, and it's going to show the photo based on whatever ID is in your dynamic params up top. It's going to find that photo corresponding to that ID, and it's going to show a modal of that. But if you just navigate to the dynamic route of photos ID, then it's going to show an entire page, not within a modal, and just going to show that photo. So to see this in action here, what you're going to see is if we click on one of these photos, it's going to show a modal. And the reason it does this is because we are intercepting this photos/dynamic route here within our overall kind of feed here. And to show you our overall feed within our default page.js, we are just mapping over our photos and rendering out an image that links to the dynamic path of photos/ID. But since we have this intercept, it's not actually going to go to its own separate page at photos/ID. It's actually just going to go to this intercepted route here and show a modal. So this one will show a modal. And if I did a hard refresh here, then we wouldn't show this parallel route anymore because it's a hard refresh. So we would then show the photos/ID as its own page. Okay. But since that link uses a soft navigation, that intercept occurs and we just show a modal here. So to show this again, here, since we just use a link and it's a soft navigation, we show this photo modal here over the top because we intercept this route here to show the modal. But if I do a hard refresh here, you see, now that I did that, it's just this photos page without the context of my background page. And if I go back to here and I click on another one, and then I just copy this URL and I paste it here, you see, I also get a hard navigation here and I just see this page. Okay, so we're using a combination of parallel routes and intercepting routes or route intercepts to have this behavior occur. Okay, so this one's a little bit tricky. I totally understand, but I think that once you think about it in terms of, okay, in your project, if you want to do a route intercept while maintaining the same context of whatever page you're within, well, you're going to need to create a folder within the route of that page that you want to show in like your background. And you're going to want to use this intercept here that matches the same path to whatever route that you want to intercept. And then you could show a modal like it does here. And then it still gives you the ability to go to this kind of separate page and show it without a modal as well. All right. So a little bit trickier of a concept there, but hopefully that was clear. But it does give you some cool features when it comes to some more advanced routing capabilities with these intercepts. So with that, let's continue onward with this Next.js tutorial here. Let's get into some route handlers, some middleware, and keep moving through this. And then, of course, we will end with a full-on project here at the end. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one.
Today, you are going to learn everything you need to know regarding route handlers within Next.js. We're first going to cover some examples from the docs on how they work and kind of go over some conceptual overviews, but then we're going to dive into VS Code and get into our own personalized example of how they work. And also make sure to say hi in the comments below to my dog Ragnar. Look at that via the background, probably waiting for his dad to take him on a walk here. But first off, route handlers in Next.js. So basically they allow you to create custom request handlers for a given route using the web request and response APIs. And the way that these work is that route handlers are defined in a route.js or TS file inside your app directory. Okay, so here in this example here, within your app directory, if you also had an API directory, now these do not need to be in an API directory within the new Next.js app router. They do not need to be in the API directory, but if they were, and you created a route.js file within your API directory, then that is automatically going to create a API endpoint that you can make a request to and handle requests from, in which you can access that endpoint, and it's going to be at whatever your URL for your website is /API. And then that is going to be your endpoint there. Now, if you also had API / and then you had another directory called posts, and then you had a route.js file within that post directory, then you could access that endpoint at whatever your website URL is /API /posts. And that is going to be the endpoint there. So this is basically effectively allowing you to create your own custom API endpoints for your website. So in this example, they say route handlers can be nested inside the app directory, similar to page.js and layout.js files. But one important thing to remember is that there cannot be a route.js file within the same route segment level as a page.js file. So what this means is that in this kind of example path right here, if we also had a page.js file within this API directory, then this would not be valid. We could not also have a route.js file within that. Okay. So if you had an example directory called posts and you had a page.js file within your posts directory, well, you couldn't also have a route.js file within your post directory because you cannot have a route.js file and a post.js file in the same level of a route segment. Okay. That is going to be invalid and is going to cause an error. Now, the supported HTTP methods here are going to be all of your kind of standard HTTP methods: get, post, put, patch, delete, and head, and options. And if you use an unsupported method, Next.js returns a 405 method not found. Now, Next.js also extends the request and response APIs with their own next request and next response APIs to provide convenient helpers for kind of more advanced use cases. So you can use next request and next response to handle these requests and response. All right. And we'll get into an example of how this works in just a sec. And a couple of important things to note here regarding the behavior of these route handlers are that route handlers are statically evaluated by default when using the get method with the response object. So here in this example, if you use a get function, so maybe to back up a little bit here. So within your route.js file, to create a function that handles like a get request or a post request or a put request, you want to handle one of those HTTP methods. What you would do is within your route.js file, you would export a function that would be titled either all capital get, all capital post, all capital put, so on and so forth. So in this example here of app/items/route.js, what this would handle here is you would export an async function get, and that would handle a get request that you would make to whatever the URL of your website is /items. And this would handle a get request. Now, if you wanted to handle a post request to that URL endpoint, then you would, in this same file here, you could export an async function called post, and that would handle a post request to whatever your URL is for your website /items and making a post request to that endpoint. Okay. So you can just export whatever function you want to for the HTTP method that you want to handle here. So in this instance, it's handling a get request to the items endpoint. And then, as I was saying, this is going to be statically evaluated because they're just using a get function here. They're not using the request object at all here. They're just using a next response to return some data here. So in this, it's going to be statically evaluated. And what this means is that for statically evaluated stuff, this is going to be for static data. So it doesn't change often. So for example, a blog post. And dynamic data is data that does change often. For example, a shopping cart list. It's something that is going to be specific to the users. So for static data, Next.js is going to use static fetches. This means the data will be fetched at build time, cached, and reused on each request. This will improve the speed of your application here because it's just cached and it's already requested, and it's going to be much more quick in this example. And this is kind of what it says here for the two benefits of this static data. But for dynamic data, and it's personalized to the user, then these fetch requests are going to be made on each request without caching them. Okay. So in our route handlers, if we just create a standard get method here, and we don't use like the request within the parentheses here or within our function, it's going to just statically evaluate this. Now for dynamic route handlers, they're going to be automatically dynamic when you use the request object within the get method. So if you use get and then request here, that's going to automatically be dynamic here. And then if you're using any other HTTP method, so post, put, patch, delete, all those are going to be dynamic automatically. And then if you're using dynamic functions like cookies and headers, I'll show you an example of those in a second. And then the segment config options manually specifies dynamic mode. So you could also manually specify that you want something to be dynamic. Okay, so here, this is an example of, so I still have my app/items/route.js. So this is creating an endpoint at whatever your URL is, /items. It's creating a route here, and it's handling a post request to that endpoint. Okay, so if you posted to your URL name /items, then this function would handle this post request. And they're just exporting an async function post. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense seeing this as what I explained kind of earlier on how this kind of works. And with the post request, it's going to be automatically dynamically evaluated. And they say, good to know, previously API routes could have been used for use cases like handling form submissions, but route handlers are likely not the solution for this anymore. And they will be recommending using mutations when that is fully ready to go. Okay, so just keep that in mind as well. And then here they talk about revalidating static data. So let's say you have a static method or a route handler that's going to be evaluated statically. So you're just using a GET request and you're not using any headers or anything that would make this dynamic. Well, you could still make sure to revalidate that data instead of only using the cache data at build time. And the way that you can do that is within your fetch request, you can pass within your options a property called Next. And that's going to be an object in which you can set a property called revalidate, and you can set it to a number. So if you set it to 60, that's going to be revalidated every 60 seconds. Now you could also export a constant called revalidate and set that to a number. And you could do that as like a config option. Okay, so this is how you could add some revalidation to your static functions or your static route handlers. And then here they give a couple examples of how you can use cookies. So you can import cookies, a function cookies from next/headers. And this is how you could access your cookies within your route handlers. So you could say const cookie store is equal to calling your cookies function. And that is how you could kind of get some different tokens or something like that from your cookies. And you could do a very similar thing with your headers, in which you can import headers from next headers, and then you could call that headers function to get access to your headers from your different API requests as well. Okay, so that is how you could use cookies and headers within your route handlers. And then of course, you can also use the web APIs directly and use the request.headers and create a new headers object. And you could do the same thing with cookies here as well. You could use the web APIs directly as well. To perform redirects, you can import redirect from Next navigation, and then you can call that redirect function. So that's pretty straightforward. And then for dynamic route segments, which we will do an example of this when I spin up VS Code here in a second, but you can effectively access the params object as a second argument to your GET request. So if I have an API endpoint that is /items / slug, so a dynamic route segment, and I make a request to this endpoint, then automatically you're going to get access to, this is technically, I think they call it a context object. And in this object, it's going to have a params property in which you're going to be able to get your kind of slug data here. And then you can make a request to go get that slug from your database. So this is how you can handle dynamic segments. This will make a lot more sense when we kind of dive into an example later. But just know that when using dynamic segments here, you get a second argument to your GET functions that gives you access to whatever this kind of dynamic value is, allowing you to better handle this route segment. So if you went to items /a, then on your params property of the second argument to your GET request, you're going to be able to access that /a value by accessing params.slug. That would be A if you went to /a. If you went to /b, then your slug is going to have the value of B. And if you went to /c, your slug is going to have the value of C, because it's going to be dynamically evaluated there. And you can access that on the params property of the second argument passed to your GET request handler there. I know that was probably a lot, but it'll make more sense when we kind of dive into things. And then we're not going to dive into this too much, but they also give you the option to implement streaming within your route handlers. And this could be used for like large language models and different stuff with AI these days. So that also is an option for you. If you're implementing that, that's probably a little bit more advanced. So you could come to the docs here and consult those on how to implement streaming. And then you can also access the request body, just like you kind of normally would with the standard web API methods. You can access that. So you can say res equals await request.json and then access that request body there. And they also give you some helpers with form data. So you can do request.form data and access certain form data if you are accessing form data there. And then you can also access the CORS headers and set the CORS headers on a response using standard web API methods. So here you can do a new response, and as a second argument to your response function, you can pass in a object in which it has a headers property, and that's where you could set your CORS. And, CORS is historically a very tricky thing to work on. If you have experience with web development, you probably run into some tricky CORS issues. So I'm definitely with you on that. And then they give also some advice on Edge and Node runtimes. I'm not going to get into that too much as a lot of that is still in alpha and stuff like that. So I think that covers kind of a conceptual overview on how route handlers work pretty well here. But now let's actually dive into VS Code and show you an example of how this works. So where we're going to start is I'm just going to create a new Next app here. So I'm going to do npx create next app at latest. I'm going to run that, and I'm going to just name it route handlers here. And then I'm not going to use TypeScript here. I'm not going to use ESLint or Tailwind. I'm not going to use an src directory. I am going to use the app router, and I'm not going to customize the default import alias. So this is going to run here. And now I'm just going to do file open. I'm going to open this project, and that's going to open my new project in VS Code. So I have my new project here, and what we're going to do here is I'm going to use this JSON placeholder API here, and I'm going to just basically treat this like our database here. Instead of like spinning up an actual database and like, maybe using Prisma or something like that, which we might do in future videos. I don't want this tutorial to be on like how databases work. I just want it to be something easy to teach you how to create route handlers. So that's why we're going to just go this API route, and we're going to use this JSON placeholder API, and we're going to kind of use this within our route handlers to kind of show you how it might work. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a posts page in which we're going to call this API endpoint here, and we're going to create our own route handler for this. And then we're going to display those posts. And then what I also think we'll do is we will create a just singular post page in which we create a dynamic route handler. And when we go to post/1, then we will handle that within our dynamic route handler, and we will show just a single post. And then I think we'll also make a route handler to handle a post request. And I think that we can also do that with this API. We can also update one with a put request. We might do that as well. We can also do a patch or a delete, but we'll show you one of these here as we go. Okay, so here's creating a resource. So let's just do a post request here. So that is kind of the game plan going into this. So back to the code editor here. What we first want to do is we want to create a new page for our posts. So within my app directory, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to just call this posts. And then I'm going to create a page.jsx file, and I'm going to export default function posts. I'm going to return, for now, just do an H1 that says posts. Okay. And I'm going to run npm run dev, and it's going to start my server on localhost 3000. And then I'm going to go to localhost 3000 here. And you can see I have just my blank template here as my homepage. And if I go to posts, you see my beautiful post page. So if I go back to VS Code, now what I'm going to want to do is for my post page, I'm going to want to make a GET request to that post endpoint, get all of my posts, map over those, and then show a singular post for every post. So to do this, let's first create our post component. And then once we create our post component, then we'll create our API route handler and get that data. But let's first create a post component. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this components. And I'm going to just call this post.jsx. And I'm going to export a default function called post. And this is going to be passed. So if I go back to my API here, each post is going to have a title, a body, and an ID. So I'm going to destructure as props a title, not a total, but a title, a body, as well as I think I'm going to use an ID because when we eventually make our dynamic routes and stuff like that, I think I'm going to need to use that ID. So I'm going to do this, and then we're just going to return a very basic component. So I'm going to just return a div, and then let's do like an H3, and we will pass the title into that H3. Let's do a p tag, and then we'll render out our body here. And then I think I'm going to want to use a button that navigates to the /ID for a dynamic route here. And to do this, I don't necessarily want to make this entire post a client component because we're going to have to perform client-side navigation here because we're going to have to push our user to / whatever that dynamic ID is. So I could do something like, use client here, but that would make this entire function a client component, but it doesn't really need to be. The only thing that needs to be interactive for this function is going to be my posts button. So I'm going to actually back it up here, and I'm going to create another component. And this is just going to be post nav button, I guess. And you could come up with better names. And I'm going to make this a client component. And I'm going to export a default function post nav button. And I think that I'm going to want to pass an ID to this button. And all this is going to do is going to return a button in which it's going to say view post. And on click, it's going to want to navigate. So I'm going to create a function handle click. And I'm going to need to use the Next.js router here. So I'm going to have to do import use router. And it's not from Next router. I've made this mistake in previous tutorials. It's from Next navigation. I'm going to say const router is equal to use router here, calling this. And then to access my specific post, I'm going to want to go to router.push. And then I'm going to want to push to a template string here in JavaScript. I'm going to do / posts / whatever my ID is. Okay. And then I'm going to need to pass in for my button, my on click is going to be my handle click. Okay. So I just made a new client component here because I'm performing client-side navigation. So it needs to be a client component. And I'm importing the router from Next.js. And when someone clicks on my button, it is going to navigate to / post / whatever the ID of my post button is. So now within my post component, instead of making this entire component a server component, we're just going to import my post nav button. And then I'm just going to give it an ID of my post ID. Okay. And then let's also add just a few styles here to make these stand out. So I'm going to do border 1 pixel solid white because my background is black. And I don't generally recommend doing your styles this way in line like this, but for the sake of this tutorial, this will be enough to make this look better than terrible. So we'll go with this. So just some padding, just some margin, and that should be okay for now. So I have my post here. I have my post nav button. And then for my page here, this is where I need to get my data for my different posts here. So now it's time to create our API route handler. So you don't need to do this, but just for the sake of organization, I'm going to create a new API folder. And within this folder, I'm going to create another new folder, and I'm just going to call this posts. So I'm going to match API/post is going to handle where my posts function is or my post route is within my overall app. So I'm going to create a new file within post, and this is just going to be route.js. And let's go back to the docs here. And this is just going to be a static route handler. So I'm going to copy this right here from the docs, and we are going to paste this in here. So what I've just done is created a GET request handler for my API/post endpoint, in which what we're going to do is, instead of using their example like database here, all we need to do is from our JSON placeholder API, I need to get this URL here. So placeholder.typecode.com/posts, and it's not going to be /1, it's just going to be /post to get all the posts. So I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to set that as my new endpoint here, and I don't need my headers here. The API does not require that. So this will get all of my posts, and then I will convert it from JSON, and then I will return a next response, and I will be able to access that as my data here. Okay, so this should just create a new endpoint at, right now, my website URL is just going to be http://localhost 3000. And it's going to be /posts. So I'm going to actually go ahead and copy this here, because I should have just made a new endpoint here to handle a GET request to this endpoint. And now if I go to my posts component here, what I should be able to do is I can just do async function get posts. That is going to equal, so const res is going to equal await. And then I'm going to make a fetch request to my endpoint that I just created. So this is going to be http://localhost:3000/posts. But it's not going to just be posts. It's going to be API/posts. Because in my app directory, this is going to be my root URL, so localhost 3000, and then /API/posts, and it's going to access this route handler here. Okay. So this should make a request here, and I should be able to say const data is equal to await res.json. And then I should say that I can return my data, and it's actually going to be data.data, because I'm in my route handler, I'm setting my data to be an object on the property called data. I wouldn't need to do this, but we're just going to leave it. So I'm going to return my data.data. And then here, I'm going to have to export default async function here. I'm going to say const post is going to equal my get posts function. I need to await this as well. And then all we're going to do right now is console.log my posts. And you could also, within this process, you could like use the generate static params function, which I cover in my dynamic routes video. We're not going to do this for the sake of route handling here, but just know that you could do that for our dynamic routes here as well. So if I go back to my post page and I refresh my page here, and then I check my node console, I should see my posts, which, as you can see, I do see a bunch of posts here. So I see posts is an array of all of my posts. Now, I don't really need all of these posts. So I'm going to go back into my route here, and I'm going to now say const post is going to equal data.slice. And I'm just going to do the first 5 here. And then I'm going to say my data is my posts. Okay. So now if I go back and I refresh and then I open my console here, my first 1, 2, 3, 4 posts. So this is exclusive. So it's just 0, 1, 2, and 3. So I think 4 posts is also fine. So this will give me my first post here. So now all we need to do within my post page here, and there's something I'm going to tell you in just a second here, so bear with me, and it's just one caveat to this. So I'm going to do H1 posts, and I'm going to render this within a React fragment, and we're going to move this H1 up a bit here. And then all I'm going to do here is I'm going to say post.map, and I'm going to map over a post, and I'm going to return a post for each one here. And I'm going to set my key is going to be equal to my post.id. My ID is going to also equal my post.id. And then my title is going to equal my post.title. And then my body is going to equal my post.body. And I could also just pass the entire post as a prop here. That might actually also make quite a bit of sense, but we're just going to go with this for now. I'm going to move this to separate lines. I don't have Prettier installed, but I would definitely recommend that in your applications as well. So now, if I didn't mess anything up, I should go back to my post page, and I do see all of my different posts here. So as you can see in this example, we created a new route handler that handles a GET request to /API/posts, and it makes a request to this API endpoint and returns the first 4 posts. And then we access our own endpoint here by doing this right here, just fetching our own API endpoint to localhost 3000 /API/posts. Now, you wouldn't really need to do this in this example here. We could just make our API request right here within our get post function. And this could be to our JSON placeholder API. We wouldn't have needed to create a new route handler to get this data here. And that is actually going to be pretty common now with server components. I wouldn't need to really create a route handler for this because this already runs on the server and I could access this right away. So this wouldn't necessarily need to be done, but just to show you how route handlers work, I still think that this is helpful, but just wanted to give that caveat to where you don't always need to go create these route handlers just to request some data from a certain database or certain API, okay? But with that, that gives us all of our posts here. And if I did my client-side routing correctly, well, actually, I still need to create a post page. So within my post folder, not within my API, within just my post folder, I'm going to do a new folder, and it's going to be brackets ID to create a dynamic route segment here. And then I'm going to create a page.js file within this, and we're just going to export default function. And we're going to call this post page. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to need to create another, or we wouldn't necessarily need to do this, but we are going to create another route handler here to get the data for this post page. And I'm going to effectively going to say const post is equal get post. And I'm going to make this an async function here. And I'm going to await get post, because I'm going to make this function here in a sec. I'm going to return on this page, I'm going to return just a single post in which we're going to have a same thing as earlier. ID is going to equal post.id. Title is going to equal post.title. Body is equal to post.body. I think that's all I need to have there. So I need to create a async function, get post here. And what we're going to do here is we're going to make a request to a route that we create to get a post. Now, when I access this endpoint, I'm going to need to pass it a ID of the post that I want to get. I'm going to get my params here because since this is a dynamic route, I'm going to automatically be passed a object with a params property here that I can destructure. And then I'm going to pass in my params.id to my get post function. And then what I'm going to do here is similar to this page. I'm going to copy this, but I'm going to make a request to /API/posts, but then I'm going to do / whatever my ID is here. Okay. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And then in doing that, I'm going to say my result is awaiting that, and then return data.data. And then that should be all I need here for my get post function. But now I need to create my new route handler here for this dynamic segment. So within my API/post, I'm going to create a new folder, and similar to what I just did, square bracket ID square bracket. And within that, I'm going to create a route.js file. And I'm going to actually just copy the code from my other route.js file. I'm going to paste it in here. But the difference that we're going to have here is we are now going to want to access. We're going to have a request as our first argument. And then remember how I said, now that this is a dynamic segment, it's automatically going to be passed a second argument to this get request that is going to be a context object that is going to give us a params property that is going to give us the params of our request here. Okay, so I'm going to say const post ID is now equal to params, and it's just going to be my .id, I believe. Let me go back to the Next.js docs here. Dynamic route segments. Yeah, it's just going to be params.id here. So I go back, and now I just need to do posts / whatever my post ID is. This is going to give us our ID. Then we're going to make a fetch request to our JSON API endpoint that is post / whatever our ID number is. Our data is just going to be our awaiting our res.json, and then we can just return our data right here. So I think that should probably work. I'm not incredibly confident because I just wrote a decent amount of code here, but when I click on a post, I should go to my post page, and it should, and I'm going to console log my post here just to see if we're getting the correct post. But I think that this should indeed work. So if I go back and I go view post, I get ID is not defined because I, in fact, did not accept my ID from there. So now, as you can see, when I come to this page, I do see my singular post here. So that is how you can create a dynamic route segment here for your post. So here it's post number 2. So you should see the title and the body change a little bit here, which you do in fact see. So, hey, we got that working. We did have an error, but it wasn't too big. So now I think one final thing to do here maybe is let's also maybe make a post request handler. And then after that, you should have a pretty good understanding of how request handlers work here. So let's go ahead and let's go to the Next.js docs here. I'm going to copy their post request handler function here. So I'm going to do this here. And then I think I actually want to do this within my dynamic route here. So I'm going to make a post request to post / whatever my post ID is. I think that makes sense. So I'm going to export async function post, and I'm going to make this post request here. I don't need to do this. And let me go to the JSON docs here to see where it has creating a resource. So all I need to do is I'm going to copy this here to where it says method post. Body is what that body is, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And I think I should, and let me also get the correct URL here. And so this is just going to be to create a new post here. So what I'm actually going to do here, just to show you an example of how this works, is I'm going to actually move this code around a little bit. So instead of having this in our dynamic route, let's go ahead and just put this in our /post route here. So I'm going to do this, and then we're just going to create some UI that will just create a new post here when we click on it. Okay. So I'm going to copy this URL here, like I was going to do and then forgot to do. And we're going to go back to our route handler, and we are going to do that. And this should read this. And then all I'm going to do here is, how about within my homepage here, let's create within this homepage, let's create a button that just says generate post. And it's going to make a post request to our API endpoint, and we'll just console log the response and make sure that we have correctly made that post. Because since this JSON placeholder is just like an open API, we're not actually going to be making new posts in their database, but this is going to simulate how we could do that. So let's create a new component and just call this generate post component. And it's going to just be a button. So let's do generate posts button.jsx. And this is going to be a client component. I'm going to export default function generate post button. And what we're going to do is we're going to first have a function within this that is handle click. And this is going to make a fetch request to our endpoint to generate a post. Okay. So what I need to do here is something along these lines here. I'm going to just copy this here again, and I'm going to paste this in here. So I'm going to remove all this because we already handled that in our request handler. I'm going to move this as well, and I'm going to get rid of those emojis. Sometimes I accidentally hit that button there. And then we're going to format this a little bit better. And we are going to then convert the response from our own API to JSON, and then we're just going to console log that on this handle click function here. But this should not be our JSON placeholder endpoint. It should be to our posts endpoint here. So it should be to this localhost API post endpoint. So if I go back to generate post button, I can now copy this and paste it here. So this handle click function, it's going to make a fetch request that is going to be a post fetch request. So a post method to our API /post endpoint that we just created right here. So we created an endpoint here at API /post. And then within our route, we're handling a post request. And when we hit this endpoint with a post request, we're going to make a post to this endpoint here for this JSON placeholder that should create a new post for us. So all I need to do is I'm just going to return a button here. that says generate post, and then our on click is going to be handle click. And then if I go to my page layout here, I'm just going to render this button here, right here. And when I click this button, I should see us a request or a response saying we've generated our posts. So if I now go back to localhost 3000, I see my generate post button that looks super, super ugly there. But let's open the console here. Let's click generate post. And you do indeed see I get a response here that is our newly created post. So that is how you can create a post request and a post request handler within your applications as well. Because we hit our own API endpoint /post, and that accesses this endpoint here because we exported a function from API /post, and we created our own API handler there. So hopefully this video teaches everything you need to know about route handlers in Next.js. We covered GET request, dynamic kind of GET request handlers, and we covered posts. It would be very similar if you wanted to do put, patch, delete, all that stuff as well. So hopefully you learned a ton in this video, and stay tuned for more videos because we're going to cover some more Next.js to come. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one.
Today, you're going to learn everything you need to know regarding middleware in Next.js. We're first going to go over a review of the Next.js docs just to get an idea of how middleware works, what it is, and how you can use it within Next.js. And then we'll get into our own example, diving into VS Code a bit in a demo application of actually implementing some middleware and kind of talking about some use cases in which you might actually use it. So first up here, what is middleware? Well, according to the Next.js docs, middleware allows you to run code before a request is completed. Then, based on the incoming request, you can modify the response by rewriting, redirecting, modifying the request or response headers, or responding directly. So we know what software is, but middleware is effectively software that runs in the middle of a certain process. So in the case of a request, you might start the request, but before that request is completely completed, meaning the request has been resolved with certain data or something like that, it is all completed, we run some software in the middle of that process. And that is what middleware is. Allows you to run some code before a request is completed. And I kind of like to think about it in terms of middleware is basically a way to kind of wrap your request around like a tunnel for your request to go through. And then as it's going through that tunnel, you can kind of do some different things with that request, like triggering a redirect or adjusting the headers or cookies or something like that, depending on what your request is. Okay, so you have the start of the request, and then you open up this middleware tunnel for the request to go through before that request is all completed. And this will make more sense once we get to the actual kind of demo here towards the end and you see it in the code. At least that's what helps me the most. So in Next.js, the way that you can create middleware is similar to how you create other things in Next.js, whether it is different routes in Next.js or different pages in Next.js or different layouts or stuff like that. You create a file. So it's kind of this like file-based middleware system in which you can create a middleware TS or JS file in the root of your project application to define middleware. And then you just export a function from that file. Now, one important thing to remember here is that this should be at the root of your project. So at the same level as like your app directory, assuming you're using the new app router. This would also be at the same root level as like your pages or SRC directory, potentially if you're not using the app router. Okay. And then once you create your middleware.ts or JS file, you then can export a middleware function from that file, just like what they're doing here. And that function will automatically be passed your request. So middleware, it runs kind of during the completion of our request before it's all done. So you're kind of past that request. And then depending on that request, you can perform a redirect. So here, this is them performing a redirect, or you can set different cookies and headers, which we'll talk about in a second as well. Now, one thing that you might see here as well is them using this config, and it has a matcher property. So let's talk about matching paths. So we kind of want a way to decide when we want our middleware to run. Like, we might not want our middleware to run on just every single request that occurs in our application. Maybe we only want our middleware to run when a user tries to go to our about page, or if our user tries to make a post to our save posts endpoint. We might only want to run our middleware in those cases. But if they just go to our homepage, maybe we don't want to run our middleware. So the way that you can kind of decide when your middleware runs is you can use a matcher or you can use conditionals. So we will touch on the matcher and conditionals in a second, but before we get to that, let's talk about like the default behavior of middleware here. So as it says here, middleware will be invoked for every route in your project. The following is the execution order, and I'm not going to read this off. You can come look at this within the docs, but you can see here that there is an execution order for the invocation of your middleware. And this could matter depending on your use case. And then, as I mentioned earlier, there are two ways to define what paths or what routes your middleware will be applied to. So if you do a certain request to your about page or to your blog page, do you want your middleware to run on those requests? Well, you can use either a custom matcher config or conditional statements, as I mentioned. So for your matcher config, from your middleware file, you can export a constant called config. And for that constant, it's going to be an object, and you can set a matcher property on that object to the paths that you want your middleware to run on. Okay. So right here, they're setting the matcher property to a string /about/:path*. So that is saying that I want you to run my middleware on all of my paths within my about directory, or all routes within my about route segment here. And it goes on, you can match multiple paths by passing in an array to your matcher property, exporting from your config object from your middleware.js or TS file. So here, this would say, I want my middleware to run on my about route segments as well as my dashboard route segments. So that's what they're doing up here in this example. They're exporting a config object from this middleware file right below their middleware function. And they're saying in this, they want to run it on their about route segments. And then with the matcher config, you can also use different regex. So if you're really good with regex or that fits your use case best, then you can also use regex as your matcher for what you pass in here. And then one kind of good things to know regarding the matcher is that these need to be constants. They cannot be dynamic values. Those will be ignored. So you shouldn't use like variables within your matcher. Now, for your matchers, they must start with a /. They can include named parameters. So about /:path, that matches /about /a /about /b, but it does not match about /a /c. But if you do want that behavior, then if you use this :path syntax, then you would want to use a star following it. And that will match a /b /c, because the star is 0 or more. Okay, so you can use these different kind of regex symbols to match certain paths. And then you can use regular expressions enclosed in parentheses instead of like this certain syntax right here. Okay, so I'll just consult the docs for coming up with your matchers here. It should be pretty straightforward to find what you're kind of looking for. But what you need to know is that you can use this exported matcher object to match certain paths in which you want your middleware to run on. It's like saying, for these specific routes, I want to create my tunnel in which my request is going to pass through my middleware function here. And then you can also use conditional statements. So here in this example, they're saying, okay, if the URL path name starts with about, then I want to return this response, or I actually want to rewrite my URL to be about -2. But if my URL path name starts with /dashboard, then I'm going to rewrite it to /dashboard/user. So here you can also use conditional statements within your middleware rather than using like a matcher object for those use cases. Now, you can also use the Next Response API. We've talked about this a little bit before in my route handlers videos, but this can be used to perform redirects, rewrites. It can be used to set cookies, set headers, and a whole bunch of kind of different things there. And then for using the cookies, you can do this in a pretty straightforward manner in which you're automatically going to be passed your request from your middleware function. So your request is automatically going to be passed as an argument to your function parameters here. And you can access your cookies by doing request.cookies.get. And you can pass in the kind of key of the cookie that you want to get. And then you can use those cookies. You can say whether your cookie has a certain key within it. You can delete cookies, and then you can also set cookies. So from your next response, you can call the .next method, and that's going to return a response. And then for that response, you can set different cookies. So this is effectively allowing you to adjust this to allow you to set different cookies from within your middleware. And then you can also do a very similar thing with headers, in which you can create your request headers here, and then you can set different headers by saying request headers.set, and then you can use next response to create a new response. And then within your request object of your response, you can set the new headers that you've created from within your middleware. So I don't think the syntax here is particularly important, but what I do think is important is for you to know that within your middleware, you can use it to set your different cookies and headers, and it's pretty easy to do if you just kind of consult the docs here. But you can also produce a response. So you can respond from middleware directly by returning a response or next response. So here in this example, what they're showing is like, okay, if the user is not authenticated here, then they're not even going to wait for this request to kind of pass along to our different API routes or whatever it is. We're just going to return a response directly with returning a new next response here. And then they're just going to say a success property is false. The message is authentication failed. And then they're going to return a status of 401 and also some different headers here. So you can return a response directly here. And I think for authentication purposes, this could be super useful. All right, so that is kind of the TLDR of how middleware works within Next.js and some different things you can do with it. But now let's go to VS Code here and let's create just a little demo application here. So I'm going to go ahead and do npx create next app latest. And I'm going to just call this middleware. I'm not going to use TypeScript just for the sake of this. I want it to be focused on middleware and not on TypeScript. We are going to use the app router, but everything else we're just going to say no for there. So this is going to create a new project, and then I'm just going to go to File, Open, and open this project within VS Code. So now I have my new project here, and all I'm going to do is let's first create our middleware file. So for this, just like I said earlier, this needs to be within the root of your application. So on the same level as our app directory here, and also on the same level as this like next.config.js and so on and so forth. So I'm just going to create a new file here, and then I'm going to call it middleware.js. And then for this, let's go ahead and take a look at the docs here. And for my middleware, I'm going to just copy this right here. Now this is in TypeScript, so I'm going to have to remove this next request type that you can get from Next, and then remove that type annotation because type annotations don't make sense in JavaScript. And then we're just going to console log our request here. Okay. And I'm going to keep this imported here because we're going to use the next response here in just a second. So I'm currently not defining a matcher, nor am I conditionally console logging this request. So theoretically, for any path that I go to within my project, then I should see me console logging that request. Because if I go to /about, then the browser is going to make a GET request to generate the page for that about path. So before we go to that, let's create a couple different pages here. So we have some different routes that we can navigate to. So within my app directory, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to just call this blog, and I'm going to do a new file, page.js, and then let's export default function blog page, and I'm going to return an H1. And sorry, I just like the JSX icons better than the JS one. So we're going to do blog page, and then I'm going to return, and I also get my like abbreviations that way if it's JSX. So I'm going to return an H1 that just says blog page. And then let's do a very similar thing, except we will do a login page. I'm going to need a new file, page.jsx, export default function login page. I'm going to return an H1 that just says login page. All right, so I've just created a couple different routes that I should be able to access at /blog. I should see just a blog page, /login. I should see just a login page here. And of course, my home page is going to be this default generated Next.js page. And when I go to all those pages, I should see within my console here a consoled out request object. So let's go ahead and do npm run dev. So I'm running this at localhost 3000 here, and I should be able to go back to my application at localhost 3000. I should be able to refresh it here. So I do indeed have my app, and I should be able to go, I think I named it blog. So I see my blog page, and just accessing this blog page, let's go back, and we do indeed see that I get a request here, and we can see that we can access the cookies here. We can see the different like port. We can also see like what the URL is. We can see different information about the request. It was a GET request here, and so on and so forth. So we are console logging this request here. And if I add some return statements here, and then I go to my login page, we should still see a additional request. And we do see another request here because we now accessed our login page. So we now are making a GET request to our /login. As we see, method is GET. So we are running our middleware, or passing our requests through our middleware here on all of our different routes that we're trying to access. So now, how about let's perform a redirect if they try to access the blog page if they are not logged in. And all we're going to do for our if they are not logged in is create a constant called logged in, and I'm going to set that to false. And you could imagine that you could get this data from your database, or this could be like is authenticated or something like that, and maybe do a function that reaches out to the database and sees if they're authenticated, or you're using that state in some different way. For the sake of just showing you how middleware works, we're just going to use a constant called logged in here. So with that, what I'm also going to need to do is I'm going to have to create a matcher here, because if they are not logged in and they access the blog page, I'm going to want to perform a redirect to the login page. But I don't want my middleware to run when they land on my login page, because they're still not going to be logged in. But then I don't want to just like redirect them to my login page, see that they're not logged in, redirect them to my login page. It just gets stuck in an infinite loop there. So let's define our matcher here to only run this middleware when we go to our about page. So let's go back to the docs here, and let's go back up to the matcher, and I'm going to export const config, and we're going to go back. We're going to export const config. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just do /blog, which is effectively saying that I want to match anything within my blog page. So let's first make sure that this is working, and then we'll perform the redirect logic here. So let me just go to localhost 3000 here. Let's open our console, and I'm going to add a bunch of return statements under compiled successfully so we can see this. And if I refresh this page, I should not see my request console logged because I'm now just matching my blog page. But if we go to my blog page at /blog, I should see my request here, which I do indeed see because it's trying to access my blog page, which you can also see at localhost /blog right here within the URL. So if I add some more return statements and I try to access my login page, I should not see a request, and I do not see a request. So I am currently only matching my blog route here because of me exporting this config. So that should be a pretty good example of how this works here. But now let's add some logic here to where I'll say if they are not logged in, let's now perform a redirect in which we redirect them back to the login page. And I think what I need to do here is next response dot redirect. And I think I can just do login. And I think I need to add a second argument here, but I forget which argument I need to send. So let's go back here. And I think they do this in their example here. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to copy this. You need to do redirect, and then you're just going to pass one argument that is going to be a new URL. So let me copy this, and I'm going to paste this here, but I'm going to return a next response, and I'm going to redirect to my login page here. So it's going to create a new URL, using my next URL, but it's going to redirect it to my login page. So if they're not logged in, and I try to access the blog page, then perform a redirect here. Let's go back to my home page here. Okay, so I can still access my home page without any redirect, even when I'm not logged in, which is okay. But if I try to access /blog, you see that I'm immediately redirected to my login page because I'm not logged in. Now, if I am logged in, then I should be able to access my blog page, and I should not get redirected at this point. So if I go /blog now, you see I do access my blog page. So my middleware, we're passing this request through my kind of middleware tunnel to continue that potentially poor analogy, but we're passing it through that tunnel, but then we're kind of seeing, okay, they are not logged in. Let's redirect them to my login page. All right. Now let's do one more example here in which we return a response directly. So to do this, I'm going to create a new route here. So I'm going to do a new folder, API, and then I'm going to do a new route called save. Actually, I'm going to do another new folder within API called save post. And then within my save post folder, I'm going to create a routes.js file, and I'm going to export async function, and I might forget a little bit of the syntax here. Export async function post, and all I'm going to do here is I need to return a next response from next.server, and I think I want to do .json and then set a message as successfully saved post. And let me consult the docs here again, just to make sure my syntax is correct for this route handler. And the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to go to this route handlers, export async function post, return next response.json. And yeah, so this should work here. So I've effectively just created a new route handler here in which if someone successfully makes a post request to API /save post, I should get a message successfully saved post. So Now I want to create let's just create a button that makes a post request to this endpoint. So within my app, I'm going to create a new components folder. And then since this is going to be a client component, I am going to make sure to use the use client string at the top of this file. So let's just call this save post button for the sake of example. And then at the top of the file, like I said, we're going to use client. And then I'm going to export default function, save post button. And then we're just going to return a button that says save post, but we're going to create a handle click function. So function, and it's going to be an async function, handle click, in which what we're going to do here is we're going to say const res is equal to, we're going to await a fetch request that we're going to make to our own endpoint. So this is going to be /API. And if you haven't seen my route handlers video, that will give you more context on how this endpoint is working within my route.js file. But we're going to make a request to /API /save post. And for our options of this fetch request, we're going to say method is equal to a post request. And then we're going to say const data is going to equal await res.json. And then we're going to console log the data here. And then for my buttons on click, it's going to be this handle click function. So here's our button, and let's just render this within my page.js file. So if I do my save post button and I render that within my page.js, so just my homepage here, and then we should now be able to make a post by just clicking on this button. And let's go back to our middleware here for a sec. So right now, I don't want to use any of this. We're just going to return a response here if needed. So I'm going to keep if not logged in, but I'm going to keep this for true for now. So I'm just going to console log my request, and this is never going to be accessed because this is going to stay true. So let's go ahead and make a post to our save post function. And you can see that this is going to run our middleware when we run this save post function. So let's go back to our homepage here, and the middleware just ran again because I just went back to my homepage. So let's add some return statements again. And if I do, before I do that, let's open up the console. If I do save post, you see I get data that is successfully saved post. So I hit my own API endpoint and it just returned successfully saved post. And then I consoled that out within my save post button. So that is working. And then if I look at this, you see my middleware did run here, and I should be able to see that my method was a post request. And then I made this request to my API /save post function. So my middleware is running. So now let's say if they are not logged in, let's just return a response directly saying that they are not logged in, and let's return like a 404 or something. So let's go to producing a response directly. And this is exactly what I want to do here. So instead of is not authenticated, which you could also very well do, I'm going to just say if is not logged in, and then I'm going to return this next response here. So let's go back here. And then instead of returning this redirect here, we're going to return a new response, which is a next response, in which success is false, message is authentication failed, status is 401. And then I'm going to set this to if not logged in. So if everything is working correctly here, they should make this post request, but it should fail because they're not logged in, because we probably don't want them saving data in our database if they're indeed not logged in. So I'm going to add a bunch of return statements so we can see this in our middleware a little easier. But now and I'm going to clear my console, but if I click on it now, I see I get a 401 unauthorized. My data is now success is false, message is authentication failed. So this is my middleware directly returning this response saying, hey, you're not logged in, so you can't make a post request here. And if I look at my middleware, you see I do console log my request here as well. So that, my friends, is how middleware works in Next.js. That is how you can perform redirects or return responses directly. And we also saw some examples in the docs of setting cookies, headers, and all that stuff. So hopefully you learned a bunch from this video, and I will see you in that next one.
If you're anything like me, you might see a video on Next.js project structure and think to yourself, boring, next video. And I get that. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, and it's one of those things that I would rather be like developing features, learning how that works and moving forward with that. But if you're wanting to build professional Next.js applications, I think that it is important to consider how you are structuring different folders and files within your overall application. So that's what this video is going to cover. I'm not going to like mess around and drag this video on super long, but I'm going to show you some different things within Next.js that you can use for your project structure, and maybe some different strategies that you can use that kind of make sense to me. So here in their docs, you can see right here that Next.js is unopinionated about how you kind of organize, and they say co-locate project files. I think they're being a little bit fancy here. Where you put your project files is probably what I would have said. But they give you some kind of different things to consider when organizing your next project. So they say safe co-location by default. And my interpretation of this is co-location is effectively, if you have a certain page, say you have a dashboard page, well, you could create all of your components that you use for that dashboard page all within your kind of dashboard folder. So all of your code that you use for your dashboard is right there within that dashboard folder. It's all kind of co-located together. So you have safe co-location by default. And what they mean by this is that while each folder in Next.js, it can potentially represent something. So if you have a dashboard folder and you create a page.js file within that folder, you are creating a public route for your /dashboard. And similar, when you create a route.js file within your dashboard folder, you're creating a publicly accessible route. However, you can create folders that don't contain a page.js or route.js file, and those aren't going to be publicly accessible, meaning you can still use those folders to co-locate different components or different application code without necessarily needing to worry about those being publicly accessible. And that's what it says here. Even though route structure is defined through folders, a route is not publicly accessible until page.js or route.js file is added to a new route segment. So here they create a dashboard folder, a settings folder, an API folder, but they never add a page.js or route.js file to these folders, so they don't make these actually publicly accessible. And they go on to say, even when a route is made publicly accessible, only the content returned by page.js or route.js is sent to your client, which is a nice feature of Next.js. And what this means is that project files can be safely co-located inside route segments in the app directory without accidentally being routable. So like, you wouldn't want to create a components folder and actually create a route in your application called /components. For most apps, that probably wouldn't make a ton of sense. So here they show an example of, they create a components folder and they have a button.js file within this components folder, but that's not routable because they aren't actually creating a page.js file or a route.js file within their components folder. Now, within their dashboard folder, they create a page.js, so that does create a route at /dashboard, but they create a nav.js file within their dashboard folder, but that's not routable because it's, for one, not a folder with a page.js or route.js file. Only the code returned from the page.js file is sent to your client. So if you wanted to use like some navigation page or a navigation sidebar and it was just for your dashboard and you wanted to co-locate that within your dashboard folder, well, you're fine to create a nav.js within your dashboard folder. That's not going to be sent to the client. Only the code returned by your page.js is going to be sent to the client. So you're not going to accidentally create a dashboard /nav to do that. But if you did want to do that, then you would just create a nav folder within your dashboard folder with a page.js file. And they do a similar thing within the API folder. They create a route.js file within the API folder, which is publicly routable because it's a route.js file. But they also create a db.js file within the API folder, but that is not routable because it's not a route.js file. So their kind of file conventions allow you to kind of co-locate some data depending on however you kind of want to do it. Now, like I said earlier, they do provide some different kind of features that can be useful for you. So you can actually create private folders within Next.js by prefixing the folder with an underscore. So underscore folder name. And what this does is the folder is a private implementation detail and should not be considered by the routing system, thereby opting the folder and all its subfolders out of routing. So in this example here, if they created a underscore lib folder and they created a page.js file, which would normally be publicly accessible, well, since they prefix this with an underscore, that's making this lib folder and all of its subfolders not publicly accessible. So it's making this page.js file with an underscore lib. It's not routable. You can't actually access this page.js file. Okay, so they give you the ability to add underscores in front of folders names to make those private. And even if you add a page.js or route.js file within those folders, it's not going to be publicly routable or accessible. Now, they do go on to say that you don't necessarily need to do this, since if you don't add a page.js or route.js file within your folders, then it's safe to kind of co-locate your data there anyways. But they mentioned that you still might do this if you want to separate UI logic from routing logic, if you want to consistently organize internal files across the project, if you want to sort and group files in code editors, or avoid potential naming conflicts with Next.js file convention. So these are some reasons why you might still use these private folders, even when you wouldn't necessarily need to, as long as you avoid adding a page.js or route.js file within your folders, as those are going to be private anyways. Now, their next section of their docs here covers route groups. I covered this in a separate video, so you can check that out, but you can also add route groups for some organization. But my video on that will go into much more depth there. And then you can also use an SRC directory within Next.js. So you could put all of your application code within an SRC directory. That's going to be absolutely okay to do. And then you also have module path aliases, which when I first started coding, I was like, this is kind of lame, who cares? But it's actually super nice. So instead of doing something like, importing a button from, and then you have to go back like 3 directories to get your button. So like ../.components/button. Instead of needing to do that, you can just use an @ /components/button. So this @ symbol is basically like, hey, go find this components folder and import my button from it. So these module path aliases just allow for much cleaner imports, which I actually personally like. Didn't care about this at all when I started out, but I've come to realize that this is actually a pretty cool feature here. And then here they talk about a few different project organization strategies that are common and that they think make sense. And they go to say, there's no right or wrong way to do this, but these are just some strategies that people tend to use. So for one, you could store project files outside of your app directory. So you might have a components folder or a lib folder, and you might store those at the same level as your app directory. So you would have components, lib, app, all those would be at the same kind of hierarchy in your application. And then you would just keep your app for kind of routing purposes and only for where you create your routes and your different pages and route handlers and stuff like that. So I think that is one reasonable way to go about things. They also talk about how you could store project files in top level folders inside of apps. So you would have your app folder, and then you would have a components folder within your app folder, as well as a lib folder within your app folder. And then you could also have your kind of routing and pages in your app folder as well. I tend to do things this way, but I haven't really come to a clear methodology that I personally really love. But this is kind of my default of creating a components folder and as well as a lib folder within my app directory. And that is kind of within the same level as some of my kind of different routes and stuff like that. But I can also see the argument for why this would also make quite a bit of sense to do up top. And then they also talk about splitting project files by feature or route. So they might create a components folder within your app folder, but you also might create a components folder within your dashboard folder. So all of your components for your dashboard go in that folder. And then say you have a blog folder or a blog route, maybe all of your components for your blog go into that route. I could also see this making sense, but it could also get a little bit messy if, okay, now you might have some components that you use across both your dashboard and your blog, and then you have certain components that you use for just your dashboard and your settings folder, and it could get a little bit kind of messy in that regard. So I don't think I would love this route, but this would allow you to kind of co-locate your components to only the kind of routes or pages that are using them, which could have its benefits as well. So those are a few different strategies. I've personally kind of defaulted to using the one where you keep like a components folder and a lib folder within your app directory, but I can see all of these being pretty decent, and it's just going to kind of depend on what your team likes and what your team is used to. So that is it. That is project structure in Next.js. Hopefully this gives you some ideas on how to structure your projects and what maybe some good ideas are when it comes to doing that. So thanks for tuning into this. I'll see you in that next one. Let's just cover a couple of key points here regarding rendering in Next.js, static versus dynamic. And if you see another dog in the background at a certain point here, that's not my German Shepherd that you typically see. I didn't get another dog. I'm just watching a dog for a friend. Well, actually a girlfriend, but we don't need to get into that right now. So with that, in Next.js, you can render things statically and dynamically. So in a static route, components are rendered on the server at build time. The result of this work can be cached and then served to the user on subsequent requests. So when you compile and build your application, you can render these static routes or static route segments at build time. And then since they are static, they are not dynamically changing data and not dynamically changing routes, then you can just use this kind of rendered data over and over again, and then maybe leave that data on a cache to serve to your clients when they need it. So static routes, they're non-changing data, and they are rendered on the server at build time. But with that dynamic route, which it talks about here, components are rendered on the server at request time. So every time you make a request to a certain route, your server will then render those components at request time, and then will serve those to your client. So static is rendering things at build time. Dynamic is rendering things at request time. Static rendering is what is done by default, in which Next.js statically renders routes to improve performance. This means all the rendering work is done ahead of time and can be served from a CDN, which is geographically closer to the user, which can decrease latency or how long it takes the user to kind of see your code, so to speak. And you can improve like certain core web vitals and stuff like that by statically rendering things and then serving things from a CDN. Now, also by default in Next.js, it will cache the result of fetch requests unless they specifically opt out of the fetch request by setting a cache option. And then also with fetch requests in the route, if they use the revalidate option, the route will be re-rendered statically during revalidation. So you can set like a fetch request to revalidate every 60 seconds or something. And when it re-renders that during revalidation, it's going to do so statically. And then we also have dynamic rendering. So during static rendering, if a dynamic function or a dynamic fetch request is discovered, Next.js will switch to dynamically rendering the whole route at request time. Any cache data request can still be reused during dynamic rendering. So if you have a dynamic function or a dynamic fetch request within one of your routes, then it's going to change that entire route, the whole route here, to being dynamically rendered at request time rather than build time. And then it says here, note how dynamic functions always opt the route into dynamic rendering, regardless of whether the data fetching is cached or not. In other words, static rendering is dependent not only on the data fetching behavior, but also on the dynamic functions used in the route. So you have to kind of pay attention to this a little bit, in which it's not only dependent on data fetching behavior, but also if you're using dynamic functions within a route. And for your dynamic functions here, dynamic functions rely on information that can only be known at request time. So if you're using a function within your server components that is using cookies, or it's using headers, or it's using search params, or the search params pages prop, all of those are going to change that into a dynamic function, which will opt that entire route into be dynamically rendered at request time. Now, it also says here that they recommend wrapping client components that use the use search params hook in a suspense boundary, which will effectively create its own separate chunk for that component, in which this will allow any client components above it in the hierarchy to be statically rendered. So if you're going to use these use search params, it might be good to make this a leaf component, or a component that is kind of at the leaf end of your React tree-like hierarchy. And then all components above it in your kind of React tree, all parent components, those can still be statically rendered, which can help improve performance that way. And then one thing that's kind of good to know here is that Next.js will introduce hybrid server-side rendering, where layouts and pages in a route can be independently statically or dynamically rendered instead of the whole route. So it seems like they're kind of working on this behavior of not having to opt in an entire route into dynamic rendering if you're just using a dynamic function, but that is still not available yet. But I think the team over at Next.js and Vercel is really good, and they'll probably follow through with that for sure. So this also says here, dynamic data fetches are fetch requests that specifically opt out a caching behavior like we discussed earlier. So if they set the cache option to no store, or if you set the revalidate to 0. All right. So if you use dynamic data fetching, or if you use dynamic functions, which are functions that just rely on information like cookies, headers, search params, functions that can only know their information at request time, that's going to opt that entire route that has these functions or these requests into being dynamically rendered, meaning they are rendered at request time. But if you don't use any of that, then by default, Next.js is going to statically render that content, meaning it's going to render it at build time, and you can use a CDN and cache that and do some performance improvements there. So just wanted to touch on some things regarding static and dynamic rendering there. But now in future videos, I'm going to cover more kind of specifics regarding data fetching and caching and rendering and different things like that. So thanks for checking this out, and I'll see you in that next one. Data fetching in Next.js. Let's cover the 3 primary ways to fetch data: server fetching with a library, client fetching, some best practices here, as well as an example here towards the end. And yes, my styling here isn't beautiful, but the point of this video is data fetching. And also, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather here, so I'm just making this audio only. And then, of course, I'm doing this screen share here. But let me know in the comments below, do you like when I just do audio only like this? Like, I know some people find it less distracting if there's not like a video of me because of my striking good looks, but just let me know in the comments below what you think about that. So with that, I've created this application here, and I will push this code up to GitHub. And if it's not in the description below, let me know, because I just forgot to do that. So what we're going to do here is go through, and a lot of this information, most of it comes from the Next.js docs on how to perform data fetching in your applications. And the docs basically go over, and also their docs change fairly regularly, so it could be different from now, but I think the concepts of this video will all remain. So like I said, there are 3 primary ways to fetch data in Next.js. You can do it on the server using third-party libraries, or on the client using third-party libraries. And technically speaking, there's more ways that you can do it. You wouldn't necessarily need to use libraries, but Next.js recommends these 3 ways. So let's first go over server fetching, and we're going to just kind of cover conceptual overview for these first few and then get into a actual example here in a sec. But for server fetching here, you can use fetch with async await in server components, route handlers, and in server actions. So here, this is just a snippet that I got from the Next.js docs here showing an example of this. I can't talk when I'm feeling a little under the weather either. But here, they just have an async function, get data, and this is just JavaScript here, guys. This is nothing that's really Next.js specific. So they have an async function, get data, and they define this within a server component here. So in Next.js, a component in your application is going to be a server component unless you explicitly say that it is a client component using a string at the top of the file saying use client. But since this doesn't do this, it is a server component. And with this server component here, they're basically just making a fetch request using the fetch method. So Next.js extends the browser's fetch method here. So you can use the fetch method. They await the response. They check if it's not a okay response here, and they throw an error if it's not because they failed to fetch data. Else they return their response.json. And then here down below within their page component, it's an async component, and they await their get data call. So none of this, if you're familiar with JavaScript, this should look very straightforward to you. You can just use fetch within your server components, and it basically works as you would expect here. Now, by default, Next.js caches the returned values from fetch in a server data cache. And you can read on Next.js's docs a little bit more if you're interested in how exactly the server data cache works. I don't think it was particularly relevant for this video, but if you want me to cover that in future videos, we can. But they say that they do this so that data can be fetched at build or request time, cached and reused on each request. So caching effectively will allow you to, if you try to make the same request to go get the same data, well, you don't necessarily want to have to go and make a request to a server and have that network latency on every single request. If you could just store that data in a cache and serve it more immediately rather than making a network request, that would be great. And that's effectively what Next.js does by default here, is caching the return values from your fetch method. So in this example up here, when they do this example fetch to api.example.com, if they make another fetch to this exact same URL to get the exact same data, Next.js is just going to return the cached response. So it doesn't have to make another HTTP request to go get this data, which improves performance. The less network requests that you can get away with, probably the better here. And as I say here, caching data is great and all, but you have to make sure that your cache is up to date. So if the data at this URL changes, well, you don't want to return that data anymore. You want to make sure to revalidate that data and validate that that is the correct data at this point in time. And the way that you can do that in Next.js is twofold. So you can use a time-based way of revalidation, or you can do an on-demand way of revalidation. And to perform time-based revalidation, you can do the following. So here's another snippet from the Next.js docs here, in which to do this at a timed interval, you can use the next revalidate option of the fetch method to set the cache lifetime of a resource in seconds. So here in this fetch method here, they have the URL, but then as the second argument to the fetch method, they pass in an object. In this object, you can pass a next property, and that next property can also point to an object. So they have this next property here, and they point to this object. And this object can contain a revalidate property in which you set a number to that property, which is going to represent the amount of seconds that you want to revalidate your data at this given URL. So what this is basically saying here is that, okay, we're going to fetch data at this URL here, but every 3,600 seconds, I don't try to do public math, but I think that would be like 60 times 6. So I think that would be once an hour is what they're trying to revalidate this data. And great. They actually say it right down here, revalidate at most every hour. So they revalidate this data every hour. So they're saying, okay, if you make this request again at this URL within the next hour, we're just going to return the cached response. But if it's outside of an hour, then we're going to validate that the data is the same. Else, we're just going to return the new data since it's outside of an hour here. And if you don't want to revalidate by like path name here, so this is every time you fetch to this certain path, you're going to revalidate it every 3,600 seconds. If you want to revalidate based on route segment, so to revalidate all fetch requests in a route segment, you can use the segment config option. So within a layout.js or page.js, you can export a constant called revalidate, and then you can set that to a number of how many seconds that you want to revalidate. So revalidate at most every hour is what this would be saying. If we export const revalidate and set that equal to 3,600 here. All right, so this is time-based revalidation, making sure to revalidate on a certain interval. But you can also revalidate on demand here. And you can do this by path or by cache tag inside a route handler or a server action. So to do this by cache tag, you can add a tag within your fetch request. So here in this similar example as I showed you earlier, they fetch a certain URL, and then as a second argument to the fetch method, they pass an object with a next property. And that next property also points to an object. And this object has a tags property. And they pass in an array with a string called collection. So they're giving this URL a tag of collection. And then down here, you can import revalidate tag from next/cache. And within this route handler here, this is a route handler that they define in their app here. They can basically get the tag from the search params of the URL, and they can pass that into revalidate tag, and this will perform on-demand revalidation. So they can revalidate when this route handler is handling this request here. So you can add a tag like so, and then pass that tag into revalidate tag in your route handlers by using request.nexturl.searchparams.get tag. And I would say if you find yourself in the use case of needing to do on-demand revalidation, I would definitely, just consult the docs. Just know that you can do it and have a rough understanding of how you do it. And, you don't need to memorize all this off the top of your head. I would just, if I was implementing this in our professional application, I just, I've read the doc, so I know that you can do on-demand revalidation. Then I would just search Next.js on-demand revalidation, and you can work through the docs to figure out exactly how to do it here. But you can also do on-demand revalidation by route. So the way that you can do this is you can import revalidate path again from next/cache, but then instead of passing this tag into the revalidate tag function, you can actually pass the path in to the revalidate tag function. So using request.nexturl.searchparams.get and passing in a string of path, that's going to return the path for this request here in this route handler. You can then pass that path into the revalidate path function, and that is going to do on-demand revalidation for this path. Okay, so it's going to revalidate the cache there to make sure that data is what it should be. Okay, so it gives you revalidate tag here from next/cache, and it gives you revalidate path from next/cache. And it allows you to revalidate an entire URL path or just revalidate paths that have a certain tag that you can use within your fetch request here. All right. And then with that, if an error is thrown while attempting to revalidate data, the last successfully generated data will continue to be served from the cache. You can opt out of caching by when you call the fetch method here, you can pass in your URL, but then as a secondary object, you can pass in a property called cache and then set that to a string no-store. So that's basically saying for this URL, I do not want you to do the default behavior of caching this request. Now, alternatively, you can also set a revalidate property to 0. Or if neither of those sound good to you, you can also export a constant dynamic is equal to auto within a page.js or layout.js file. So similarly to what they do right up here, export const revalidate equals 3600 within layout.js or page.js, you can export a constant called dynamic and set that to the string auto. So this would read export const dynamic equals auto. And you export that from a layout or page.js, and that will make sure that you do not cache for that route segment. So that is server fetching. That was like the meat of doing your requests in Next.js, and we'll cover that in a second with best practices. But you can also server fetch with a library on the back end. So if you use external libraries to make requests in your server components and it doesn't use the fetch method or doesn't expose the fetch method, you can configure caching and revalidating behavior of those requests using the route segment config option and React's cache function. So if you're not using the fetch method on the back end and you're using some library that does its kind of own thing and it doesn't expose that, then you are going to probably have to manually do the caching and revalidation. So you're not going to get it necessarily just out of the box with Next.js. So they go on to say that whether the data is cached or not will depend on whether the route segment is statically or dynamically rendered. Data can be revalidated on demand by path or by cache tag inside route handlers or server actions. So here's an example of how you would kind of manually add caching if you're doing server fetching with a library that doesn't use the fetch method. So you can import cache from React, and then you can set how often you want to revalidate this data. So within kind of this function here, you can export a constant revalidate and set that equal to the number of seconds that you want to revalidate this cache. And then this might look a little bit complex here, and this is written in TypeScript, so they have types in here, but all you need to do is wrap this cache function imported from React. You wrap that around your async function to make your requests, and that is going to allow you to do your caching. So in this example, they wrap this cache function around their async function here that gets an item from their database, and it's automatically going to cache this, and they're exporting a const revalidate to revalidate this data every 3,600 seconds. And then for client fetching, not a ton on this page, but I just wanted to kind of show you that Next.js recommends using SWR or React Query if you need to fetch data on the client. These libraries allow you to handle caching and revalidating. I think the makers of Next.js also created SWR. I've used that in the past and I really like it, but I've also heard really good things about React Query as well. So those are good options for fetching data on the client. But as Next.js recommends here in their best practices, whenever possible, fetch data on the server. So the reasons that you might do this is because it'll allow you to have direct access to the server, keep sensitive data under wraps, fetch and render data in the same environment, reducing back and forth between the client and the server, so on and so forth. So fetching data on the server, I really like that you can just directly access the server. You don't necessarily need like a API layer of your application that is like the middleman between your database and the client. And then you can also, since you're not shipping your data to the client, you can keep some more sensitive data under apps a little bit better and reduce some back and forth between client and server. So fetching data on the server, probably a good idea. And they also recommend to fetch data where it's needed, because fetch requests are automatically deduplicated. So if you have a fetch request in a certain component within your Next.js component hierarchy, but you also want to use that data in a different component that is maybe across several branches in your Next.js hierarchy, that is totally fine. Just fetch that data where it's needed. You don't need to worry about, just making one fetch request in a parent component and then passing that data down your Next.js or React hierarchy. You can make those fetch requests kind of co-located within those components, because if Next.js sees you making the same request in two separate components, it's going to deduplicate those requests and it's just going to make one request. Okay, so it's not going to make both of these requests at the same time and kind of have some redundancies in your application. It's automatically going to deduplicate them. So it's going to allow you to just make these fetch requests wherever you need the data to kind of co-locate your fetch requests alongside your components that use that data, rather than needing to make one request at like the top of your hierarchy and then pass that down your component tree and then just getting kind of messy with things. All right, so it will automatically deduplicate the same requests. So just fetch data where you need it. And then also it recommends using suspense and streaming when needed for components. I have an entire video showing an example on loading and streaming. Just, search loading and streaming within my Next.js playlist and you can find that. And I go into much more detail with that, but the TLDR is that you can basically wrap a suspense component around certain components that might take a long time to render. And that will allow you to render that basically separately compared to like your entire page. So instead of needing to wait for that long rendering component to finish loading to render out your entire page, you could render out your entire page and then just show like a little loading indicator or maybe a little skeleton component for that single individual component that is rendering within the page. If that sounds confusing, check out the entire video, but you can wrap things in suspense to kind of progressively render your components. So you're not just showing a blank loading page the entire time. The user can actually start to interact with your page while maybe a component that is a little bit heavier kind of loads into your page. And then finally here, they recommend to be aware of parallel versus sequential data fetching. So I'm going to show you a example of this because I think this is one that's super easy to mess up and can lead to just slow applications. So in this example here, they're showing you how to make your fetch requests in parallel. So they have an async function right here called getArtists or getArtist singular, and it just makes a fetch request to this certain endpoint and it returns the response. But then they also have this fetch request, getArtistAlbums, and it makes a fetch request to this endpoint and it returns the response. Now, within their page, what they're doing is they are calling the getArtist function as well as the getArtistAlbums function, but they're not awaiting these requests. So they're not doing artist data equals await get artist and albums data equals await get artist albums. Instead, they're just returning a promise to artist data here as well as to albums data. And then they are calling await promise.all and passing in their artist data promise as well as their albums data promise. And then they are using that within their page here. And what this is allowing them to do is it's preventing them from needing to, like if they awaited get artist here, then they wouldn't be able to make this get artist albums request until the get artist request has resolved, because they are going to await for it right in this line here. So that creates a waterfall. So it would make this get artist albums request dependent on this get artist request. So they would happen one after another. They would happen sequentially. But rather, if you don't await these and you instead await promise.all, passing in an array of promises or these two promises here, that allows you to make these requests at the same time and just use this data when it returns rather than doing a sequential waterfall, which I'll show you in our example here. Okay, so be aware of parallel versus sequential data fetching. All right, but now let's go to this example here. So in this example, I have this beautiful page, but let's actually look at my code editor to see what's going on here. So here's my code editor. I'm just using VS Code here, and I am in my example page.jsx here. Okay, so you can see within my app folder, I'm in my example folder, and I am in my page.jsx file within my example folder. But all I'm doing here is I have a very similar example here to what they have in their example in my best practices page. So very similar to this, I'm doing this here, in which I have a get post function in which I'm just making a request to a JSON placeholder API. It's just like a mock data API that gives you some data for testing, or if you're creating YouTube videos and stuff like that. And I'm just returning the data, some data from this API. So I'm making my async request right here. And then I'm also doing a get albums function call, in which I'm hitting this API /albums, and I'm returning this data here. So I have two separate fetch requests. And in my component here, my example page, I have my two fetch requests right here, in which I call get post as well as get albums. But as I just mentioned in kind of that parallel versus sequential data fetching, you can see that I'm awaiting get post right here, and then I'm awaiting get albums within this function. So if I look at my terminal here, and then I go back to my create next app, I go to my examples page, and I refresh here to make those calls again, I can see within my terminal that I make my JSON placeholders.typecode.com /post. And also, quick note, since this is a server component here, I'm not using use client here at the top. It's a server component. It's going to show me these requests occurring within my terminal within Node.js, because I'm making these server side. Okay, so it's not going to be in my browser console because I'm making these as server requests. But you can see here within this output, it shows me making a request to placeholder /posts. But then it's showing me that once this request finishes, I then make this request to /albums here. So you can see this waterfall of I'm making this request to posts, and then I'm making this request to albums. And that is because I am awaiting get posts here, and then I'm awaiting get albums. So get albums, it can't be called until I'm done awaiting get posts. So I'm making these sequentially here, which is a bit of a no-no. So the way that we can fix this is I can change this, and I can not await these anymore. And then I can say const, and I'm going to say data, albums, and I'm going to change this right here to data promise and albums promise. And I'm going to set const data and albums is equal to promise, and I need to await this, await promise.all. And I'm going to pass in an array of my data promise as well as my albums promise. So instead of needing to finish this get post function call and then making this get albums function call, I make them both at the same time right here. And then I just await the data with a promise.all. And if I go back here, I refresh my page quick, and then I open my terminal, you now see that I make these at the same time here. I don't have that waterfall as it shows here. So I make /posts as well as /albums. I make these get requests at the same exact time. Rather than what we had earlier, I was making this get post, and then you can see it kind of goes into one level and it waits for that to be done, and then it does get albums. So this kind of graphic that it shows here within my terminal is a very good example of how I make this request, then this request, but in this example, I make these in parallel. And if a network request, say that it takes, some time to complete, and maybe you're on a slow network and it takes several hundred milliseconds, then that could really, really slow down your application. If you have several data requests here and you're making them all sequentially, and you're making one request after another, after another, after another. And just imagine if we were doing like get posts here, we are awaiting it, and then we're doing get albums and awaiting it, and then we had like several more requests here. That would take forever. You would not want to do that. Instead, it's a better idea to not await your initial calls here, and then use promise.all to allow them to finish and then use the data thereafter. Okay. So that is a big piece of advice there when it comes to doing these fetch requests within your application here. Okay. So when you're making your server requests, it's really pretty straightforward here, as you can see. But hopefully this gives you an idea of making your fetch requests within Next.js. So just to kind of briefly overview this again, with server fetching, you can use async await and the fetch method within your server components, route handlers, and server actions. But you do have to be careful with that cache. So you can set a revalidate property within your fetch request, or you can export a constant call revalidate within your layout.js or page.js to revalidate on a segment level rather than on a route level, like what it would do if you're using the fetch request. And then you can also do on-demand revalidation, either by setting certain tags within your fetch request and then calling revalidate tag, or you can just use a revalidate path and call the revalidate path function, passing in your path. And if you want to opt out of caching, you can set a cache within your fetch request to no store, or revalidate to 0, or you can export a constant called dynamic and set that to auto within your page or layout.js. And then with server fetching with a library, you might need to implement caching more manually by implementing the cache function from React and then wrapping your async function that you get your data with your cache function. And then for client fetching, it's a good idea to use either SWR or React query. And then for best practices, whenever possible, fetch data on the server, fetch data where it's needed because it automatically will be deduplicated. You won't make duplicate requests. Use suspense and streaming when needed for certain components, and also be aware of parallel versus sequential data fetching. So I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you learned a ton about making your requests and doing your fetching in Next.js, and I will see you in that next one. Images in Next.js. There's surprisingly quite a bit to know when it comes to using images in Next.js and using the next image component. So today's video is going to cover that, and we're first going to just do an overview of some good things that are to know about using images in Next.js, and then we're going to get into local images, and then we're going to cover remote images, so images that are local to your computer, and images that you're storing on something that is remote, so a remote server like maybe CloudFront or some other hosting platform for your images. And then we're going to discuss image priority as well as sizing and styling your images within Next.js. So in this project here, I've just created a Next.js app to have my different notes here. So you can go to my repo here. So code Ryan Solomon /next images on GitHub. I will also try to make sure that this is linked in the description, and you can kind of just clone this, run npm run dev. And once you do so, you should see this project start up on localhost 3000 here. All right. But as an overview here, images in web development can be a little bit tricky, in which there's quite a few different things to consider on whether you want to use like the image element, whether you just want to set the background of a div to be an image, and different sizing. Also making sure that you're serving the correct image size. So you have different sizing in terms of CSS, like how you want your image to be presented on your page. But then you also have the size of the image that you serve to the browser and then kind of style it from there. So you have different things regarding that. So they can be a little bit tricky, but Next.js does make it a bit easier with various optimizations. And it does this by allowing you to use the image component from next/image. So Next.js has a package called image, and you can import an image component from next/image, and it provides some of these optimizations. And this image component, it will extend the HTML IMG element, so the HTML image element. So it works similarly to that, but it does provide some optimizations there. And then you get automatic size optimization, where Next.js correctly serves the right image size for each device using WebP and AVIF image formats. So these two different formats here are kind of newer image formats that allow for a bit better sizing and some different optimizations when it comes to images. So Next.js will use these to provide the correct sizing to make sure that you're not running into issues of, on mobile serving an image that is way larger than you need to serve. And also, Next.js, it helps kind of prevent layout shift. So layout shift might be what someone considers to be like page jankiness. I'm not sure if that is an official term or if that's just something that I use, but it's like when you go to a website and when the page is initially loading, you see the page kind of hopping around quite a bit. So you see different elements kind of changing in size and just kind of moving around. This is considered to be layout shift. And as a core web vital, so Google has these core web vitals in which it helps Google rank like the quality of a web page, and it can help you with search engine optimization and different things like that. And Google has found them to be important when it comes to someone visiting your site and having a good experience. And cumulative layout shift is one of those core web vitals. So if you have a lot of layout shift, which can result from your images, it can result in poor kind of search rankings and stuff like that, which is definitely not what you want. And it also just looks terrible. And you don't want someone arriving on your website and seeing this. So this image component, it helps prevent this layout shift that can occur with images. And then also, images are lazily loaded. So Next.js, when using the image component, it will only load these images when they enter the user's viewport. So when an image starts to become visible within the web page that the user is looking at within their viewport, that's when Next.js loads them. They don't automatically load all images up front, which has the benefit of images. They tend to be in larger size. So images can take longer to load, but if you only load them lazily when you need to load them, it can help with your initial page loads and improve other core web vitals like time to first interactive, time to first paint, and make your page feel much snappier because you're waiting to load these images when they're actually in the user's viewport. And then you also have on-demand image resizing and responsiveness, which we will cover a bit more once we get to size/style here. So that is an overview of images in Next.js, but now let's get to some examples here and some different things to consider. So first up, we have local images. And to use a local images, you use an import statement to import the image, similar to how you'd import a component in Next.js. So let's go to VS Code here, my code editor, and I'm going to go to my local folder and then my page.jsx within my local folder. Here within this component, you can see that I import this image right here. So I import Daytona. I'm pretty into watches. So in a lot of my projects, I use kind of watches, and a Rolex Daytona is a certain type of watch, which I'll show you in just a second, but I'm importing this image from my public folder here, and I'm importing my two-tone Daytona. So I'm importing this image from my public folder. So I'm kind of importing this just like I would any other component. So I'm importing Daytona from the file path of wherever my image is. So I'm just importing this local image, and this is a local image because it's just an image sitting within my public folder. You might also have this as an assets folder, but the important thing to remember is that I have downloaded this image and added it to my project. So it is a local to my own machine here. It's not on some remote hosting platform. So with this, I just import this image just like any other image, and then Next.js will automatically determine the width and height for your image based on your imported file, preventing layout shift. And I also mentioned that you do need to import the image component from next/image. So you can see right here, I use this image component and I import the image from next/image. So Next.js has an image kind of package in which you can import the image component from it. All right, so to use the image, you do a local import of your image pointing to whatever file you have your image here. And then you also import the image component from Next.js. And then to use this, all I need to do is on the src of my image component, I set it to equal my imported local image. So I imported Daytona from wherever my local image is sitting. And then as my src, I pass in Daytona. And then I set some alt text just like you would with a regular HTML image. I just have Daytona, but I could maybe make this more descriptive and be like Daytona watch. And then for my style here, I just set width is 100% and height is set to auto. So I'm not specifically setting a width or a height on this property. I'm just saying, okay, I want my width to be 100% and Next.js can take care of my height for me and just make sure that it's sized correctly here. So if I go back, you can see that I do indeed have my image, and this image, it was a larger image from the website I got. And usually for my projects, I use a site called Pexels, PEXELS.com, where you can use kind of free, copyright-free images that you can just come here and download for free. But here you could see the Rolex Daytona image has rendered out here. And if I open my inspector here and I just kind of resize my page, you can see Next.js is automatically making this nice and responsive, and it keeps its aspect ratio, and it just does a good job out of the box with this image here. So this is already a very responsive image by just using the width of 100% and the height of auto here. All right, so that is really what you need to know regarding using local images. You just import your image, your actual image file, your .jpeg or .png or whatever it is, just like you would with any other component. Do an import, whatever the name is, from whatever the path is to that image, and then you import your image component from Next.js, and then as the src, you pass in your image that you just imported. And you can give it alt text, and you can set some different width, height, styles, and different things like that. But we'll get into that a little bit more in a second. But that is how you can use local images within your projects. Now for remote images, these are images that you are going to host on some other platform. So you might hold all of your assets or different images on something like, I believe there's like Cloudflare that's popular for this, or some image hosting platform. And then to use these remote images within Next.js, you make the src prop. So just like how we set it with our local images, we set the src to be the locally imported image. But here with remote images, you make the src prop the URL path pointing to your remote image. And when using remote images, you need to add a width and height prop manually to your image component. You need to do this because Next.js doesn't have access to remote files during build time. So since Next.js doesn't have access to these remote files, it can't automatically just set the width and height for you. You need to explicitly set your width and height. However, the Next.js docs mention that when using the width and height, it just sets the image aspect ratio, and it doesn't set necessarily the specific size. So you can use the width and height to set your aspect ratio, so the ratio of your width to your height, but you could also use styles and like class names and different things like that, which we'll cover here in a second, to set more specific sizes of your image. And then in addition to this, you also need to update your next.config.js with your remote URL path to allow this import to happen. So let's look at an example of this. And as you can see, I have my Omega watch here as well. So if I open my remote folder and I go to my page.jsx, you can see here that I have my imported image here from next/image, and then I'm using it down below. And what I'm doing here is I'm setting my SRC to the path of where I'm hosting this image. So I'm just using a free image hosting service here in which I uploaded this image to this service, and this is the path that it gave me. So I'm telling Next.js that this is the path to where my remote image is, and then I set the alt text like I normally do, so omega watch, and then I set my aspect ratio, so a width of 525 and a height of 400. Now, this won't work just like this out of the box. You also need to adjust your next.config.js. So within this, you're going to have a next config, and this is going to be an object. And initially, this is just going to be an empty object. So if you started a new project, all you would see within this folder is something like this: next config equals an empty object. But what you need to do is add an images property to this next config object, and then you need to set within that images property a property called remote patterns. And within that remote patterns property, you can point that to an array that is going to tell Next.js, hey, these are the remote patterns or the remote paths that I want you to allow within this project. So here you can see I set a protocol, or within my remote patterns, I pass in an object to my remote patterns array, in which I set a protocol on that object to be HTTPS, and then I set my host name. So this is the host name of my URL path. So if I go back to this, you can see my host name here is i.ibb.co. And then you can see my port, I don't need to specify, but my path name, I do specify as this path name here. And that is the same path name that matches right here. So within, if you're going to use remote images, you need to set your SRC to be the URL pointing to your remote image that your hosting service will give you. And then you need to make sure to specify within your next.config.js, you need to specify that you match this pattern to allow this import to occur. So I have my protocol here of HTTPS, my host name here, and then it matches my path. And you can use different like regular expressions and stuff like that. So like you wouldn't necessarily need to match this exact specific path. You could use a star here or something, so it matches a bunch of different paths to allow for your different remote images. So that is kind of one of the trickier parts of remote images. But once you kind of make sure that this path is matching, we can go back here and you can just set the width and height, because it's a remote image and you need to do that. And if we go back, we see that everything is working as expected here. So that is local and remote images. But now let's touch on priority here. So for priority, you can add a priority prop to the image component that will be the largest contentful paint. This allows Next.js to load this image first, improving your LCP core web vitals. So alongside those core web vitals that I mentioned earlier, there's also something called a largest contentful paint. So like how soon does your first like piece of content or your largest piece of content show, or your first meaningful piece of content show to the user? And often if you have a large image like a hero image, if that loads very quickly, that's going to improve your LCP or largest contentful paint. So the LCP element is usually the largest image visible within the viewport of the page. And I'm going to show you a demo on a slower network so you can see this priority working in action. But here in this example here, let's say that I arrived to this web page and I have these two different images. I have my Rolex Daytona, and I also have this Rolex Deep Sea here. But as you can see, let's say this is my page, if I arrived on this page, I would say my largest contentful paint is going to be this larger Rolex Daytona here, And then more secondary is going to be this Rolex down here. So the way that I can tell Next.js to prioritize the loading of this larger image here is if I go back here and I go to my priority folder and open my page, I can set a priority prop here on my larger image. And that's exactly what I do here. On my Daytona image, I set a priority prop, which is just a Boolean saying this image should have priority on this page. And I don't set it on my second Rolex watch here. And if I go back here and I open my inspector and I go to my network tab and I set my throttling to slow 3G here, and I do a hard reload of my page with Command-Shift-R, this is going to take a second to start reloading. You see the Daytona starts coming in. The other image also started just a little bit later. And the Daytona is a little bit larger here. And we're going to see the Daytona finishes. And then this deep sea finishes after. So it's just prioritizing this larger image just a bit more. And I'm setting that with the priority prop within Next.js. Okay. So if you have a page in which you have multiple images on it, but one image is kind of your LCP image, it's your largest kind of contentful paint. Maybe you have a hero image at the center of your page and then an image in your sidebar. You can set priority for that hero image to make sure Next.js prioritizes that a little bit more, and that will help improve your kind of core web vitals scores. And then finally, we have some different sizing and style things to keep in mind. So there are 3 ways to size a next image. Number 1 is automatically within a local import and not setting the width and height. So as I showed you earlier in my local images here, I didn't specifically set like a width here, nor did I set a height. I just imported my image and I just said, okay, I will set just 100% here, but then for the height, I'm going to set it to auto. And Next.js will automatically kind of resize this and allow for, and that's how this image is currently set down here as well, and make it responsive as you can see there. But also, you can explicitly add a width and height property. So within my remote images, you need to set the width and height property because Next.js doesn't initially know about your remote images. So you need to set the explicit width and height here for these images. And you can also implicitly use a fill prop on your image. And this will basically tell Next.js that you want it to fill your parent's element. And I'll show you an example of this in just a second. And then you can also style your next images similar to how you'd style a regular HTML image. However, it recommends using either class name or the style prop. So if you have different classes, so here I have classes in my page.module.css, and I import those styles here, and then I set on my main element a class name of styles.main, and that is going to use whatever styles I have within this that are main right here. So I'm using CSS modules and class names. You can do the very same thing to set those styles on your image components. So I could do something like class name is equal to styles.image or something of that nature. And then additionally, you can also use a style prop like I do here. So I set style is equal to an object here, and then I set my width, my height, then I can set different things like that to style my images. But Next.js recommends to not use styled.jsx. So you should use either the class name or the style prop and pass in an object. Now, when using fill, the parent element must have position relative set, and it also must be display block. So just a couple of things there to keep in mind when using the fill prop. And we can use the fill prop to make a full screen background for the image below. And we can also set object fit cover. So let me show you how fill works here. And I will show you this in action. So here for my Daytona image on this page, I can just set a fill property telling Next.js that I want this image to fill my entire parent container. And then I can also set within my style prop here, I can do object fit is cover, and that should get me pretty close. So that gets me to having this full-sized image, but you can see here that it covers up all of my text. So to fix this, I can just set a Z index, and I believe I can just do -1 here. And if I do that, you can see my text now appears on top. Of course, this looks a little bit nasty. I would also want to maybe do like an overlay here to darken this so you could still read the text, or change the color of my text, or do something there. But you can use the fill property to fill the entire parent container, and then object fit of cover, just like you would with regular HTML images. So images within Next.js. Next.js gives you this image component to provide various optimizations, including serving the right size, preventing layout shift, lazily loading them, and having on-demand resizing and responsiveness. For local images, you can just import that image locally from wherever it's sitting within your project, just how you would import any other image, and then set the src prop to that image. And then Next.js can automatically determine the width and the height of that image. But with remote images, you set the src to be the path to whatever that your hosting platform is of where that image sits. But then you do need to set the width and height on that image, because Next.js won't know about the image during build time. And then you can also set a priority prop of your image to tell Next.js, hey, this image is most important, load this one first. And then you can also do different sizing and styles. So you can automatically allow your resizing to occur with your local imports by not setting width and height. You can explicitly style by setting the width and height property like you need to for remote imports. You can implicitly style things or size things using the fill property, like we did here for this image, to make it fill the parent container. And then for styling, you should use either a class name prop or a style prop. You should not use styled JSX. So hopefully that gives you a good idea on using images within Next.js. I know there's actually quite a bit here when it comes to images, but it's definitely a good thing to understand, as almost all applications use some sort of image. So thanks for tuning into this, and I'll see you in that next one.